Yeah, good evening, Kenyans, or good night. So, today the one who is hosting the show. We are going to discuss the things that have happened today. Interesting things like the twist of tongues. So far, Kenyans are saying it's 5-0. Team Kenya Kwisha have scored in their own goal 5-0. I will share some of those clips that shows how they have been making mistakes. Are the gods conspiring against them, or is just the normal confusion that they have? So they had their own women league, but many things they discussed may not even be remembered. It's clouded in their own confusion. We will also discuss Mother Karua, who was in water, drumming up some support for Azimio. Yeah, I think for the first time I saw Manzo and Kivuta Kibwana sharing the same platform. Of course, they are competing for the same seat of the Senate. We are also going to look into other things. One of the things that happened today was a reply of ODM to UDS allegations against the ministers, 5 ministers, through the Raila's lawyer, Paul Mwangi, saying that the allegations are baseless and they should not even be considered, owing to the fact that such allegations were presented before the Supreme Court when NASA did their petition of 2017, and it was dismissed under the leadership of CJ Maraga, that there's nothing in law that prohibits ministers from campaigning. So I don't know why it's servicing now. Are the guys just making noise? Are they sensing defeat? Are they just want to poke holes everywhere, or are just trying to learn how to do opposition? So you're welcome to give us your perspective. Even if I'm wearing the Azimio cap, I'm very sure I will be very fair to all the debaters. Hata huku ndani nimevaa t-shirt ya yellow, so don't say that I'm biased. You're welcome. So let me share the link so that people can join the show. Okay, as you join the show, let me share one or two missteps of Kenya.
We are voting for. We are voting for Raila Odinga,
the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, and the party leader of UDA and the leader of the Azimio Group Alliance. Sorry, oh my God.
Kuwaomba kitu kimoja, muunge mkono grupu yetu ya Kenya Kwanza.
Naomba kwa niaba ya wananchi wa Nambale kwamba mfanye nini, mupigie Azimio ya Kenya Kwanza.
And on to this date, we want to come into agreement with the Kenya Kwisha.
Okay, so those are some of the missteps that we have seen. I've never seen someone from from Azimio confusing and calling Azimio Kenya Kwanza, or calling Azimio Tangatanga, or calling Azimio UDA. They have never confused. I don't know what is. Either one of the things that is coming out clearly to me is that Raila is a genius. He knows in politics simplicity works. When you are coining a political message, it should be very simple, even to the young, to the small baby. They can be able to resonate it without struggle. Now, when you look at UDA's slogans and even economic models, when you ask them about bottom up, they get confused. When you play the clips of bottom up, all of them don't know what they are discussing about. So when you come to even the name is so complicated that they keep on missing it. Azimio is so simple that everybody can even dream it. So even those who left and those who just hear them on the street are able to shout Azimio. And that's why the Kina Weta and the rest they easily find Azimio on their tongue than talking about Kenya Kwanza. Kenya Kwanza is so complicated. So they need to learn some how to package political messages. It should be very simple. Like inawezekana is a very simple slogan. Wachana na kazi ni kazi. You have people struggle a lot. So you're welcome, guys. You make your input. I was just moving the motion. How are you, Stephen?
Yes, I'm
How are
fine with
you,
that.
Peter, and then Wangira? Stephen, unaonaje
Yes.
leo Ro alishuka na kanena kwa ndimi tofauti?
Unajua
Ro
Wekesa,
alishuka na kanena kwa ndimi tofauti.
unajua Wekesa, hii mambo imekuwa sasa ni kama hata mbingu imekubali hii mambo tu ifanyike venye umevaa kwa kichwa. Unajua saa nyingine
That's
huwezi
why I'm not
kuzuia.
ashamed. I'm not ashamed of putting here. I want them to read it so that when they come on the
You
debate,
are
they
on the
also
right
get
side.
confused.
You're on the right side of history, my friend. Just put it every day. Shower with it, sleep with it. You're on the right side of history. I'm assuring you that you'll never regret. Sasa Wekesa, unajua, there is one thing that I even wanted to share with Bernard sometime. Ni vile tu ilipotea tu kwa kichwa siku moja. You know, Bernard is a minister. I wanted to ask him a question. How do these pastors or bishops or reverends go to sleep when they blatantly lie in front of their congregations that I was invited to State House, that, you know, I'll go to State House when Ruto is in State House? Hii maono wanatoa wapi? How do they sleep with these people? Huwa wanaenda nyumbani wakisikia nini? Surely, you know, okay, I'm a Christian, but I'm not a serious Christian. But if I lie to somebody, I won't feel that conviction, or my consciousness will not get that hurt. But when a pastor lies to somebody, that conviction and that, you know, you feel something bad, you know, because you're trying to be on the right side. You're trying to spread the gospel of truth. Na wewe ndo uko frontline kudanganya, unaona? So the whole thing, what is happening is just an exposure from the heavens, let me say that. Hii mambo ya kusema wengine waliombea maji kageuka sijui nini, we are now seeing the reality. These people who they interact with, they are not even preachers, they are not even pastors. Ni watu wanaokotwa, wanapewa script, umenielewa? Wanasoma script, lakini script inaingia kwa kichwa. Kwa moyo mambo ni mengine tofauti kabisa. Huyo mama, it's not confusion, it's what is in his heart, not in his head, is in head. Head ilikuwa ni script. What came from his mouth was what is in his heart. So she's just right. Ni vile tu ako kazi. Kazi ni kazi. Yeye yuko kazi. So let's understand that. It's not a slip of tongue. Yeye ako sawa kabisa, because
Just pause a minute. I share something shortly, and then Maybe it
Okay.
coincides with what you're saying, then you build up your story.
Only 3 minutes. And I want to use my 3 minutes well. I'm Evangelist Wairimo from AIPCA. We want to come into agreement with the Kenya Kwisha.
What are lessons learned?
You can hire the pastor, but you can't hire the Holy Spirit.
Okay, proceed.
Yes, Wekesa, this is what I'm saying. This is exactly what I'm saying. You see, hizi huwa ni scripts na sasa leo imeamua kubackfire openly in front of him, in front of the world. A serious backfire. Hiyo nimesikia raha sana because now we are seeing what they do behind the scenes. Umeelewa Wekesa? Hizi ni script wao wanafanya hao watu. So the other last weekend, 2 weekends there walikuwa huko Kiambu, yule pastor akaongea, the reverend who talked some kind of words hata sikumuelewa. They're the same people. These are the same people who talk because of their stomachs, not because of their spiritual realms ama wameongozwa na roho. Ni wanaongea kwa sababu ni tumbo yao iko na njaa, akitoka pale anapoa bahasha, anaenda nyumbani anakula na watoto wake. So it's good the exposure has happened this way. Wataacha kuchezea Mungu, waache kuchezea Mungu. This is the message that is coming out. Let them do their politics, lakini waeke Mungu kando, because deep inside them hawana Mungu, ni mchezo wanatuletea. Umeelewa? So going forward, let them just focus on their dirty politics. We know them for the politics they play. Waachane na mambo ya kuleta mascript za dini na Mungu hapa katikati. They just leave that out of their politics kabisa. It's clear that it will continue backfiring, it will continue going down that way. So nikiacha hiyo mambo ya huyo mama, nilikuja upande wa nimeona Martha Karua akiwa Ukambani. The lady is just composed, anapitisha message yake vizuri. Hata kama umepewa ile 200 uende umpigie yule mama kelele, utafika pale tu utulie kule ile 200 na upotee tu. She's just composed, she comes out soberly, she speaks her points. Yani utamsikiza. It's your opinion now, or it's your option now, either to vote for her and his running mate, or you are not going to vote for him, for her. So it's clear that Martha Karua is focused, unlike the other guy who is who's just a loose dog, talking everything that comes in his mind. So you wonder, at his level now as a running mate, still fighting local politicians, going after Leni Kivuitu, going after Kiraitu Murungi, people who have been in politics, like let's say half of his lifetime. He just came in recently 2017. So I think at the end of the day, he realized that he's fighting a losing battle. He can't open wars in every front that he goes. Hawezi, hiyo njia wameshika hawawezi. Let them continue giving us their fake propaganda as they have been doing for the last 4 years. People are tired now, so they don't have anything new to tell us anymore. Ndo wameanza kukuja na hizo maneno wanaleta tu hizo za chuki na uhasama ya kufanya watu waendelee kugawanyana. Asante.
Yeah, thank you for your opening remarks. I want us to go to Mr. Wangira. And Mr. Wangira, before you come in, I have heard my brother allude to one of the message, and I know you are a seasoned man of God. Can you try to interpret for him this one?
Without fear of contradiction, sisi tumesema ufalme wa Mungu, na msikize hiyo, ufalme wa Mungu ni wa kudumu milele na milele. Ufalme wa giza hautadumu. Get the difference wa Kristo. Kwa hivyo wakati huu wa Roho Mtakatifu, God will reign forever and ever. Na wale ambao watakaa katika hiyo imani na watakaa katika huo Mungu, ushindi wataupata. La mwisho niseme hivi, for us categorically, we don't have any fear. And we always speak without any fear. Kwanza mimi nilikuwa mmoja katika kanisa la Kianglikana. Juzi nimeambiwa nipatiane mawaidha. Askofu akasema nipatiane mawaidha kwa jamaa mmoja ambaye alikuwa ametumwa kwa Clergy Forum ya Kiambu County. Tutafuta hawa wachungaji niwapeleke State House, kwa sababu nikauliza reason are we going to State House. Nikaambiwa na yule ambaye alikuwa ametumwa na mchungaji ati kwa sababu huyu ameingia kanisa sana, huyu tujue vile tutagangana na yeye. Mimi nikaambiwa mimi, lakini kwa sababu alikuwa ametumwa kwangu na askofu nimpatie mawaidha, nikamwambia hiyo haiwezi ikawa reversed. Wale walishindwa kujua ufalme wa Mungu uko wapi kitambo. Sasa wanang'ang'ana the last minute, which is not possible. Msidanganywe. Deputy President, kwa sababu ulinionyesha picha kwako nyumbani, Karen, kama unakumbuka. Ukibebea mchungaji wa AIC mfuko as an evangelist. And let me remind you what you told me. You told me, even if you don't become the president of this nation, you become an evangelist. That's what you told me. Na tumeongea hapa na wachungaji. Haki wewe unapaswa kuwa mchungaji. You know the verses, you know the Bible in and out, and for us in Kenya, sisi watu wa Kenya tunaamini Mungu. Sisi miungu hatuijui na haituwezi. Kwa hivyo msiwe na wasiwasi, endeleeni kwa maombi na sisi tuendelee kwa maombi. Wakati nimepatiana hiyo mawaidha haiwezekani, wachungaji wakawa wananiuliza when are you going to the State House? Nikauliza kufanya nini? Hiyo mambo tulimaliza. Sasa niwaambie leo, deputy wakiwa hapa, mkitaka kwenda Ikulu, mngojee tarehe 9 mwezi wa 8, tutaenda kuomba na wao. Kwa hivyo hiyo ndio sisi tunaamini.
Hi love.
Yes darling.
Okay, sorry, that was an advert. So yeah, Wangira, you have heard with your own ears and seen with your own eyes. Where are we headed to? Are we having also? Is this the kingdom of God or to Gege kingdom?
Yes. These are very interesting times, my brother Wekesa, and I'm seeing a scenario where church leaders are moving away from worshiping God and they seem to be worshiping man here. And when I say that they are worshiping man, the way they are dealing with William Ruto is as if they are worshiping William Ruto here. And look at how they are dismissing the rest. When I listen to that clip, it's as if they were dismissing guys like Wakena Raila Odinga. They are portrayed as people, who don't belong to the kingdom, as people who belong to the darkness. If I had that guy very well. And again, now it brings in this issue of State House, And the Bible is very clear that even church leaders must respect the leadership of the land. Kesa, you want to tell me genuinely if President Uhuru Kenyatta today invited the Archbishop of the Anglican Church, the Archbishop of the Anglican Church will speak the way this guy has spoken here? This is just the typical example of a guy having moved from Roho Mtakatifu to Roho Mtakakitu. So what we are saying in that gentleman is what we call Roho Mtakakitu. And today, Wekesa, that lady, some people call her Wairimu, I don't know her true name, the pastor who was at Nyayo Stadium. She started very well by saying that she was going to use her 3
I
minutes
think the name
well.
was on that clip. The name was on that clip. I will replay it. Endelea, utasikia.
Okay. She said that she was going to use her 3 minutes well. And truly, she used her 3 minutes well because she said, um, we come in agreement with Kenya Kwanza, Kenya Kwisha. You say, having used her 3 minutes well, she says that we come in agreement with Kenya Kwisha. And truly they say, issues of the spirit are issues of the spirit. You cannot fake them. And that's why, Kenyans have become funny today. And, funny today when they say that you can hire a pastor, but you cannot hire the Holy Spirit. Because the reflection in this lady pastor was that perhaps she meant to pray Kenya Kwanza, but what really happened that she ended up praying Kenya Kwisha? Imagine, I know that the Kenya Kwanza guys are branded us as watu wa kuzimia. But when have you ever had any of our people mistaking Azimio to kuzimia? Have you ever had? In our meetings, have you ever had anybody now mistaking Azimio to be Kuzimia? How come that they are the only ones who are now mistaking their coalition? They're either calling it Azimio, they're either calling it Kenya Kwisha, and a number of names. How come? This is just a show that these are guys who are not committed in this particular union. They're in it for one or the other reason, which is not really what William Ruto is for. Some of them just want to win elections, and if they win elections and they become what they want to become, then the rest will be forgotten, and that's why they are not keen in even knowing the name of the political coalition they belong into. They are very, very interesting time. But to some of us, we say, we don't know. We are in this world, and we also don't know how we don't know how perhaps the spirit also works. That could have been a manifesto from the spiritual world to just tell us that William Samoei Ruto will not be the president of the Republic of Kenya. Communication, the Holy Spirit operates in its own way. This could have been one of the ways so it was operating in, to tell the people of Kenya that Kenya Kwisha Kenya Kwanza is Kenya Kwisha. And now the message has been delivered. You remember in the Bible.
Angira, I see you are making a point. Let me provoke you more. The word of God says that the word is a double-edged sword. So whatever Kenya Kwisha have been preaching to us was a double-edged sword. It's now cutting backwards.
You remember the issue of hypocrisy. You remember they have been calling Raila Muganga, Muchawi. You remember those bad names. And and just look at now the way things are turning on their side. It does not appear very good. As much as they want to look holy, as if they want to appear they're the only godly people. But now we are seeing them being shamed in broad daylight. Imagine that clip, the way it went viral. It went so viral that people forgot that it was about the launching of the Women Charter. And that the only thing that people can now remember is about this clip of this woman. A clip that played for only less than 1 minute. Imagine. Allow me to move to my second point. My second point is on the issue. Before I move to the second point, let me just finish on the issue of the Women Charter. Wekesa, today William Ruto promised women everything, perhaps including almost to heaven. But perhaps the only thing that William Ruto never promised women today was that they were going to get pregnant through pollination. That's perhaps the only thing that he never promised them. Because reading through the promises via that particular charter, everything was promised, the possible and the impossible. Wekesa. So is he sure that he's going to deliver whatever he has promised, or is it just a way of hoodwinking them so that they can vote for him come the 9th of August this year? Finally, the issue of the Raila's letter to the DPP and the IEBC. IEBC. You know, hypocrisy is the biggest problem in this country. You know, in 2013, in 2017, sorry, we saw cabinet secretaries campaigning for Uhuru Kenyatta. And, you know, it became one of our bases in our petition, with the petition, presidential petition number 1 of 2017, Raila Odinga, Kalonzo Musyoka versus IEBC and the rest. You know, we tried to argue that it was not fair for the cabinet secretaries to have campaigned for Uhuru Kenyatta. And the Supreme Court saw nothing wrong in that. Eh? Yeah. In fact, they were vindicated. So if the Supreme Court vindicated them, so who else should be here to vilify them? And again, you know, UDA is basing the argument on Section 15 of the Elections Offences Act of 2016 that says public officers should not engage in politicking. And it makes it a criminal offense that if you're a public officer and you engages in politicking, then if you're taken to court and you're found guilty, you could go to jail. But they are forgetting that the Leadership and Integrity Act of 2012 exempts cabinet secretaries and the members of the what we call county executive committee, the equivalent of the cabinet ministers at the county level, from section 15 of the Elections Act, which means they are allowed to campaign because at the end of the day they are appointed by politicians and they work for their for politicians. So you cannot you cannot gag them when it comes to campaigning for whoever politician they want to campaign for. So if you see UDA cherry picking whatever section of the law that they want applied, and they even forget that there is a ruling by the presidential petition number 1 of 2017, then I tend to agree with Raila Odinga here, and I've said it severally on this platform that William Samoei Ruto, my brother Wekesa, we have looked at these numbers, eh, and the way things are, William Samoei Ruto, the way things are, he will need the greatest miracle in the world to win this election because he's not winning. And now that he has discovered that he's not winning this election, he must now lay grounds um, for 10th or 11th of August to say that the election was rigged or the election was not free and fair, so that he can now go to the Supreme Court and contest the Raila Odinga's win. That's all that I'm seeing in all this circus that is going around, my brother Wekesa. Let me just leave it at that and allow somebody else to come in. Asante.
Thank you. But the way they are playing their games, the win might be so huge that you become ashamed to even contest. The way they don't, it seems like they don't have a finishing power. They are making so many mistakes at the same time.
Did you see the numbers that were home? Just 1 minute. Did you see the numbers that were home? This guy called Tuku, the guy on Facebook. You know, even after giving William Samoei Ruto 40% of the entire Ukamabani, you find that William Ruto cannot still defeat Raila Odinga. So you wonder what miracle will he use to become president? You know, there's no miracle.
My brother Kipto here will respond. I see he's very passionate on that. Let's have Peter.
Hey, Mr. Wekesa, the first greeting to all of Dennis, Wangira, Stephen, Mike, Marco, William, Roberto, all of you, let me say hi. Mr. Wekesa, thank you very much for this discussion, because we have already heard God's time is God's time. Today, Wangira has already tried to explain to us about the bishop. na ile kitu tunaweza sema ya kwamba unaweza haya binadamu, lakini malaika wa Mungu huwezi haya, kwa sababu Mungu mwenyewe yumo ndani. Najua ya kwamba leo ni siku muhimu sana, kwa sababu vile Wangira amejaribu kuongea, tunaona ya kwamba hao watu wamesaa kaa kila wakati wakikuwa wanatuzi mzee, ati mzee yule wa mganga, yule wa kitendawili. Na siku ya leo, kwa sababu hata wewe mwenyewe unapangiwa na unainvitiwa for the day, and hata huyo bishop alipangiwa na alijua ya kwamba siku ya leo ni wale siku yake ni siku ya kwenda kuhubiri na kuomba na kusema machache, vile alisema dakika 3 tu. So hii kitu ni Mwenyezi Mungu ndiye anatuonyesha mkono wake mahali vile Kenya iko. Sababu nikiongea kwa hii jamaa Vice President ama Deputy President William Samoei Ruto, nilimjua kutoka the year 202 up to 207 walipokosana na Raila. Up to 209 walipokosana na Raila. Ile kitu muhimu ya kwamba lazima tujue, Raila Amolo Odinga ni yule akona msimamo, na hiyo msimamo, na tumeona ya kwamba kitu Ruto anajaribu kufanya ni kuleta watu wa mama pamoja, isemekana ya kwamba ye pia akona wamama, sababu Azimio walichagua mama Martha Karua. So wanapanga ya kwamba ndio watu waona ya kwamba ye pia akona wamama. So hii ndio siku ya leo walipokuwa wanaongea, na umeona ya kwamba aliposema tu na watu wamefunga macho, na anajaribu kuomba kusema Kenya Kwisha. Inamaanisha hiyo kitu yao ni Kwisha kabisa, kwa sababu hata mtu asijaribu kuongea kitu kingine ati haijakwisha, imekwisha already. So hiyo kitu hatuwezi jaribu kusema ati ya kwamba hiyo Kenya yao haijakwisha. Ya kwanza, uliona siku ya leo, tunataka tujue DP wa Ruto siku ya leo siku huko Meru, tuliona ya kwamba mpaka tear gas ilitoka, mpaka watu wakasema huyu jamaa akiongea anaribia Ruto. So kama DP, kama mtu yule anakufuata na wewe hujaenda pande hiyo, unapimana na watu wa Azimio vile wana run their politics. Leo Meru amefukuzwa, watu wamepiga kelele. Na ukiona Martha Karua alipokuwa leo Ukamabani, ilikuwa siku muhimu sana na watu welcome Martha Karua. Wekesa Raila Amolo Odinga na Kalonzo Musyoka walipanga kurudi on Sunday, na wamerudi siku ya leo, kwa sababu wanapanga kesho waende upande wa Makueni. Kesho kutwa on Sunday tarehe 12 waanze mkutano kuanzia Mlolongo, Athi River, Machakos, Mwala. Sababu wamekata hiyo safari yao kurudi, ndiyo mambo iendelee vizuri. Ile kitu tunayosema sahi vile Wangira amejaribu kuongea, kwa sababu tunajua ya kwamba hii forum yetu ni forum ya kukuja pamoja na kuongea na kujua vile, hata ukijaribu kuongea tujaribu kuitengeneza na tujue mahali vile Kenya inaendelea. Ya pili, Wekesa, unaona vile jana tukileta mambo ya jana, wakati Olekina alikuwa upande wa Narok na kina Opiyo Wandayi na Mukiza Kitui, tunaona vile walijaribu kuongea na kusema sisi hatutaki matusi, tunataka tuuze sera na tulete sera, na hiyo sera yetu ndio tunataka wananchi waione, na hiyo wakisaona hii sera ni mzuri waipige kura. Ile kitu nataka nikuambie, sababu najua wana Kenya vizuri. Bado nakuja tu mahali Wangira amejaribu kuongea. Walijaribu kupea hata William Samoei Ruto 40% upande wa Eastern, na hata sahi wanaweza fanya wampee hata kama ni 42%. Lakini nataka nikuambie Wekeza, ile kitu muhimu sana, if we are going to vote today, people can tell you that we can have runoff. There is nothing like that. The thing we know very well, we're going to only have, Raila is going to have almost 70 or 68% of the votes. Take it to the bank, because we know it very well. If people vote today, I'm telling you, Raila is going to gain 60 and above %, because every person need to have, ama ukiona vile walikuwa naongea huko Nyayo, kila mtu anaongea kwa sababu tuko upande wao, wako pande hii au wako pande hii, na ile kitu tujue ya kwamba tukijaribu kuongea na hakuna mtu anaweza simama, kwa sababu yeye sio Obama ati asimame siku moja na apate. Kama angekuwa mtu kama Senator Obama tungekubali, lakini ikifika wakati saa kama sahii hakuna kitu kama hiyo. Hiyo ndio tunasema ya kwamba pande ya Azimio yetu tunaona imesimama kidete. Pande ya Kenya Kwisha, umeona hata vile yule MP wa Bahati amejaribu kuongea. Ukisoma leo kuna barua iliwekwa kwa mtandao, na hiyo barua inasemekana ya kwamba vile yule Bahati alisema, yule MP wa Bahati Mujiri alisema ya kwamba watapanga ama anaomba watu wake kura ya ujuu wabotie baba, hii ingine watu wa vote vile wanataka. Kama huu mtu ndiye alikuwa criticize wa baba, kama huu mtu ndiye alikuwa criticize wa chama ya Azimio, imefikaje saa hii anaweza ongea ati tuvotie baba? Inamaanisha ya kwamba Azimio ni Azimio, Kenya Kwisha ni Kenya Kwisha. Hiyo ndio yangu Wekesa. Asante sana.
Okay, so thank you. Let me play some short clip here. I've seen naambiwa the only mama hakulipwa ni ule alisema Kenya Kwisha. Sijui hao wengine umeona vile wanang'ang'ania pesa. Kuna mtu mic. Peter, just mute your mic. Kuna echo inatokea kwa mic yako. Kindly. Thank you. Robert, how are you? Robert Azimio.
Habari zenu, nawasalimia nyote. Thank you very much.
Yes.
Wekesa, Wangira, Peter.
Ungevaa skati uende upewe hiyo pesa wewe.
Mimi nimevaa kanzu leo.
Ungevaa skati uende upewe pesa hapo.
You know, history is something that can judge anybody harshly. And around 2021, the DP is on record saying that running mate wake atakuwa atatoka kwa atakuwa a lady. And you know, one thing that we men know is that never promise a lady anything which you don't intend to give her. Even if she does not complain, the gods will conspire against you. The gods will conspire against you totally. They are special kind of people, and they are very important in our lives. And they might not be so loud and forceful, but once the gods side with them, they will conspire against you and bring you down. Now this is the result. You know, the ladies missed out on being the deputy. We have 4 candidates, 4 presidential candidates who have been cleared so far by the IEBC. And it's only Kenya Kwanza, or call it UDA, there is no matching. It's only man and man. The rest are having, they are gender sensitive. Now you can see the results. And the choosing of the ladies by other presidential candidates has brought a lot of confusion in UDA. They are trying to try and portray themselves and give promises that they will have their cabinet, half their cabinet as ladies. But you see, it is too late. The gods have decided that now, let me deal with you. If you could not keep your promise in 2021, what can convince Kenyans surely that you are a serious man? And whether you go and sign 100 documents with all ladies, and while doing so, you scorn, you try and scorn Martha Karua by saying that Mama Mboga is not Mama Moja. And I'm sure that was directed to Martha Karua. And I'm happy that Martha Karua has responded and has asked for respect, you know, within the presidential candidates or the teams that we have gunning for presidency. You know, the problem with the DP is that he cannot keep his word. He's not a man of his word. He is somebody who is a turncoat every other day, you know. And even going back to the clip that you played of some clergy fellow in, I think in Kiambu, clearly you can see, you know, it doesn't take rocket science to look at somebody when he or she is talking, and you see that this is drama. In fact, for me, I just looked at it and I said, is this a play I'm watching in the Kenya National Theatre? Because there is nothing in that gentleman who calls himself a clergy that shows that he means his word, that he's praying for good deeds for this country. Because he has relegated himself to praising a human being and worshipping a human being, like what Mr. Wangira said. He has deviated totally from what the church teachings are all about. So I sympathize with them, and I hope God will help them, because at this rate, they must be suffering a lot, a lot of confusion. They must be under so much stress. Something is extremely wrong in their camp, and they need to get their act together. You can't keep on fooling Kenyans through and through. And the time has come when I mean, they have to face the consequences of lies. Yeah, and Martha Karua in Ukamabani, you know, each and every day, Martha Karua is doing something special. You know, she's a politician and a senior politician who is catching the eye of every Kenyan voter. And all this has to do with simple things, doing things in a simple manner. You know, you don't have to force yourself. You don't have to use money, you know, and this is what it is. You just have to try and convince the voter to vote for you. Whereas the other side, it is all about the money. You can see from the last video that you have played, people are fighting for money. I have not seen such things happening where, I mean, Azimio is campaigning. So if the deputy president has not even seen, or does he even look at some of these campaign clips after he has campaigned in the evening when he's relaxing? If he surely will look at those kind of clips.
Robert, just hold on 1 minute. Guys, if you are joining studio and you are behind the curtains, I will not admit you in. So you remain at the backstage, and if you remain for too long, I will remove you. So kindly you remove the curtains before you are admitted on the stage. Thank you.
Yeah, let me finish by saying, if either the deputy president, his think tank, his advisors are not doing him any favors, but personally, I want to believe that when he's resting after a day's work, he should be looking at some of, reviewing some of the progress that he has, of what he has been doing in the course of the day. And if he does, he surely will have to change his, the way he does his things. But it is too late for him right now. It's too late. He made a mistake of picking a terrible politician for a deputy president as a running mate. And the kind of mistakes that he has made over the years, they will surely come to haunt him. There is fatigue in politicking, and he has been politicking for 4 years, 5 years. And, even in economics, there is something called diminishing returns. You hit the high and you start now, the only other place you can go is go down. Now he's going down. So I'll leave it at that, and then we can review other issues later. Thank you, Nawekesa.
Okay. Thank you for your input. We appreciate that. Let's have Boniface.
Kipto ametoroka.
Behind the curtain, sioni Boniface.
Kipto ameenda wapi?
Kip ako hapa. I told him atoke nyuma ya curtain nimweke. Kip, can you speak before Boniface akuje? Sijui ako wapi. Kip, you are on mute, my brother. Unmute and speak.
Oh, okay, I'm here. Thank you. First of all, thank you for this forum. It's an interesting forum. Even though it sounds like it's actually an Azimio forum. So everybody is just talking and promoting Azimio, which is good. But I think sometimes it's also good to be able to analyze both sides of the political divide, so that it can also benefit others who are not necessarily supporting your
now that
your
you've
divide.
made that allocation, let me ask you a question before you proceed. As an evangelist, do you go to win souls where people are already born again and are singing hallelujah, or you go where they are not born again and you convert them? If this is Azimio son and you're looking for votes, then this is the right place to be. We are campaigning. These are campaign season, so don't feel intimidated. If you can convince us with your manifesto, we will buy your ideas. People are free here to convert. So you are free, as long as you have not been gagged. You're free to preach your UDA. Somebody else is free to preach as Azimio. It is campaign season. So proceed.
Yeah, but I was just making that observation to say that it sounds like it's just a group of excited Azimio groups meeting and consoling themselves and trying to analyze the other side, which is good, because every mistake of when your opponent makes a mistake, then you need to capitalize on that, and so that you can preach your gospel, as you're saying. But nevertheless, I wanted to make just one comment. I think, I don't know who was it, Mr. Wangira, who made a comment regarding that the deputy needs to change his tactics, political tactics. I think I agree to some extent that yes, it's a season of politics, and each candidate wants to outshine the other. Some candidates make mistakes and things like that. You need to sit down and review. I think for Kenya Kwanza, I mean, they made their own mistakes, but they have also made their own progress. And we are happy to an extent that the Kenya Kwanza groups have been able to make inroads, even in areas, for example, that they were not previously, like for example in Western Kenya, where it was seen as a stronghold for Raila Odinga. So they've been able to make inroads, and even in Ukamabani and other areas. But nevertheless, we still looking at how to improve our campaign teams. I am also a member of Kenya Kwanza in some regions here, and we continually to review our strategies. I think there was a guy who said that William Ruto has been campaigning since 2017. For one way, I mean, for one, yeah, he has been doing that but he has covered a lot. I mean, if you think of a situation whereby, for example, Uhuru Kenyatta was not going to support him, if he waited and heeded the advice of Uhuru Kenyatta, say it's not campaigning time, he will never have gained ground. But there's no politician who has made campaigns like Raila Odinga. Odinga started his campaigns in 1997. He has been campaigning throughout, and he has been, this is his 5th time trying to be president. I think, and he has failed like for 4 times, and now he's trying the 5th time. For William Ruto, I would just say that this is his first time to actually contest presidential, and we can give him credit. Like, it's the first time at his first attempt, and that's the much that he's been able to cover. And I think for me, whether he wins or not, we should be able to say that he has really covered a lot. The system is against him, but that's what he's been able to gain. And congratulations for him to that extent. So thank you.
I see one hand there. Wangira wants to ask you a question. Why do you go behind the curtain? You remain, you need to be asked questions, because the rule here is when you are behind the curtain, you are removed.
Wekesa, can I ask my question?
Yeah, proceed kindly.
My brother Kipto, you have said that Raila started campaigning in 1997 and he has failed 4 times and he's now trying the 5th time. My question to you would be that as things appear that William Samoei Ruto is going to fail on the 9th of August 2022, do you think that when William Ruto fails on the 9th of August 2022, he will be in a position to wake up and move on the way Raila Odinga has been in the last 4 instances?
Why not? There are no rules that says that it's only Raila Odinga who can be resilient. I mean, all politicians have a potential to be able to rise up again and move on. You know, Raila Odinga is known to be someone who doesn't accept defeat. I mean, he has been claiming that he has won all the elections. William Ruto said that he will accept the the verdict of the people. If he fails, then he'll accept the results. So, I mean, you can't really make a claim here that William Ruto is not going to bounce back if he fails. There is no justification as to why you think that he can never bounce back.
Kibo, you have a question?
Thank you so much, Mr. Wakes. I have a question for Mr. William. You said the system is against him, and your boss said we don't have the system. Who is contradicting the statement? Is it you or your boss? Secondly, the only person who has made 2-3 times to run presidency now, he has never like rules of do what is only Raida. Look at all the individuals who have tried. Once they try, they go for good. Because of what? Patience. Your boss has no patience. So he will never, if he fails this one, I mark my words, he'll never come back to politics again.
Okay, Robert, I think let's have all the responses and then you respond. Keep talking. Robert?
Yeah, Kipto, I want to ask you a question because there's this narrative that the older people always propagate that that Raila has. Some people have an argument that Raila is always losing elections. Did you vote in 2007? And if you did, whom did you give your vote?
Okay, regarding Robert's question asking me whether I voted 2007, I did. As who I voted, that's something. I mean, that's my personal. It's something personal to me because I can't really disclose to you that who I voted. It's not a must that I should tell you who I voted.
Okay.
It's okay.
Thank you. Okay, let me ask you this way, Kip. Let me ask you this way. I think one, you see, there are people who lose election by avoiding to participate. For example, we had 56 presidential candidates, and they were weeded out, and they remained 4. Can the 52 that were weeded out of the presidential race have the audacity to tell the remaining 4, the 3 out of the remaining 4, that you lost an election, and telling them that you are a perennial loser, while you yourself did not even qualify in the first stage? So why am I bringing out this? In 2007, Ruto was a presidential candidate. Mudavadi was a presidential candidate. Kalonzo was a presidential candidate. And when in their own internal, Raila emerged the winner. He outsmarted all of them. So if you fail at the group stage, you cannot even have the audacity to tell someone who failed at the final that he's a loser. You lost at the group stage. So it's not like William Ruto is running for presidency for the first time, but it is for the first time that he has arrived at the final stage. The rest of the time he was failing at the group stage. So mark that. Let's not confuse these people by telling us, oh, for the first time William is running. He has tried, but he has never reached that top. 2013, he was also a presidential candidate, but he left it for Uhuru. So that means you have failed at a lower stage. So don't tell us that you have never run. You have run, but you have never reached at the apex. That is the difference. So if you fail at the group stage, we cannot even qualify you that you were a serious presidential candidate. We may even classify you as another joker. like the Kukubos of this world, who have always been running for the sake of running. And some run for the sake of brokerage. They want to get money. And we know some of guys who have run, but in the process they are paid and they drop from the rest. So such a guys should not have, I've only even seen people like Mudavadi and Aweta will tell Raila that, oh, you are a perennial loser. And they have never even attempted. They fail at the initial stage. Even people cannot endorse them to run. So how do you even have the liver, the audacity to say that, my friend? And again, when you look at the 2007, if we talk about Raila lost, who was passionately defending that Raila should not accept, it was Ruto. Who was the chief agent of Raila? So if Raila never accepted the results, did Ruto accept 2007? He was the one pushing that he should not accept. So don't twist us and tell us that Raila never accepts the result. In fact, Raila was willing, but these guys were pushing him. He's on the record confessing that ile kitu ya, hata tukienda kwa nini, ile kitu ya prime minister ilikuwa yangu akaninyang'anya, because he was pushing. Akaambia Raila, now if you accept defeat now, you will not take away my seat. Mimi nitapata prime minister. So that conversation should be broadened, because all of us were in Kenya and we know what happened, and we know who was a hardliner, and we know who were soft guys when it came to the Serena agreement. Okay,
well,
kama kuna swali lingine we go to.
So there's this
just
argument that
we go to the next one.
So there's this argument that people know.
I respond then. Respond. Okay.
Yeah, so there's this argument that you always that people bring about that okay, because you are this and this, so you have no audacity like questioning, you know. So bringing Raila to a level that Raila is somebody that should not be questioned just because he has been running for office and he has been very resilient, and that other people cannot match Raila. You know, those are just tactics to intimidate other people. You know, the fact that that Wetangula and Musalia were not able to accompany Raila, and then they have no audacity like to question Raila. That's really a fallacy. You know, I mean, no one should be no one should be like above the law. Like, so they can never be questioned just because you are not able to do that. To be able to, I mean, to be like Raila is above the law. No.
No, I think you didn't get my point, Kipto. I said, okay, sometimes you don't have, like when you tell someone you are a thief, when the person you are telling has stolen a chicken and you have stolen billions. So what I'm saying is that those who are telling Raila is a loser, they are worse because they lost at the lower stage. They did not even merit to go to those other ranks. Mark, you even life rewards. You see even in football, if you fail at the semi-final, there's someone who will be given a bronze, and then even if there's someone who will get a gold, but there's another person who will get a bronze. A bronze person has lost, but because he made effort up to the third stage, he got an award. So if you look at Raila's performance, he is always this. If he doesn't get number one, he's number two. So he is still rewarded. Teams in his Nandanga final, all of them are winners. It's only that one will get the gold, another one will get the silver.
Yeah,
so
but
you
my
can't
point
call such
is,
a person a failure.
Yeah, but my point is that, but that does not stop other people from commenting and giving opinions about that particular person. And so you can't really stop other people and say, just because you are not Raila as much, then you have no authority to comment about Raila, you know. That's now intimidation that I'm talking about. That's the same way that you are also giving comments about Ruto and that the fact that Ruto is not going to win and things like that. I mean, it doesn't mean that because Ruto is a contestant and Raila is a contestant, but it does not give others room not to be able to comment about the failure of a candidate. You know, so that's what I see a lot, that people try
But
to
who has
look at
been
Raila.
denied the room and they have been commending my brother? Who have been denied room? It's only when someone dismisses your allegations, doesn't mean has denied you space. He's only telling you that what you are saying doesn't hold water. But you can say as much as you want to say, but the truth is, I will tell you that what you have said doesn't mean anything. But I don't stop you from saying it. I think that one we are done with it. Let's get moving now. Let's have Mr. Kamau. How are you? Eric, you had a question?
I'm fine. Yeah, I had just one question for Kip, kindly.
Yeah, briefly, we go to Mr. Kamau.
Yeah, I've heard Kip saying that Raila and Ruto right now, the system is against Ruto. So why do they feel it so bad? And the same Ruto in 2017 and 2013, the system favored them. So which difference do they see there? What is big problem with them about that?
Well, because candidates, I mean, every candidate wants to win, and Kenya Kwanza wants to win, and the same thing with Azimio. But it is very clear right now that the system is also is against Ruto just because they fell with Uhuru, and even Raila is on record saying that that now that the system is with them, then they are very sure that they are going to win. And you can see that Raila has been one of the person fighting IEBC a lot.
Kindly put it in perspective. Oburu Odinga is not Raila Odinga. So don't say Raila is on record. Put it in perspective. Raila denied even after immediately his brother said that Raila was outside the country. When he came, he denied those allegations. And I can play for you the clip because I don't want here to fabricate lies. He said that is Oburu Odinga's, that is his personal view. And this is what Raila said. Raila said, according to me, Uhuru is the president and Ruto is the deputy president. If there exists a system, then it's between Uhuru and Ruto. I will play for you that clip. Raila has never mentioned the system saying it's for him.
There is a difference between what is said and what is and the reality.
You are telling us he's on record. Kindly use the right words. You are telling us Raila is on record saying. So I am playing the records.
So are you going to take my opinion, or you are just going to insist on what you know?
No, you don't. You don't just fluke through your way in argument. You have to tell a substantive. If you told me it was Oburu Odinga, I will not have a problem because I heard him say that.
William, are you confirming there is a system?
Okay,
there is.
Let's do this. We allow you to make your argument, but if it's outrightly misleading, we will stop you. We will say that is not true. So I think let's rest that case. Let's have now Mr. Kamau to make his presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, everybody. I think sometimes we degenerate to very petty issues because sometimes whether the system is on this side or the other side, the truth of the fact is that the Luto Brigade are losing it badly, and I can tell you when you start your campaign and start by abusing the rich people, the media. You abuse everybody, the powers that be, disrespect your boss. Eventually, all these people group, and whether you call them the system or not, at the end of the day, they cannot support your ideals because you have disrespected them. And that is what Ruto did. Ruto did not just he was not shunned by the system. The system here, I mean, the people that matter in politics, the media, the others. He started by abusing them, saying they are not, even if, in fact, there was a time he said even if Oburu Odinga is made the chairman of IBC, he's going to win. So you can imagine that kind of a talk. But anyway, that is not here neither there. But my submission today is on what I saw today. You know, when you hire a pastor and you don't hire the somebody said you hire a pastor and you don't hire the Holy Spirit, then those are the kind of things that happen because somebody is praying, he is in the anointing of God or purported, and then he's calling the people he's praying Kenya Kwisha. He's telling them you are actually Kenya Kwisha. The Kwisha means mtamaliza Kenya, kama ule mzee alisema waligula, and therefore it is unfortunate that these people are trying so hard to disrupt the effect of mother, and it is becoming so difficult because mother is coming in and they're talking about si mama moja ni mama sijui ni mama Mboga. It is not working because if you really needed a woman, it starts with that first woman. If the woman cannot be in the highest level of the decision making in Kenya, then hizo vitu zingine unatuambia promise after promise after promise. Sanitary sasa vitu ambazo hakuwa hata amesiongea juu ya mbele hapo awali, sasa ameanza kupromise watu sanitary, ameanza kupromise watu diapers, ameanza kupromise watu ambazo vitu ambazo sasa hata I think he'll even promise now anything associated with women to make sure that he diffuses the impact of Martha. But it is not going to work because as it stands right now, people have actually noticed a very big difference after the mentioning of a deputy president. In fact, Ruto now should be so much worried about Jacoya because Jacoya now is sending a new message to the hustlers. You know, the hustlers are so tired of a person coming with a chopper to tell them that he represents them. Jacoya has no chopper and he's coming to tell the hustlers now, Bangi can solve your problems. Tukipanda Bangi. So they are looking at it as a new message. They're looking at Bangi and snakes. If I can do it, I can get out of poverty. That is resonating well with the hustlers in the slums, with the hustlers who are eating Mboga and wale wanavuta bangi. So the person Ruto should be so concerned now because I think he's no longer competing with Raila. Raila, I think, is in another level. You know, I was so much interested to see, I don't know whether people have observed, jina Azimio imeandikwa Azimio, and then chini ya hapo Azimio kuna 5 stars. Hiyo 5 stars, wale ambao wanajua 5 stars inamaanisha nini? Inamaanisha 5-star hotel. Ukiambiwa umeingia 5-star hotel, inamaanisha hiyo ni hoteli ambayo sasa si ya kawaida. Hiyo ni kitu ambayo iko hali ya juu. Hata naona Kesa amevaa hiyo kofia na iko na 5 star. Kwa hivyo sasa baba ako 5 star kind of politics ambazo zina resonate na the knowledgeable, politics ambazo zina resonate na the majority of the youth, the majority of the women, and therefore right now Ruto has been relegated to 2 star, 3 star. Na Jacoya ako 2 star. So hapo ndipo competition sasa iko. He should even forget about competing with Baba. Baba is at 65%, I think as we speak today, Baba amepiga Ruto in all areas: political, manifesto, learning mate, project, the pillars, the Azimio pillars. I think there is nowhere now Ruto can get Baba, and therefore I'm so excited because for me, I've never even voted for Baba before, but I think I never listened to him before because there was a lot of propaganda in our place where I come from. But now I'm trying to understand whenever he talks about, like, for example, the education pillar, when he talks about one county, one product. Because to me, when you even talk about, before you even go to the education, as I talk about one county, one product, I look at how a school, an industry can transform a very remote place. Because if you want to spur any rural economy, na uanze kitu kama a university, hata kama iko Wajia katikati, uanze university, weke stima, weke maji, the spillover effect of that school will change the whole scenario. In fact, people will have electricity, watu watajenga hata nyumba za kukondisha hapo, and they will grow. If you start a company, for example, when Mumias was Mumias and Sony Sugar, you would see anybody around that place has water. Everybody around that place has there's welding and stuff like that. So now we can see that his proposal, his manifesto, is resonating well with the majority of the people in Kenya. So what we saw today with the women sijui charter, it is just pure comedy. It is a makeshift idea to counter Mother effect, because Mother is campaigning everywhere. He was in, I think today he was in Makueni, Wote, and all those areas alone. And the other deputy president of Kenya Kwanza, and of course Kenya Kwisha, as we were told by the pastor, the deputy didn't even talk in that funnel. He's the second most important person in that group. He was told, we usiongee because utaharibu, we kaa hapa, bibi yako ataomba baada ya hiyo maneno. So you can see the confusion in that group. They are regretting, and I feel the guy who was here, William feels dejected. You can see he is actually admitting that they are losing, and that is because of their choices. They have made very poor choices. They have used very poor analogies and stories that are no longer selling. The lies of one Samuel Ruto have expired. Now what is new, it is the story of Jacoya. In fact, it is resonating well with many hustlers. So Ekesa, as I finish, I want to say that we are on the right trajectory. I want to go to the other side because I have to teach our people on the ways of not abandoning the right track of developing this country. Asante sana.
Yeah, in 30 seconds, I've heard people make jokes, including Kina Moses Kuria and Skasudi, that Washakoyo can create a runoff. What is your take?
He can, of course, I don't know if he can't, but I know he will gather so many votes because the thing is, I'll tell you the truth. Even today, I met some people, young people, very young people, wanakula mogoka somewhere, and I listened to their discussion. They were saying, na unajua bangi ni ukweli inaweza saidia sisi. You can imagine they are thinking, hiyo bangi ati kama ati gunia moja inaweza uzwa pesa ngapi? So, and you know, unfortunately, this thing is being used by so many young people. So it is really touching them kabisa. So lakini atapata kura ambazo watu wako expect. That one I know. So he is eating in the basket of the hustlers. He is eating in the basket of the young people where Ruto has been.
So badala ya create runoff atapunguza kura za hustlers, ndio?
Yes.
I heard also someone say that those who are, now that is a Mount Kenya effect, those who are disappointed with the Ruto but don't want to vote Raila now are considering Wachakoya.
No, I don't think, unless it's young. I told you, it's people who have no light thinking. I'm sorry to say that, but anybody reasonable person cannot vote for Jacoya because those are very
Yeah,
interesting. So, but
but again, we are discussing a negligible percentage of 1% there.
yeah.
Yeah, okay. Thank you for your input. Let me have, where's Mike? He has been coming on off. I don't know. Today, I think his network is disappointing. I have 3 people here at the backstage, Haman, Junior, and the Babu. If you don't remove the curtain, mutabaki backstage. Tunataka kuwaona. And mukikaa backstage for 20 minutes na kutoa watu wengine waingie. So if you choose to come fully, don't come halfway. Umechificha nyuma, kwani umepepa bunduki? So let's have Okibo.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Wekesa, Mr. Wangira, Mr. Kamau, and Kenya, Joshua, and Mr. George. Let me go straight to the point. There is something that we need to tell people, and they need to know that whichever the case that we have everything, we have done everything, there is somewhere you can't lie. You'll never lie in front of God. The first thing, the bridger, she admitted is Kenya Kwisha. She can't change that phrase to another Kenya Kwanza in front of God. That is impossible. You speak what is in your heart. So that is what actually is on the ground. William Ruto should accept that that is what is in people's hearts. Secondly, I was following that meeting. There is already alikuja hapo and she said, I went to Karen, Mr. Ruto gave me 1 million personally. And then since she was like na petrol mwenye tuna support, then she changed some sentiments. So she gave us the first place she admitted she was given as an individual 1 million, and she said, oh, tulipewa kama chama tunatoa sijui 30 whatever. So to widen that thing, that is like forming a story in front of people so that you can paint a good picture of somebody who doesn't have that thing. That was not and void. She tried to lie about it, but I guess whoever was listening to her knew that it's time for change. And change is not brought by lying to people. You really need to have that change that has in your heart. That is the fact. And I saw they branded their women charter. Kwani ungeenda huko kama ujavaa yero ungeingia? So that is my question. Na uweke kitu ya Azimio. Kenya Kwisha hapo mbele. So that is another question I ask myself. So does it mean ungevaa another current uingia? Another thing, I have seen a video going viral. The same video that you played over here. They are fighting for money. What does that implicate or what's the significance of that one? All those things that the UDA people usually follow is not about Sarah, is whatever. What am I going to get from that rally? That's what they need to know. Mama in Ukamabani, that is a national leader. And the other guy who even akupewa nafasi ya ongelesha hata mama juu atakuwa the vice president, akupewa hata nafasi, that is a village elder. Ustahili kubuleta in a national platform because atajua what is on the national level. So muacha akae in the village, he needs to be there. That is his league. Finally, this is what people need to know. Azimio is here for change, and Uda is here for that. They need to know that, and let this go into hata kinyo utanisaidia kama nitaongea vibaya, but let me like you put that thing. If it were not Ruto's Uhuru sentiments, like I work my 10 years, then secondly my people support Ruto in the next 10 years. If it were not those sentiments, Ruto angepenya Mount Kenya, sai angekuwa kiroboto huko, tunamtafuta hivyo. I'm honest with you. If Kinywa I said the wrong thing, kindly utanikosoa. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you for that input. Eric Kinywa.
Yes, hi, how are you everyone?
We're good.
Yeah, thank Mr. Wekesa, long time bwana, nakuonanga tu fwa. But I can see you are fine. So thank you so much. The first thing, my first thing and my happiness. Sisi soko ya miraa imerudi. Wataambia watu nini? Kwetu wataambia watu nini soko ya miraa?
I think they gave Munya a challenge. You remember when they were launching Azimio manifesto? They said he should not promise things, he should start working on them.
Yeah.
Then God has helped them. Some of the things are already fixing themselves. So I agree with what you're saying.
Soko ya miraa imekuja.
Your background in
No, my background has noise. Let me just okay, I'm fine now. Maybe that's why I'm saying bei ya miraa imerudi sasa. Saizi tuko na soko. So we are very comfortable now. Sasa sijui wataambia watu nini. So for us we are fine. Sorry, I was walking where there is no noise. So I think Mr. Wekesa, watu wa Ruto tumewaweza, and I'm really grateful. Even today they had their women chattered in Nyayo, and the Holy Spirit doesn't lie. And the Holy Spirit, you can never bribe the Holy Spirit. Even in prayers, you cannot. Nobody makes mistake when praying. So that's something people should understand. So the Holy Spirit just spoken the right thing, and for sure it's like that. And there is one thing I'm going to say here. You know, if you're talking about the women charter, I want people to see this. The Ruto, the women he had, hao ni wale watu tu wake analipanga tu watu wa UDA, because if you really want to deal with women, awange kuwa na uniform za UDA wote. So it's something that was planned. You must have, this is the dress code. And if you wanted to address the women, you are supposed to come the way you feel, you are comfortable. You see, you're supposed to attend the way you are, with your own dressing code, if you want to go with the kitenge or whichever. And you see, it was kind of a planned thing. They had uniform because the whole of place was the yellow thing. So for that purpose, let them continue. Let me go to the topic. Karua campaigning in Ukamabani. You know, Karua this time round, she is a national leader now. She's not playing the local politics. And you see, Karua is giving the UDA hard times. And you know, Karua will change things even in Mount Kenya. And things have changed. So for that reason, Karua is doing a great job. About Ruto promises, hizo tulishazoea, and watu washazoea. Even in Mount Kenya, we have registered them actually. So we know.
Amesema women 50-50. in cabinet. So why should we believe him when in, was it 2020, he promised that he's going to name a woman as a running mate? Hata hiyo promise ijamaliza 2 years, isha expire. So
The women she
the women Ruto 50-50.
The women Ruto was addressing was the women who are there in Nyayo, not the whole country women. The only women who are there. That didn't go to all women in Kenya. And that's why they had uniform. You see, they had uniform. So those are the women he was addressing about 50-50, not other. So mambo yake ya promise, we know, and it's okay. Acha aendelee. Na Ruto, my friend, Mount Kenya, ile shida naenda kupatana nayo Mount Kenya. All those women who are there watampiga character development ataitana, because I saw even the money were being given, watu walikuwa wanapewa pesa. Finally people were given money, and you know these things, hii kitu haitaki hasira. Na Ruto hajafail hata mara moja, wacha afail hii asikie. Hajafail nothing. Hii uongozi haikujangi vile anafikiri mka asubuhi unapewa uongozi. That thing can ever happen. So Ruto lazima afail ndio our card. Lazima yeye apitie trenches like baba, so that ndiye akipata uongozi aiheshimu. Ruto aheshimu uongozi because aliipata na mlango ya nyuma. You understand? Ndio maana aheshimingi uongozi, aheshimu viongozi. Watu wenye anafuatana nao, they don't respect elders, they don't respect leaders, because they got the leadership via back door. So for that purpose, he should learn with baba. Ruto angoja afikishe miaka 70, akuwe sasa ana tamaa ya mashamba, ana tamaa ya wizi ya pesa, ana tamaa ya hiki ama kile. Sa hizo ndio sasa anaweza jaribu. But for now, because in Mount Kenya, Ruto is struggling to get 50%. And trust me, you know, I think the current of next week, the rally there will be a lot of campaign in Mount Kenya. Na watu wajue saizi soko yetu ya miraa isharudi. So naambia watu wajue Munya, saa hizi Munya akifika home, hiyo ni moto ya kuotea mbali. And I'm just saying this for people to understand before we go to mathematics. I want people to check the votes that Munya had in 2017 and the votes that Kiraito had in 2017. That is like almost 480,000 votes from Meru County alone. Na sita hesabu hizi zingine, wajue hizo kura around 90% of them ni za Azimio sasa. So let them calculate. Already I can prove a deposit of 1.5 million, a deposit. That is, hiyo haiwezi toka, iko tu ya baba Mount Kenya. Hiyo iko. A deposit of 1.5 yenye haipigiwi siasa, hiyo iko. Kura za Karua 120 something, za Munya, za Kiraito, za Ngonjiri, za Kaninikega, those are the votes for baba. Na sijaweka za Uhuru hapo. So already akona deposit ya 1.5. So people should understand the dynamics of Mount Kenya. So Mr. Wekesa, mimi nitaingia masaa zingine, watu wengi wazee wa mahesabu wakiingia, so that we talk more. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you for your contribution. We appreciate. Joshua. Joshua, 2017, you know, baba alikuwa Joshua. Tukienda Canaan.
Well?
Is Canaan real?
Can you hear me well?
Nakusikia, ni wewe unafaa kuongea.
Thank you so much. Wow, Canaan is real, and the long-awaited destination is coming. In fact, the road to Sugoi is real. The time has come, and he has sensed defeat big time. Even the spirit today confirmed. For the first time, the spirit confirming that for real, somebody said, this is Kenya Kwisha, and it has to be, and it has come to be. All right? Now, personally, let me talk about the Mother Karua effect. It's making Ruto run everywhere, right? Ruto has been everywhere to see, like, okay, if Mount Kenya has been attacked, and for sure it's going to divide its votes, where else can I get it? You've seen Ruto running away, camping in Western all this time. Why? Because he is afraid that Mount Kenya is gone with the running mate. But what am I doing with this Madivid I have here? What am I doing with this other guy? It's called who? Huyo mtu mwenye alikuwa anasema anachagua na bibi ni nani huyo? Okay, so he is running everywhere trying to get the votes. Now, the promises that Ruto has been given, they are still the same promises is giving. But he has realized that he is late. Those things that he has been saying are not working, right? So I want you to imagine about Ruto 2013. He promised that the women of Kenya will no longer deal with jempes. Can you imagine? How can a whole deputy president promise that? And he has delivered not even a single tractor to any Kenyan woman outside here. Then he is now here promising 50 billion, 100 billion. Nothing is in the structure. He has been running with a narrative called Hustler. No, not Hustler Nation. What is this called? The bottom up. Something he doesn't even understand. For God's sake, Ruto is not an economist. He's not an economist. And he should not talk about something he doesn't know, something which has not been proven. And Ruto has never explained to me or to another person in the world what is the problem with devolution. And what will bottom up bring the devolution has not brought? And how can it work with the devolution? Is it going to do away with the whole constitution that he opposed, so that it can bring the bottom up? Or what is it going to do, right? So there is something that people said about Jacoya, and for real, I love this guy called Jacoya. He has created a very interesting discussion in the world. Right now, the United States, the US, and all these other countries, they're talking about the medical marijuana, they're talking about hemp. It's a big industry. It is one of the biggest industries in the world. And Forbes said it's growing by 700%. I believe Baba, because Baba is forming the next government, he should take in this guy called Jacoya, takes him in and gives him a docket in Peter Munya's, agriculture and production, such that we can also embrace that idea. It's a big idea. All governments are running into it. Now, there is something that I wanted to say, that Ruto is very late. Ruto is always trailing Raila, right? Raila did, when he was launching, before he launched Azimio, he took 90 days. He went to every count, collected their views, sat with people, the young people, churches, he went everywhere. And they collected what specific counties, specific regions need, and included that in the manifesto, right? Then here we have the deputy president also opposed to this. He said that he's not going to embrace any other party. It has to be UDA. Guess what? Baba has forced him to do that because Baba did it very smart. He has forced him to take other small parties. Another thing that I wanted to say is, now that Ruto has been cornered, he has to go and seek people. The county economic forum that is doing right. Raila did about 90 days ago. 90 days ago. So the way Ruto is going to compete with the Raila as the things are. Now Ruto is running with the narrative that this guy is manufacturing polls. Honestly, Why can't he manufacture his? We need to see him manufacturing his. Because you cannot say every opinion that is bad. No, you need sometimes to think and say, yes, I've been defeated. What are the effects? Mother effects. He's trying to bring the mothers together. Thank God the devil has ashamed them today. Right? The devil today has run away because he had the ordained pastor today said this Kenya Kwisha. Right? So the women chapter is not going to go any far. He's already late. He's not going to deliver his manifesto in time. He's already late. And guess what? He's locked out of Kisilan. He's locked out of Western. He's locked out of Nyanza. He's locked out of Ukamabani. He's locked out of Northeastern. He's locked in Mombasa. The only place he has to breathe is Sugoi. Right? That's the only place he has to breathe. Mount Kenya is still a fight. And by the way, we have not seen the campaign. We have not seen the really campaign starting. It is starting, right? Because Raila has already launched the campaign team, right? So I want to say this as I finish, that Ruto has been running with the propagandas. That guy is loaded with a lot of propagandas. He says, huyu mtu akitendawili, right? Huyu mzee, he's old. How can you judge somebody against the age? Ruto is going to get old and is going to be discriminated the same way he wants to discriminate, the age. By the way, that's the experience we need right now in Kenya, right? That experience and wisdom is what we need right now. He's been saying, Muganga, honestly, how do you go to people to sell against somebody that you in Muganga? That you know the Bible, you know the verses, you can quote this, you can do this, but huyu mwingine ni muganga, me I'm the clean one. We need to clean this from the political scene. These propagandas don't work anymore, right? And then unaenda kusema huyu ni mtu wa kung'oa reli, I don't know, all these propagandas is a project of the government. Who can you sell to? As I finish this, Raila has already his vote block, the voting block intact. The only thing he needed is to have a few people who can believe in his structures, who can believe in his manifesto from Mount Kenya, and he becomes the 5th president of this country. I'm so grateful that, at times in life, you meet people like Uhuru Kenyatta who come and sit with themselves and ask themselves, what is wrong if we can support somebody with ideals and the ideas that can save this country? What's wrong with that? And he reasoned with himself and he said, Kenya, we need Amani Kwanza. He said we need a person who is a visionary, where Ruto is not. Ruto is, I don't know whether he has a vision, by the way. I don't know. I need to know whether he has ever fought for anything good that has been happened in this country. By the way, from the constitution, he fought it. When the people were chasing multipartyism, he fought it, right? The constitution, he fought it. Did I say that? Yes. BBI, something which was so noble, he fought it through the courts because he was the one celebrating and thinking like this was to give Raila presidency. And he opposed something so good that even the people in his village were to enjoy. And the president trusted him, by the way, with some of the projects like Aurora and Kimwere. And he ate the money that takes water to his village. Oh my God. Please, let me finish there. But I know for sure that Raila has it right. The gender effect is creating a ripple effect in this campaign and is development oriented. And I believe him when he says he's going to deal with corruption. I believe him with all my heart. I know Mother Karua. I know who Raila is. And I know that this Kenya is going to be is a corruption-free zone as from 9th of August this year. Thank you so much, Bwana Wekesa.
Wow, thank you for that rich contribution. What is your prediction of Nakuru? Nakuru, we have seen this infight between Susan and Higa. Is the ground changing or the preference is?
My belief is UDA will have 40%, 60% will go to Azimio, and that means 600 votes will go to Raila. If we have 1 million, all of it votes, 600 will go to Raila, and 400 will go to Ruto. So Kihika will go home.
Okay. Lamek.
Thank you, Wekesa, and good evening, everyone.
Good evening to you too.
Good evening, and thank you very much for Wekesa for having me today. I know Bernard has been on.
Let me just help Ochuka. There's an order in which we do our system. So you are feeling like you are left out, but you. Oh, I haven't seen your message. Yeah, Ochuka is saying that he has 2%. Do we allow him to comment ama to mwambie Q?
Please.
Fine. It's okay.
Wacha Lameka withhold kidogo, wacha tumpatie hiyo chance before asiseme alilala na message ya kukomboa Kenya.
My message was today I was watching DP in Nyayo. He really took his day, the whole day, discussing about women. So I was wondering, why is actually his DP didn't even say anything. It was about DP, women, DP, women, DP, women. Now it's about Martha effect because he is really feeling it like really women won't vote for him. First of all, we have single mothers, then we have widows, then we have just ladies who wanted to hear. If Ruto will appoint a lady, they'll go on Ruto's side. If Baba will appoint a lady, they'll go on Baba's side. Also now those are three. Then now it comes to our wives now. I'm married, I'll pursue my wife like you see. Ruto I think akisema hivi atatuweka mahali fulani, tutasaidika mahali fulani. So he's really struggling na issue ya women. Like I wish wangegawanyika mara watatu. Wetangula angekuwa kwingine, Gachagua angekuwa kwingine, yeye angekuwa Nyayo, maybe Mudavadi angekuwa kwingine, but sijaona hiyo. Nimeona wote wamekuja wamekusanyika kwa wanawake. I know walikuwa lese wanawake 1,000.
Aya, ni power imeenda ama ni amehang?
I think amehang.
Yeah, he's having network issues. Lamek,
Thank
endelea,
you.
akirudi tutamwachilia amalizie.
Thank you. I think I should continue to my submission. And good evening once again. Thank you, Wekesa, for having me. Today, I want to be very different a bit. I have 3 items. I'm always very brief in this program. Bernard can testify this so that we can give others a chance to give their submission. One, the event at Nyayo Stadium for Kenya Kwanza. I think the event, to my opinion, was good. This was a women convention, and it achieved the purpose. As a Kenyan, the promises they were given, I know, Joshua, you must be worried. DP gave promises like any politician who can give promises. You don't know whether it's going to be a reality or it's just promises like other politician. I'm not a supporter for Kenya Kwanza. I'm a Masimio guy. But today, the convention for that woman, they achieved the intended purpose. But again, the way they approached the convention is totally what people are questioning. But to that, we leave it for them. We'll see the results. Those women who attended, I hope the promises they were given when they come to form the government, it will come to it will come to the reality. Second is mother and campaigning in most counties. I think when mother was nominated as a running mate for Azimio presidential candidate, to me, it was a game changer. Martha, she's an experienced politician. She will still going to bring positive impact to Azimio. There's nothing about arguing, saying about mother or this and this. I always fault Kenya Kwanza. Whenever their agenda is either to talk about Raila, nowadays they're talking about mother. So one way or another, they have really lost the ground. A third item is very interesting, Wakesa, that Kenya Kwanza, they are now having every kind of bloggers who are giving lies every day, who even edit pictures in their rallies. What does that mean? They're losing on the ground. I agree what Joshua was, some items he mentioned, and he has done a very fast mathematics, which I believe I agree with him. Apart from the stronghold in Kenya Kwanza stronghold, in part of Rift Valley and a part of Mount Kenya, that's where they want to concentrate. But again, Azimio, how many percentage do we need from the mountain? I don't think we need 40%. 25%, we are done home. Look at the core principles of people like Wetangula and Mudavadi. They have no support from their rural counties. So for them, they're like flower girls who are saying, let us be here. We don't want to look like we're gonna get embarrassed. Let us stick there. They made a decision. If they want to sink, they can sink the way they are. So to me, I think the game has started. In the next 60 days, we're gonna see interesting times. But whoever has seen the statistics, forget about the polls you see around here. You could see actually Azimio, they are ahead of Kenya Kwanza. And I believe the momentum continues. Azimio presidential candidate is out of the country. You could see Mother Karua doing what she does better. I saw another team yesterday in Kajiado, headed by Kina Junet, done a good ground. So without Papa being around, you can see very good activities. Wekesa, let me give you an example. If Ruto travels outside the country and he leaves behind Kina the core principles, you could see there's a very big gap which has been left there. So we wish them well. The most important thing is for them to have a peaceful elections. That's what Kenyans want. Thank you, Wekesa.
Okay, thank you for that submission. Nataka tumalize round 1 ya watu waliingia, so let's have a DJ and then we go to Mama Selina.
Kesa ni aje? Unanisikia?
Kabisa.
Good evening everyone. Mimi nakuaga ile association ya comment section huko, but once in a while I pop up. So me I'm in Thika, pande ya Kiambu. One thing to note ni mobilization ya hawa mama ilianza juzi from huku kwetu, cause niko Thika town constituency, and if kama ulikuwa strategic enough ungeona kuna, if you are following keenly, kulikuwa na picha za huyo mama the aspirant MP mwenye ataka huku hivi, walikuwa wamejifunga hizo leso za yellow, if you are very very keen enough, because zimeandikwa Alice Ngano. So walikuwa wameanza mobilization huku, that was on either Tuesday because hata kulikuwa na track ya roadshow. I'm always part of campaigns na kwa track za roadshow, but this time took a different direction na story ya either being part of the team ama kuvolunteer. So it was evident mobilization ilianza on Tuesday because walikuwa all over the place wanapeana leso tu, mashuka, t-shirts. There was nothing else they were doing. Weird enough, kulikuwa hadi na gari za aspirants wa Gatondo, nimesahau jina yake, ilikuja hadi kwetu. Una imagine gari trailer ilitoka Gatondo ikuje, huyo si mtu atakuwa governor ama nini, atakuwa MP, but imetoka Gatondo ikakuja hadi Thika kufanya nini? It was all about mobilization because nini, kulikuwa hiyo movie ya baba ilikuwa hakuna venye nani wanaweza icounter kusema ati gender is not an agenda. Gender is an agenda whether we like it or not. Na mtu mwenye amini that gender is not an agenda bado yako Stone Age period. Hawa na need actually kuwa colonized the second time, and so because the euphoria of them trying to neutralize history ya baba kuchagua Martha, lazima wangeleta that women chapter. That was expected. So the mobilization started all along. Hao mama wamelipwa. We know some of them because we've been part of these campaigns down 2013, 2017. Even right now we are doing them chini ya maji, but not ile as in on the track road show, because that's where I've been for the past 3 elections. I've been a DJ on a road show track. Nimefanya campaigns za both sides, za NASA, nikafanya za TNA, nikafanya za Jubilee. Because for us it's all about, sisi unajua ukiwa kwa track you're a DJ, it's money for me. I'm going there for money. And I know how, even if today I want to jump on a track ya UDA tomorrow, I'll make more money because they dish a lot of money. Their way of mobilizing is giving a lot of money. But one thing I like is right now on this other side, nini imekuwa kuna hii narrative that these people have been posting so much, sijui hao watu wanajua Mungu kuliko watu wengine. You know, it's the same thing that happened in America in 2020. If you're keen online, evangelical preachers, Facebook, sijui wanaombea Trump, sijui nani is the chosen one and everything, but the same God. Unajua sisi huomba, it's not that we don't pray, na tunaenda kwa magoti zetu wekesa, we call on that same God. So when ukiumeka mahali mtu ana try kusema sijui darkness and light, the same God that I pray to anakuwa is actually gets offended na huyo mtu mwenye atajaribu kufanya yeye ndio, na confusion itakuja. The only way God will neutralize these people is confusion, because mtu wa kwanza alislip up alikuwa Waigoro alimention Azimio kwa the statement yake vizuri, alafu anasema sorry, and you see it's not a slip of the tongue. Already uko na document unasoma, but you're still slipping of the tongue. God will confuse you. Number 2, that pastor, they know very well that wao ni brokers. Me I call them, kuna churches na need I say kuna kanisa zina need revival na kuna makanisa zina need kufungwa. That's my understanding. That is my opinion. Someone can call me the way you want it. But the good thing is I live in Thika. There is that conversation. We are now having a conversation, and I'm happy. Hata ukitembea huko around unaona kuna aspirants wa MCAs wako na wanasimama hadi na ODM na si Mjaluo ama nini. Unajua, okay, they might not win, but unajua ni poa, cause imagine this place was hectic. 2017 I was campaigning for Jubilee. Ungekuja huko ODM ati nini? When Baba came to Thika kupigwa mawe, as in ilikuwa hostile, but right now kuna hiyo conversation ya like Azimio. It was not there before. Okay, it was kidogo slightly before Baba elected Martha, but when Martha was chosen, the conversation was there. Mnaweza kuwa mahali penye mko watu 10, but you can have a conversation ya Azimio na KK, of which it was not there. And I'm telling you, and you can have a sober conversation, even Komatatu and everything. And we are running a campaign that's called Each One Reach One hapa kwetu Wekesa. Like if I reach you, you're supposed to reach another one. So we started that campaign a month plus ago. Hiyo 2 time ya nini before nini. Right now we've managed to convert over 2,000. It might not be a big number, but remember, at least right now we are sure that kuna watu 2,000 wenye hawaku wapige kura watapiga kura, you understand? And if those 2,000 are able to reach out to their family members, because I know kutakuwa na the apathy voter is there, the young voters who are actually supporting I call them the certified cartels. Most of them are not going to vote. They are easier target actually when you want to convert them. So we can take that direction, pole, just have the conversation, then have that each one reach one, have the mindset. Kuna conversation again also we've introduced huku. Me, I'm not a native of here, but actually have been born and bred here. So by default, mimi ni wa huku. So mtu mwenye alitoka sijui Nyeri amekamfika, mimi ni mwenyeji kumliko, because mimi nimezaliwa huku nikalelewa huku. So tuko na pia nini fulani, when someone is bringing a narrative, you ask them, ukiwa vichakani, there is an old lion and a young lion. Which one are you choosing to be beaten with? The old one or the young one? Wekesa, if I was to ask you that question, utachagua simba mgani? Ule mzee ama ule kijana akume? Wekesa, that's a question. Utachagua simba gani? Ule kijana au ule mzee? So I think Wekesa kona issue. So basically, I'll always, Joshua, I'd ask you, utachagua simba mgani? The old lion or the young lion? Or the teenage lion?
The old.
Thank you. Understand? So there is a lot of narratives you can use to debunk all this brainwashing that has happened. Unaelewa, pole pole, because the old lion won't finish you. Chances are hata haina meno. Unlike the teenage lion that yenye imeshatoa claws already, it's ready to go hunt to make a kill. It will finish you completely. So those are the things we are using, different narratives. For us actually, we are not even using that. Mama, tushatumia hiyo, tushamaliza. Tuliambiwa mama, this is your chance. If you don't do it, forever hold your peace. Msianze kusema women empowerment. You've been empowered and you've been given that chance now to be second in command. But easy, you can debunk hizi agenda zenye zinatumangwa na huku. They even download they even download pictures of Norwich football team ya England. I can tell you, because I know some of the bloggers wow downloaded pictures, because Norwich is yellow and green jersey. If you're keen enough, if you watch soccer, they download hizo picha na ndio wanajaza wakati wanafanya hizo wana try the crowds and everything. So we know everything that they do, because I've been part of them, worked with them. I know most of how they operate. And boldly, me, I'm for simba mzee ni kule joaita ni I think I'm able to run, but I'm not boarding yo ndege ya, I'm not boarding yo bus ya simba ndogo. I think I'm done. Okay, so asante for your time.
Okay, thank you for that. You asked me question. I was downloading a video. I didn't want to interrupt you, ingepiga kelele, but I think my colleague answered it well, so I don't have to repeat. I was downloading this video. Mama Selina, as you come, I wanted you to respond on this.
35 na wako hapa wote na wanataka kuvua nguo zao wavae Biblia, na ni ishara sana, kwa sababu watu walikuwa wameenda tu kutembea, yani nyumbani, wamerudi na wamerudi bila viloda, wamerudi wakiwa
lakini sasa nimeona wacha tuunge mkono chama yenye nakuja ambaye ni Jubilee. Wakati sasa ndio tuingia Azimio, kwa sababu tumeona wamepatia Martha Karua na tukaona anapenda wamama sana. So sisi tunaunga mkono Azimio, sisi tutapigia baba, tutapiga suit bilo, na msione wakali ati wakuti, tumekuja. Tuko nyumbani na siku ya leo ninatoa hii t-shirt, nataka kuvaliwe nikuwe red, na nitakuwa basi ndio kufuatana na nyinyi na kuombea kura baba na Martha Karua, na tutahudumisha amani. Sisi ni wapenda amani.
Siku ya leo ni siku ambayo itasalia kuwa kumbukumbu katika maisha yangu, kwa sababu ni siku ambayo nimefanya uamuzi kutoka kilindini cha moyo wangu kujiunga na chama ambacho ni cha Jubilee chini ya muungano wa Azimio la Umoja. Sababu hasa ambayo imenivutia sana katika chama hii ni uongozi ambao nimeona
Yeah, so that was a bit of Nakuru. Joshua talked about. There is a lot of shift that is happening, even from unexpected quarters. I think I will allow Mama Selina to talk on behalf of his people. Keep pia atachangia. So tumeanza kuenea kila mahali, tutafika hata Sugoi kwenyewe nyumbani. By the way, there is a good percentage of Uasin Gishu that supports Baba, around 12 to 15%. So usione tu wakati unaongea Rift Valley unafikiria is homogeneous. Mama Selina ni kama ako mbali. Keep, you can start and then she will come and pick up.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Sisi
Yeah,
tunakwanga
good
na
evening.
warembo.
You always come with your holy trinity. Baba na mama na mtoto.
Ninaambianga if I remove this poster manze uko comments itawaka. So where is your poster keep? Yeah, before it used to be just Raila ananichunga, sasa mother ananichunga. Atafanya mambo ya government, atafanya mambo ya justice. Ona, there is a balance. Si ile Holy Spirit ya Uda. So naonanga tunakwanga na warembo huko Rift Valley. Warembo wetu we're coming into Martha's territory. So Nakuru is quite tricky. Azimio is still, Uda is still quite strong. Hata Rongai, still quite strong. But the Kikuyu population is also split. So that is good. That's about 60% to 70% of the population of Nakuru is Kikuyu. So the images you're seeing is very encouraging, but added to when Raila came after the manifesto, that was very encouraging. Grounds ilikuwa very heavily packed, and the fact that hao watu wa kulipo kukuja, mtu anajitolea mwenyewe kutravel. Nakuru is a big county, and it's got Naivasha. Kuna watu walikuja from very far to come and see this old man talk. With just a few pickets of blue caps here and there. None of them were wearing uniform. So that was a very huge crowd. As for Uasin Gishu, there is a ward in town, in Uasin Gishu town, that will never vote in a Kalenjin. The MCA will always be a Kikuyu or Luya. The town of Eldoret is very metropolitan. We've got Luyas, we've got Luos, we've got all sorts of tribes in Eldoret town. So what happens in Eldoret, it's quite unique. We've got about 5 counties, sub-counties or constituencies, and they all converge into Eldoret, so that not any constituency will own Eldoret town. So it's not it's similar to what you hear what had happened with Nairobi. So there's Nairobi Business Center, but it's shared amongst several constituencies. But in Eldoret, it's all 5. But in the middle of town, it's all forms of tribes. It's a rainbow. It's very rainbow in Eldoret. So hapo hiyo 15% umesema, because in any big town, in a densely populated, the town will always be densely populated. So hapo hiyo 15% mnaweza pata hapo. Same with Trans Nzoia, Kitale. Kitale is also very metropolitan. Then we've got Narok, Kajiado. Roba, go ahead. Sorry. Is it okay if Robert?
Sorry to interrupt. Sorry to interrupt you, Kip. You just mentioned Trans Nzoia, and I remember the conversation that we had yesterday. So today I made a point of revisiting Trans Nzoia issue, with my people on the ground. And I was simply asked one question. That person who is thinking otherwise, is he in Trans Nzoia? I was told that Natembeya is waiting for swearing in. There is nothing more. So take that to the bank, and I still maintain that I have my bet with you of 5,000 shillings. They are witnesses. So if you think otherwise, I'm going to be getting my 5,000 on 10th of August. Thank you.
Unfortunately, Bwana Robert, I'm still going to hold my ground in terms of Trans Nzoia. Wamalwa is coming in strong. Hata kama Natembeya napendwa, there's a section of the population that that is super UDA or Kenya Kwanza. The unfortunate thing with our Azimio brigade is the fact that we are neglecting some of these counties. Even if you think that Natembeya is quite strong, I still think that some of the population is allergic to administrators. I know there have been a few DOs and DCs that have been elected, but I still give you an example of what's his name, Rigathi Gachagua being a DO that was elected, but is being rejected by the whole country. So kuna vitu, unajua hata ukiona the clips of Natembeya in the past, this guy was one of the strictest district commissioners. The only advantage is the fact that he was not located in his home county. So hiyo ndio advantage yake. So the pressure is not felt by his own people. Go for it.
You said about Trans Nzoia things are going to change, right?
Not change. I'm saying that Trans Nzoia is still hotspot.
Are you aware that Trans Nzoia was a Ford Kenya region?
Yes, I have the numbers for that.
Are you aware that people are already fed up with that governance of Ford Kenya there?
No, I don't think so. I tend to disagree.
My bet goes to Robert.
Okay, so it's a three-way split then. So 15,000 bet. Joshua will meet. Let me cut it short because I've seen Mama Selina.
Personally, I am on the page where Natembeya is on an admin, and I normally watch his activities. He's doing very well. I forget the dramas that people tell you. And the only seat that is 50-50 is that of Wangamati and Lusaka. But Wangamati is also has put up a real fight. Because you see, Bungoma dynamics were initially it was tilted towards Jubilee, and then it came back now to that's where Ruto took an advantage. So Ruto combined UDA and Fort Kenya. But currently the numbers are 50-50. So it can tilt either side. But for Trans Nzoia, it's Natembeya. So our worry in Western is Bungoma, but the good thing is governor has a development record. Lusaka is just writing on euphoria and excitement, but when you look at even his term, he did nothing. There's nothing to show what he did. And so that is where the bargain is, and people are being told the truth. You may reject someone who is working hard just because of some euphoria that is there, a combination of Wetangula and Ruto. But again, the numbers are not like apart. They can be 49-51 Apple. So it can go either way for that governor seat.
Okay, but in terms of party allegiance. Yeah. So if you know the good thing, the good thing I've seen about Luya politics, it's not always as straightforward as people assume. These are guys who will vote for the person rather than the party. So yes, now Natembea might be on DAP, and possibly that is the person that is going to be taken in Trans Nzoia as possibly. I'm still 50-50 on that, as the governor of Trans Nzoia. But what I feel is the effects of Ford Kenya is still felt there. So until you can convince me, no, wait, until you can convince me that Wetangula,
Let me give
can
you
I
the
finish?
last word.
Yeah.
The effect in
There is
Trans Nzoia may be of UDA, maybe because of the Bondela Uda things, but not Fort Kenya. Fort Kenya completely died in Trans
I
Nzoia.
guess I'm supporting you on that. We had a NASA effect. It was not a a Ford Kenya thing. It was a NASA effect.
In fact, when you look at Trans Nzoia, even Kiminini, where Natembeya himself comes from, and not Natembeya, this guy, Chris. Natembeya is stronger in that area. Why? Because Fort Kenya died. Chris is stronger in areas where there is okay, let me put it in perspective, from Kalenjin community sites. But from the real Fort Kenya people, they shifted to Natembeya. In fact, you ever seen someone called Khaemba campaigning? The former governor. He doesn't have even moral authority to campaign for Chris. So that's where you see these guys, the party literally died, and the leadership destroyed the image of Fort Kenya in that area. So Chris is enjoying the areas that were predominantly Fort Kenya. The only places that now Chris is leaning on are the areas which were Jubilee and UDA leaning. Those are the areas that Chris is writing on.
But don't you think, yeah, so, okay, we move from the Kitale effect, okay, not Kitale, the Trans Nzoia issue, but I still believe that is still 50-50 for me. Bungoma is now even worse. And I think you guys are underestimating the Sosa boy. There is a portion of the population that will vote for Tangula because they recognize the name. And when they recognize the name, they look at the symbol. And once they look at the symbol, that is it, it's done. You're underestimating that. Unfortunately, this guy.
Keep hold on now. Let me tell you the history of Wetangula. In fact, Wetangula had already reached political menopause. Remember 2017, he was resuscitated by NASA and Raila. It's Raila who campaigned for him. He would have lost his Senate seat that time. And the reason why Fort Kenya had a poor record, it's because they used to do shambolic nominations, and you buy the ticket. So people were already fed up with Wetangula and fed up with Fort Kenya. And that's why, if you want to know why that is true, see when DAP was launched, how the response was. And most of the people who felt like, here we have an alternative, all of them rushed there. So yes, in fact, this is my view, and you will come to correct me. If Kenya Kwanza will get seats in Western, it will be UDA, not Fort Kenya. Fort Kenya will not have more seats. ANC will not have more seats. And that's why when you hear Mudavadi complaining, he knows the truth. People are fed up. No, so they were looking for alternative parties. So those who have not gone to DAP, they have gone to UDA. And you realize DAP and UDA may have more seats in Western than Fort Kenya and ANC themselves. This one will come back and we analyze. Those guys are hanging. That's why they are pretending to be national and they are making statements in Limuru. And they are not going there to consolidate the backyard. Because that 70% cannot be quoted. So they can only make statements when they are in Ignarok, when they are in Limuru, when they are in Mombasa. But Western, you normally see they don't want even to show the rallies they are having. Because literally, if there is a presence of UD of Kenya Kwanza on the ground, it's more leaning to UDA than to the ANC in Fort Kenya. Those guys may not fikisha kila mtu seats tano huko or MPs. They are just that marginalized.
I accept.
Look at Bungoma UDA is more dominant than Fort Kenya. Because huyu jamaa anaitwa nani? Kimilili.
Dismas Barasa.
Dismas is UDA. Ayawebuye, this tall guy is in UDA. You go to Iwebuye because there are 2 seats. Both of them are UDA. So the only seat held by Fort Kenya in Bungoma is Majimbo of Kapchai. And so he's not even, and still he's being competed by UDA on the ground. So those guys, in terms of consolidating numbers on the ground, they don't have numbers. They are riding, and that's why Ruto can literally ignore them, because he knows they don't have numbers to sway.
But I still think that Azimio is neglecting that county, or those 2 counties, and they are very important. I still think Raila needs to go there, because I have a few people that are running there, and they're saying the ground is singing.
You need
ground
to
is singing
understand the
Kenya.
model of Raila politics. Raila does not do the Ruto politics. Ruto does politics of directly coming and manipulating the region and owning it. Yeah. Raila, it goes to the region through the regional leaders. And that's why even Ukamabani, see, they are now placing their serious rallies. Why? Until they waited for Kalonzo to be in. So when they go on the ground, it's Kalonzo on the ground, not Raila. So in Western, Eugene and Nani and Wamunyinyi, and they have been doing and this now other guy from Jubilee, anaitwa Nani, the guy who was to be jailed, Waluke. But they have seriously been doing mobilization. It's only that those guys don't appear on the news the same way Raila. If Raila is there, he will appear on the news and be covered. But when you look on the ground, the rallies are there. There are serious rallies happening.
All concentrated in the cities and in the towns. There are no rallies in the village. I mean, there's no campaign in the villages. That is what the Bungoma people are complaining about. There's no door to door there.
What do you mean?
There's no door to door. There's no door to door. The campaigns are just rallies in the town.
I'll tell you this without missing a word. The Azimio campaign team knows exactly where they need to put more effort. And have you seen the Kenya Kwisha doing door-to-door campaign? Where?
The Kenya Kwisha.
If your report is not true, whoever is feeding, maybe you see, it depends. You may come from an area where, and that is natural. You may have an area where there's a UDA stronghold, then you go another area is a Fort Kenya stronghold, kidogo like when you get someone from that area, he may tell you that we are not feeling the presence of Azimio on the ground. But me, when I get another report, they tell you hapa hakuna UDA. So until you get a consolidated report, You cannot tell us that. In fact, me, from the people, I interact even with people from the other side of the divide. Initially they were confident about Bungoma, but right now they are saying it's 50-50. It's moving, and so there's a lot of work that is happening on the ground, and let's not just dismiss it in sweeping statement unless you tell me certain particular areas there's nothing that is happening.
However, I agree
let me
with
have that.
Kip. I agree with Kip that the Azimio need to move with speed in Bungoma. That's so true.
Okay, because I don't want to kill the debate na inaonekana tumeongezeka kidogo. Nitasema asanti, I'll do my research, but
yeah, and keep you take over the moderation.
Yeah.
Mama Selina hajafanya, Mike amesumbukana leo, he comes on, network inamdrop, so he has not submitted.
Yes, so tutaenda nayo mkururo basi. Tutaingia hivi kutoka Mama Selina tukikuja chini to Mike, alafu mtu wa Nakuru ameingia, atatuambie before you leave, Webu, onesha Mama Selina nyumba and Mike the new video. That would be great. The video of Nakuru. Wanawake wa Nakuru, the ladies of Nakuru. Hello nyumba. Wekesa?
Can I,
Mama
yeah,
Selina, there's a
yeah,
specific there's a specific video specifically organized for you.
okay.
It's go on, mom.
And me also. Keep.
Yeah, it's Nakuru.
Okay, that's good. I want to watch that. Magic.
I think
Can you
while we're
change
waiting
the
for
main
Wekesa,
TV and you will see me?
okay, Mama
Yeah,
Selina,
in
could you
YouTube.
mute your mic a bit, please? Yes. While we're waiting, we can do a bit of Mike. Mike, unaweza tuambia kitu moja hivi tukingojea Wekesa akiweka hiyo video. Thank you. Your mic is not working, Mike. Your mic is...
Am I in?
Yes, you're in. Karibu.
Am I in?
Kidogo Mama Selina na
Can you
nyumba.
hear me?
I can hear you.
Thank you.
Sorry, imekuja.
Okay,
35 na wako hapa wote na wanataka kuvua nguo zao wavae za Biblia, na ni ishara sana, kwa sababu watu walikuwa wameenda tu kutembea, yani nyumbani, wamerudi na wamerudi bila viloda, wamerudi wakiwa
lakini sasa nimeona wacha tuunge mkono chama yenye nakuja ambaye ni Jubilee. Wakati sasa ndio tuingie Azimio, kwa sababu tumeona wamepatia Martha Karua na tukaona anapenda wamama sana. So sisi tunaunga mkono Azimio, sisi tutapigia baba, tutapiga suit bilo, na msione wakali ati wakuji, tumekuja. Tuko nyumbani na siku ya leo ninatoa hii t-shirt, nataka kuvaliwa nikuwe red, na nitakuwa basi ndio kufuatana na nyinyi na kuombea kura baba na Martha Karua, na tutahudumisha amani. Sisi ni wapenda amani.
Siku ya leo ni siku ambayo itasalia kuwa kumbukumbu katika maisha yangu, ni kwa sababu ni siku ambayo nimefanya uamuzi kutoka kilindini cha moyo wangu kujiunga na chama ambacho ni cha Jubilee chini ya muungano wa Azimio la Umoja. Sababu hasa ambayo inanivutia sana katika chama hii ni uongozi ambao nimeona.
Okay, that is a good video. Mike, kama unaweza subiri kidogo tusikie maoni ya Mama Selina. Mama Selina?
Yeah, alafu ngoja keep because I'm leaving, wacha ni malizana na hii video pia nilikuwa nimetumiwa.
Sawa
Let me
sawa.
play.
Na ndio tunalia, mtupatie nafasi tuwafanyie nini? Angalia wale wengine, sababu lazima tuangalie historia ya kila mtu. Kama historia yako na umekuwa na nafasi kwa serikali, hakuna mradi mmoja unaweza fanywa kwa njia nzuri kukuhusu wewe.
Tushindane na huyu mnyama anaitwa ufisadi. Corruption is on the ballot. Tuambie Wakenya wakapenda kuamua uamue ni nani ufisadi na ni nani atashinda vita dhidi ya ufisadi. Unasikia? Sisi wenye tumejihusisha na siasa Kenya muda mrefu tunajua Martha Karua is the face of anti-corruption.
Mheshimiwa Uhuru Kenyatta amesema chukueni serikali, sitaki kuachia serikali mtu ambaye ni mkora. Amekuja hapa na saa ile wanatembea wanabeba mfuko wa 2 million shillings. Vijana beba 2 million, saa ile wanachukua, saa ile wanaingia ndege, hiyo pesa inachukuliwa tena. Ni hivyo si hivyo?
And President Uhuru Kenyatta was
Sawa, keep now, you can take
Wekesa.
invite Mama Selina.
Wekesa.
Tafadhali.
Okay, Wekesa, unaweza pata ile alikuwa kanisa ya Martha Karua akiwa kanisa ama mumeweka already?
Kanisa wapi? Leo?
Uko Ukambani Makueni akisema ukichaguliwa deputy president unakuwa mwaminifu, na kaongea kuhusu mabishop ya kwamba hata kama bishop ni wengi lakini wakati ya mkutano bishop moja ndiye anaongoza. Nafikiri ukipata hiyo, hata yeye akasema amechaguliwa na baba na atakuwa running mate ya baba na atakuwa mtiivu. So alikuwa nauliza kama Ruto kama alichaguliwa na Uhuru kama run deputy, kwa nini aliruka? So nafikiri ukipata hiyo ilifunza watu sana na kanisa walifurahia. So sijui kama ni
Bwana Wekesa, niulize swali moja. Nikiingia na ni mara ya pili unahepa. Kwa nini? Hiyo ni swali nimeuliza.
Si hivyo.
Kwa sababu wewe ni mchokozi.
Wakati ya wazee na kuanga difficult kidogo. Lakini Baba Selina Saile bado anatafuta hiyo clip. Ningependa utuambie mambo ya Nakuru and what you thought about those two clips.
Okay. Asante sana. Bernard, wananchi wameamua, na kwa sababu umeniambia niongee specific kwa mambo ya Nakuru ndiye nikuje kwa mjadala ya leo. Ukiona wamama wakisimama namna hiyo, unajua kuna ile wasiwasi labda watu wamenunuliwa, lakini ukiona hiyo confidence mtu anasimama, especially wa Kalenjin, they know. Niliwaambia watu wameokopa, hakuna mtu anataka kukaa nje ya serikali. So watu wanaamua mara mbili. Mtu anasema munipigie tu tukae opposition, alafu yeye peke yake atakula na watu wengine. So hiyo ya Nakuru na Martha Karua actually amelete kura mingi sana. Unajua Jubilee ilikuwa imenyamaza juu hawakukuwa anajua vile iko, na mama amekuja bila kukaa kama kina wale wanasema chama yangu. Ako na chama yes, lakini ameingia Azimio na saa hii lazima apige kampeni ya baba. So Nakuru imetufurahisha na imetoka kwa rope keep. Siku ya election watu watashangaa. Sidhani mnaongea hata hiyo 3 million mnasema, sioni kama watu wengine watapata. So nafikiria ukiniruhusu niongee kwa topic ya leo, na bado nitakusa mambo ya Nakuru. Unasema Kenya Kwisha, Pastors confirm. Sasa mambo ya Mungu ni ngumu. Unapoenda omba unapanga mambo ya kusema, lakini Holy Spirit huwezi enda kudanganya Mungu hapo. Hata ule mama Rachel, unajua mambo ya Mungu ni tofauti sana. Na hao wa mama hiyo mkutano, angesema mkutano ya Kenya Kwisha ama UDA women wing. Unajua hata Azimio wako na wing ya chama moja kama ODM. Lakini wakati watakuwa na mkutano ya women wing, itakuwa ni wamama ya Azimio ya kutoka chama sote. So today nilikuwa natarajia kuona wamama wamevaa manguo ya ANC, nione wenye wako na manguo ya Fort Kenya, nione wamama.
Selina.
Yes.
Selina.
Yes.
Acha nikuwekee clip yako nikienda. Just pause for a minute. Ni ya wote.
Well, we are still waiting, guys. Don't forget to share.
Bishop, naomba ati nisimame pale wanione kwanza, pengine nipitie. No, wekeni mic hapo nitarudi. Archbishop Dambuki na Bishop Mkwilu, viongozi wote wa kanisa na waumini, muyaseu wengi. Asanteni. Nimetoa hii inaitwaje mask, ndivyo muone ni mimi. Mkishaona ni mimi narudisha. Hii kitu ni kama inacheza tena, kwa hivyo mniruhusu. Nataka kusema ya kwamba nimeshukuru sana kuruhusiwa hata kunena hapa, na nitanena kifupi sana. Congratulations Bishop Mkwilu. And I want to also congratulate Archbishop Dambuki, the way you delivered your words as you gave authority to your bishop. Amesema maneno ya muhimu sana. Ya kwanza, amesema kunyenyekea. Na sisi Azimio kura tunaomba kwa kunyenyekea na kwa amani. Kwa hivyo hiyo kitu ikaniingia. Amekumbusha bishop, hata kama wako wengi na wote ni mabishop na wako na kofia, wakati wako pamoja, mmoja tu ndiye ako na authority. Na hiyo ni kusema kwa kanisa bishop ndiye ako na authority when the archbishop is not there. Na hiyo imenigusa sababu kwa nchi yetu tumekuwa confused. Ni kama hatujui chain of command. Mimi nimeitwa kuwa running mate, kuwa deputy. Hiyo imeniingia. Kwa hivyo lazima ni follow chain of command. Kama umekubali kuwa deputy kwa maneno yote. Mpaka siku yako ya kuwa kitu ingine ifanye nini? Isipokuwa hivyo, hata kwa kampuni, iwe ni kanisa, iwe ni nchi, mambo yetu haitaweza kuendelea. Hata kwa nyumba, watu wanaishi kwa kunyenyekea. Hata kwa familia, hata brothers and sisters, mnakosana, lakini kwa kunyenyekea, mambo inakuwa sorted down. Mimi naomba, tukiwa Wakristo, kitabu inasema sisi ndio mwangaza wa dunia. Tukae kama hiyo mwangaza. Hii nchi yetu sio chain of command tu imepotea. Tumepoteza ile tofauti ya mema na mabaya. Tumekubali yote. Tunacheka, tunapiga makofi hata kwa mabaya, sawa sawa na kwa mema. Tumeconfuse hata watoto wetu. Mimi naomba wakati kama huu wa uchaguzi tutofautishe mema na mabaya. Ujiulize ni nini tunatafuta. Imesemwa na wenzangu hapa. Hii kanisa mumenishangaza ati hamtaki pesa ya kutoka huko nje, mnataka kujitegemea na mmejitegemea na mkafika mahali mmefika. Congratulations. Sijasikia watu utafuta, na sana sana watu wako na kiu ya pesa za wenyewe kutoka mbali. Hiyo ndio inatufanya tusiendelee. Kujitegemea ni kuinuka na kwenda. Kwa hivyo mfano mwema na kujitegemea, na katiba yetu inazingatia, Biblia inaanza ati Kenya ni watu wanaogopa nani? Mungu. Mkitupatia na tufuate katiba na tufuate ya dini, lengo letu litakuwa ni kufanya ile itasaidia kila Mkenya. Itakuwa ni kusimama bila ubaguzi. Na hata kwa kanisa iko ubaguzi. Hata hamuulizi kabila ya mtu, akiingia ni kuendelea tu na business. So mimi nasema leo tumepatiwa very good examples on what we can do. Mimi sitasema juu ya maneno yetu, tulizindua manifesto. Sitaisemea hapa, lakini nitakwambia ukiangalia misingi yake ni ya haki, social justice. Na social justice ni kuinua wale wako chini angalau wasimame. Ni kupatia kila Mkenya haki. Na tukifuata maneno ya Mungu inasema uinue yule ako chini. Hivyo tuweze safari tukiwa pamoja. Na kanisa hiyo ndio kazi yake. Nyinyi mnatupatia roho, chakula ya roho. Lakini hamuachi mtu akufe kwa kukosa chakula kama mna uwezo. Mnaenda kumsaidia. Hiyo ndio tunaita social justice. Mimi naomba Mungu atusaidie twende vile inatakiwa na tumalize hii maneno, nchi ikiwa ni moja, na tusigawanye kura, sio ati moja hapa ingine hapa. Angalia msingi wa ukweli, pea kura zote hapa, sababu kama tunaomba Mungu nchi iwe nzuri, vitendo ifuatane na nini? Na maombi. Maombi bila vitendo, or faith without action is dead. Mimi nataka kuachia hapo, niwaambie asanti sana na nipongeze ndugu yangu Kibuta kwa mvula wake kama gavana. Tumemtaja sana kule kwetu, sababu nishakuja hapa, tulikuja na Mkisa na wengine. Health service nataja ya Makueni, yani kuongoza bila kujifikiria. Na wale tulikuwa na wao kwa serikali, hata huyu rafiki yangu Joseph Konsolo Munyao, mheshimiwa, wote tulifanya kazi tukiwafikiria. Mimi naomba as we go forward, kutoka MCA mpaka kule juu, chagua viongozi watakusaidia. Chagua viongozi watakusaidia. Na utakuwa unazingatia msingi wa kweli. Hata kama ni mtoto yako na hafai, wachana. Atapewa kazi zingine zile zinamfaa. Na kama huwezi kunyenyekea, huwezi kuwa kiongozi. Lazima hata kiongozi wa juu anyenyekee, sababu wananchi wakisema lazima afanye nini? Humility is.
Sawa. You can proceed now. Bye guys. Tuonane kesho. Mtu wa nyumba, I'm not always running away from you. You are always not catching up with me. Good night.
Thank you very much, Wekesa.
It's okay. Thank you.
Asante sana Wekesa, and endelea kuvaa hiyo kofia. Mama Selina, that was specifically for you. You can proceed.
Yeah, thank you so much. Na nataka kuambia Wekesa asante. Nafikiri mumekisikilia. I know everybody has listened. Words from a leader. You know, kiongozi hatapati kwa maneno, Mungu anampatia hekima. Mambo yenye deputy president amesema Mother Karua, I cannot say incoming. She's already deputy president. Mambo ameongea na unaona kanisa wamekubaliana. Ukipatiwa kazi, always si ushindane na mkubwa yako, heshima si utumwa. Na amerifaa mpaka paipo, hata bishops. So sitaki kudwell with that kwa sababu Martha Karua amesema. Nilikuwa nataka tu muone vile amesema. Kwanza yeye na baba, watu wengi sana walikuwa wachafikiria, lakini leo mumesikia mama akisema amechaguliwa kama running mate, atakuwa mwaminifu kwa serikali ya baba, na hiyo ndio watu wengi wanataka. Mahali deputy president current angefumilia, Uhuru actually angemshika mkono. Kama wangeleta mambo ya corruption kwa serikali, kuangusha serikali, kwa sababu ukipatiwa kusimamia shamba, badala ya kuweka hiyo shamba mbolea, at least mahindi ikifunwa iwe imechaa kwa store, unapatiwa mbolea, unapoteza mahindi, inatoka moja moja, inarudi inakuwa yellow, inarudi inapotea kwa shamba. Kama Ruto angefalilia serikali ya Uhuru na roho moja, actually today atungekuwa na mambo ya kura, atungekuwa na mambo mingi. Hii serikali ingeenda, lakini tamaa iliua fisi. Always tukumbuke kuwa mwaminifu. Najua wengi wetu tutafanikiwa kukuwa viongozi in future. Tujaribu kukuwa kitu yenye inakusaidia. Kaa mahali. Martha Karua amekaa nje 10 years na alifumilia. Alijaribu kununuliwa, walijaribu kumpatia pesa aingie serikali. She say no, the principle. Sahi hata kuna watu wanatetemeka. Mi nasema hivi, ukianguka rudi chini, kaa nyumbani, chua vile mambo iko. Ndiye kesho ukikuja wananchi watakuamini. So kwa hiyo kidogo kwa maneno ya leo, hiyo ya pastors, Martha ameongea mambo ya pastors, na imeshikana. Hao wenye walikuwa na Nyayo Stadium hiyo ya wamama, na munasikia vile pasta ya uko Makueni wamesema mambo ya Mungu si ya kuchezea, inakuja peke yake. Na nafikiri ni hayo. Alafu sasa hii mama ya Mboga, sijui mama moja, hata sielewi hiyo. Hiyo mama ya wamama leak, hiyo mambo, hiyo yote ni fake. Unajua they are leaders na kuna supporters. Hiyo mkutano walikuwa naye ya Women League ilikuwa ni ya leaders ya wamama ya Kenya Kwisha, ama ilikuwa ni wamama ya kupatiwa 500 kusombwa na a leaders meeting. Kuwa na kitu moja, kama ni kofia, kama ni kuwa there decent. Acha kwenda nyinyi wenye mko mbele mumefaa vizuri, hata kama ni hiyo mayelo, lakini ni design na ni quality. Munaenda kuleta wamama huko reserve, munawafalisha kama kunia. Can you see those clothes hiyo wamama wamefaa? Walienda ni siku gani watoto ya shule walishonewa ile nguo ya kuteremuka tu chini. Unajua sijui vile mambo iko. Mi siwezi faa kitu kama hiyo. Huwezi kuwa huko mbele umefaa vizuri na unakuja kunishonea kakunia kinakaa yellow, unataka tu nikuimbie. This is 21st century. Kama unapenda wamama, acha kwenda kukatia wamama hiyo mafiraka na kukuja kuweka yellow laini. Wacha wafae vile ile wamama tuliona mbele. I like Asimio. Kama wamama wanafaa, unaona wamefaa quality. Panaenda weka ingine, na wanaongea kuhusu mtumba. Hiyo manguo ameenda kushonea hiyo wamama, hata haina mbele na nyuma. Wesi ona hata mama ako na. Wacha nisiongee kwa sababu I feel so frustrated. eri ile wakati ya Nyayo walikuwa napatia wamama leso. Patia mama leso, wacha afae nguo yake mzuri, toa basi leso ya yellow, patele kwenda kuweka wamama nguo ingine hata ujui ilishonwa aje mkuu. Keep, kama ni mama yako anaweza faa hivyo unaesalia. You cannot come in front da unaweka hiyo wamama wanafuatanga Kashako ama sijui anaitwa nani. Nafikiri mama anafaa hiyo nguo tu akienda hiyo mkutano. Kitambua ama wanafaa manguo yao wakitoka, hiyo ya yellow wanaweka kwa bag. Akimaliza hiyo mkutano wanakimbia kwa choo na kutoa na kufaa manguo yao. Those are not the clothes you need to give Kenyan women. Na alafu mnatuambia leak. What is that leak? Wacha wamama wa trace kama wenye wako mbele wamefaa vizuri. Wacha wamama yote wafanane. Hii wamama mnaitwa mama mboga. That is why mnanunuliwa. Don't be cheap women. Hiyo Kenya Kwisha hiyo inapatia wamama.
It's very
Anyway,
disrespectful. It is
so bad. Can you na mimi nataka mtarudia kutuwekea hiyo video if I'm really lying. Hiyo ni kitu mbaya sana, mnachukulia wamama uraisi. Wacha niende Martha Karua Ukamabani. Yes, she carried the day. Ukamabani wameamua, walitokea. Ongera Mama Ngilu, ongera viongozi ya Ukamabani. Na tumeambiwa na ni ukweli, farasi ni moja. Who hands are you safe? Wa Kenya, mko safe kwa mama na baba. Hii wa mama ingine hii, watu ingine hii ya, hata nashangaa Mudavadi. Usiku alikuwa napiga Ruto. Leo alikuwa huko, yani can you imagine? Watu wanakuwa na uoka. Suende kwa hiyo mkutano na umwambie Ruto bana, wewe uniwachie Western na 70% unataka nilete. Withdraw your candidates. Sasa Mudavadi usiku leo alikuwa naambia nini wa Kenya? Na jana alikuwa nasema nini mambo ya Sugoi? Anyway, wacha niwachie hapo niweze kusikiza, lakini kwa hii siku imeisha. Na keep mtufuatie sana mambo ya IEBC. Tunataka kujua batu kweli. Hiyo kura milioni 2 imetoka, tujue. Alafu tunataka kuona the right register. Tunataka register ile itakuwa polling station na everywhere. Tukitoa hiyo register kama vile tunatoa constitution yetu ya Kenya. Hatutaki register yenye siku ya kupiga kura kuna 2 registers. So nataka kuomba wa Kenya na Chepukati ya kwamba we need to know that register. Na shukuru naona watu wengine wanasema US walifurahia ya kwamba register ioshwe, ile watu walikuwa wamekufa wakapigia watu kura. Ile machina ya KIP ilikuwa karibu mara 4 isilipika kura Kisumu, ingine inapika Mandera, ingine inapika multiplicate. So tumejua hiyo binary ya numbers ilitoka wapi. Kama mtu mmoja ulitumika kupika kura karibu constituencies 4, can you imagine? Na hata hatujui. Na bado tunatangaza na KIP tujue sana mambo ya chirchiri. Hiyo ni mtu hatari sana. Thank you. Unaweza sema KIP.
Yes, hiyo mambo ya IBC tutaangalia na we need to keep that on locks because it's making us very nervous. Hata Azimio's chief returning officer alisema, he's a lawyer. So we are concerned until the day we're going to have elections like the US, whereby the counting of the votes are filmed live. It's not easy to trust that. So, I mean, we still need to make noise about that. Mike, ningependa utuambie kidogo juu ya wanawake wa yellow and all these other lovely topics. Go ahead, Mike.
Thank you, Kip. Thank you, Mama Celine, for the passionate feedback you always give us. What Mama, I want to pick up from where Mama Celine has left. I think as Kenyans continue listening to Martha Karua, they discover they are seeing a totally different person from what uh, had been packaged either by media or by the political class about her. Martha Karua comes out as a very polished lady. Her demeanor and character is nothing compared to what we thought we knew about her. Somebody, we have been mistaking being principled and being arrogant. When you are principled about what you consider is right and true, you don't take anything less than that. And that is what Martha Karua is. She has grown up not compromising her values and her principles. In the 80s, when everybody feared Moi, she walked out from a public rally, not out of disrespect, but out of principle. So it's always good to know what principles is and what arrogance or disrespect is. Martha Karua is not arrogant; she's just principled, and I think that is coming out in every other meeting that she's attending or presiding over across the country. So that even when a young man insults her or shouts at her, she gives the young man a chance to speak his mind. That is very unlike the other brother who is quickly irritable and can shout at you. So I think we are seeing the true face of Martha, and it is a good face. It's a face of the mother of the nation, face of somebody you can trust, face of somebody you can let the country be in her hands, even in the absence of the president. But I will go quickly to the ladies in Nyayo Stadium. You can quickly, all of us, we are not fools. All of us can see that what is called a women's league is actually a hurriedly convened meeting by Nairobi politicians, the Millicent Omangas and whatever, who mobilized women from Nairobi. None of them is actually from outside Nairobi. Who mobilized women from Nairobi, gave them yellow T-shirts to fill some spaces and agree on some artificial promises. But the part that for me is sensitive and I want to delve on is the part of spirituality. Even as this panel, let us be very careful on when and how we invoke the name of God in our casual talks. God is not in our age mate, Amasio in our league, that we can invoke his name and get away with it. I've just pinned a comment. There is a pastor just a year ago who said Raila will not cross over 2021. And a young man, 48 years, passed on in what is said to be mysterious circumstances. And this is a man who is of a level of a bishop, who stood on a pulpit and invoked the name of God and said, God has told him that Raila will not see 2021. It's a very dangerous path to take, invoking the name of God in matters that you have no authority over. History has documented instances where people mocked God and invoked the name of God, and it really worked against them. A man built the most prestigious and the most sophisticated ship called the Titanic, and he said even God cannot bring it down. And it just took an iceberg to bring it down. So let us be very careful on when and how we invoke the name of God. I've had instances where William Ruto, the person who has been carrying a Bible for all his lifetime, misquoting Bible verses, not once, not twice, not thrice, and we have not had anything against him because we are all not perfect. But when you go out and call other people a ganga and you cannot even quote a verse, and you have been a Christian for all your life, it means you read different things at home other than the Bible. I was very happy when Martha Karua said faith without action is useless.
That is biblical, and it is quoting the right words and in the right format of what the Bible says. But the people who we say are who brand themselves more godly, they have created a barometer to gauge others to be more godly than others, have actually fallen short in more than in bigger ways than the people they are accusing. So let us not bring into politics the barometer of measuring who is closer to God and who is not, because it is not in our in our line to do so. We are all children of God. Jesus, when he came on earth, he went and sat with a prostitute, and he asked those people who thought they were more holier than him, than that lady, to throw a stone. None of them did. So he just was trying to explain to people that we all need to treat each other with dignity and respect, regardless of how you think the other person is. So for me, I would want to be very brief on that. I don't want to delve more, because the only thing I wanted to talk about today is let us tread on matter spirituality carefully, because Thunder may just strike you while you are walking and there is no sign of rain or anything, and you people will ask what happened. And this God is God of wonders, and the Bible says God is a God of signs and wonders, and we don't want the wrong signs to fall before you. I want to leave it at that, and I'll comment later. Thank you, Kip.
That was nice, short, and sweet. For all that are watching right now, I'd like to remind you to please share. And if you've not subscribed, subscribe and wake your bell so that you don't miss any Sean Mutembei TV. And spread the word. Don't watch it alone. It's quite an important time, and we need to spread the word. Not just from Mutembei, but politically, we need to spread the word. And I'd like to mention that we here are the ones who coined the word the blue wave. Azimio blue wave is coming, na mtaona matandao mengine zikisema hivyo. Nyumba, I know you're a man of wewe ni mtu wa Mungu kabisa, you're a man of God, you're an elder in the church, and I think this topic touches your heart, so tafadhali tupatie maoni yako.
Asante Kip. Ya kwanza kabisa ni kuwasalimia, naanzia na Azimio la Umoja. Naona kuna a new lady called Selecheb. Kip amekuwa Kipril. Mike, kuna Elijah Arab Cheb. Kenyu awe na kujua sana, na mimi mmesalimika. Kip, yes, I'm in the church, but I'm not religious of the religious order. I'm light. Ni kiongozi. Sijafanya philosophy ama religious studies. So kwa hiyo tunasema ni light tu au nini. Lakini vile Mike amesema, hata sitataja mambo mingi. Imesemekana, you don't mention the word God in vain. You can't just go mentioning that word of hapana. It is there in the Bible. So wacha niwachie hapo. I usually there is one statement for you to think. I don't have to think for you. Number two, let me touch on the topics. Then, and keep I'm usually very brief.
No,
and then
you proceed. I'm not going to interrupt you. Continue, Nyumba.
You're not timing me. Thank you.
I will know when you're taking advantage. You just go ahead, but I don't think you will.
No, I'll go for the next 2 hours. You're giving me permission. No problem then. Thanks for that.
Ndakukata. But proceed.
Yeah. Item number 1 in the topics. It is Kenya Kwisha, pastor confirms. We have already said we don't take the word of God in vain. It's very dangerous, actually. And thanks, Mike, for saying that. Now, this lady, God works in his ways that we people, human beings, can't understand. And even today, miracles happen every day. Kenya, did a miracle happen today morning? I usually say, don't answer me, I'm talking. Just waking up in the morning is a miracle. Umelala, ujisikii. Kuna wengine wanalala hawaamuki, lakini wewe ulilala umeamuka asubuhi. But tunafikia ni automatic. It's not. That's a miracle happening to you every day. And many others. Let me tell you, I've got a lot of things I can tell you. When I was in high school, I was very broke. I was in day school. So, Selina knows, paliko posta, post bank sasa. I was working from Menengai High School. I used to stay in London. Okay? I was very broke. I think in Form 3. I don't want to mention the year because some of you will be frightened, especially Kenya. Now, nikaomba Mungu niende nikiangalia chini because I'm so broke, nione kama naweza kuona pesa imeanguka chini. Najua kama imeanguka hiyo siku iba. And I did that. That was way back in 1973. I still remember. I walked, very hungry man, young man, very thin and hungry. Nikiangalia chini kwa mchanga, hapakuwa pamejengwa hizo manyumba. Do you know what happened? Huko hiyo kwa mchanga hiyo walkway, nikaona noti ya blue. Ninyi wengine hamjakuta noti ya blue. Madam Selina can know noti ya blue ilikuwa ni pesa ngapi?
20.
It was a lot of money. Na lunch tulikuwa tunakula ndizi kwa market ya 10 cent na 15 cents. Hiyo ndio ilikuwa lunch. Kwa hii the common lunch nowadays. Imagine a pound. To me that was a miracle. I prayed to God. Nikaenda nikiangalia chini na nikaona noti ya blue. Sikuiba mtu na hata hakukuwa mtu karibu. So miracles do happen every day. Let's not joke around with God. Now, so this lady, the pastor who said Kenya Kwisha, nafikiria hiyo ni Mungu alikuwa amepitia kwake. Na unajua hata kwa Bible unakumbuka watu walikuwa wakiongea in languages, na huyu mama si alijiambia kuna kitu kingine na happen to God works in his own ways. It's beyond, we cannot even comprehend at all. So she was saying the truth, and this is the truth from God. Mostly sitaki kuingilia sana pastors na nini. Nimekwambia mimi si padre, keep me, I've been a chairman of a parish, not a padre. So wacha niwachie hiyo. So I'm not done nini mambo ya religious sana. Na sitaongea topic nyingi, nitarukaruka zingine niende Madam Karua in Ukamabani. This lady is gifted. She is an orator. She is intelligent. And if you remember, you may not remember, I can only address this one to Mama Selina. Mother Karua worked in Nakuru as a magistrate initially. And this lady have said she's my age mate. I wish I had met her before I met my current wife. Nimemaliza hiyo. Ingekuwa mambo ingine. Vijana jina hamtaelewa, Selina anaelewa. Haya, you can see even in Ukamabani the reception she got. This is a leader. She's an orator, communicator. She's very good in English. Kiswahili, she's better than me, even better than Selina. And Selina is also very good. But she has beaten Selina in Kiswahili. It's not a competition. And the points, they flow nicely, you even like it. You want to listen to her even more. And it's not like this kinangonjiri na kinanani. Whatever comes from her mouth is philosophical. It is helpful. And I may quote, somebody talked about, I think this is, who was that? Is that Mike or somebody talked earlier? I don't know, remember who. This vote is for or against corruption. The August 9th vote is for or against corruption. It's as simple as that. Raila Odinga and Mother Karua, this is anti-corruption vote. Ruto and Gachagua, that's a corruption vote. For pro-corruption. So whoever is listening to us, choose which side you want. And I said the other day that in Kenya, we don't need so many pillars. Even the 4 pillars of our president, there should have been only 1 pillar. Unajua zamani nyinyi hamukukuta pengine, lakini pengine Kipu umekuta hiyo. Ilikuwa tunaishi tunyumba twa matope, walls na floor ni earth na roof ilikuwa ni nyasi. Na huko juu kulikuwa kamiti kanachomoka huko. Okay? So, na ilikuwa saa zingine nakuwa na pila moja katikati. The only pillar we need in Kenya, not 4 pillars. 1, corruption, fight corruption. All the other things to get in position. That's the only problem we have. Fight corruption, not fake, proper. I'm sorry to tell you this. There's a lot of information I have. Even some, let me not say some, 1 particular person in the anti-corruption or ethics and anti-corruption commission, namjua sana. Na hakuweko akafight corruption, aliingizwa akaprotect wenye wako corrupt. I know this one. This is a person I know. Tumekutana pahali kwa muda mrefu. Na nilinumiza sana akitaka nifanye kitu corrupt nikakataa. Almost got ulcers. Anisukumia nifanye mambo mbaya. No, wacha niwache hapo tena. Sasa nimezungumza hiyo Mother Karua na you're on the right track. Let me summarize out of the topic now as listed. Selina, sorry, I'm in Nairobi. I'll see the young people tomorrow. I'll pass over. I've just come back to Nakuru today.
Asante.
Yeah, I'll give you a report. Maybe you appear tomorrow evening. Next is also to you, Selina. You can see my name is very simple. It's Nyumba. Modoa Nyumba in Kikuyu. And I'm very conservative. Now I can see you have gone totally English. Sele cheb. Now go back to Selina.
Sasa si nyinyi mtaongea hiyo mambo baadaye. Alafu usummarize sasa.
Waende nyuma attend Kipu.
Wacha nimalize. Unaona?
Unajua ile shida tumeenda through. Kipu atakwambia na penalty. So at least tunajaribu kusurvive. Otherwise ukiona sura ichapatlika with a reason, kuna sababu.
Nimeelewa. Asante.
So, yeah,
Asante.
It's
Wacha nimaliza na kusema hivi Kip. Namaliza ahadi ni deni. Wewe address to Kip. Mwisho kabisa unaona mimi nimevaa gauni gani? Niko Azimio Damu. Unaona hiyo gauni niko nayo. Nimemaliza. Asanteni wote.
Asante sana Nyumba and Mama Selina, na musiondoke bado kuna round 2. Guys on the chat, keep it cordial. Let's not be toxic. At the end of the day, it's just politics. Mkianza kutusiana hapa, there's no need. Sasa nitapat. So as we're moving next to Kinywa, before you give us your 3 minutes, or if I feel generous, unaweza weka mambo ya Kirinyaga kidogo because you were cut short. So I'll have the leeway outside topic there. You had looked at the numbers. Utuambie mambo ya Kirinyaga na Nyeri. There's something that you interrupt. So nitakupatia leeway kidogo.
Okay, thank you so much, Kip. I'm so grateful. Let me just say hi to Mr. Nyoba. Everybody, Rija, Julius, Mama, Paul, Roberto, Mike. I'm saying hi to you all. And at least I got a charger. I was here before, but I had dropped off a little bit. Wekesa had to look for me. So I'm back. The point of, I think what I can add first about what Nyumba said about Mother Karua is that Mother Karua, the statement that comes from her is a statement that everybody want to listen. It's not a noise, it's something everybody want to listen, because Mother Karua, she normally address like a mother. He address people like a mother, a woman who is a mother. So she want everybody to get the point. And you know, if you compare Mother Karua with the Rigathi, there is quite a big difference, because Rigathi Gachagua is a person who makes noise. He doesn't give direct point, the point that you sit down and reason. He just talk, and he doesn't point. You know, these days I've come to realize people want to listen to the point, to listen to you and go and analyze. And that's why you find that the people in UDA, they were so agitated when Gachagua was nominated. They didn't want Gachagua. Actually, people are advocating for Kindiki, because Kindiki will talk a little bit, he will talk sense. But Gachagua just make noise. Yeye upayuka tu vitu, anaongea tu baba. Yani ile tunaitanga chocha, anaongeanga chocha. Apeani point yake ni chocha. And that's the problem. Because for mother, I've heard a lot of people talk about mother, even young people. And most of those young guys, they were talking of UDA before, but now they are listening to Mother Karua because they got time. Mother Karua gives people time to listen. And she will tell you, lala na hayo maneno, nitakuja next time. Ukue umefikiria. You understand? So she gives you time to think and to reason about the point. So that's the uniqueness of Mother Karua. And one thing I want to address upon on Mother Karua is that anytime you see Mother Karua, even if Baba is not around, people will always see the Baba image in Mother Karua. That's why Mother Karua, even if it's today, Mother Karua can hold a rally in Jacaranda the same as the way Baba does. Why? Because she has the image of Baba behind her. So the people, when they see Mother Karua, they see Baba, it's around. And that's the thing that I've come to realize because of the way she gives point. And she has made a big change. Even in mountain, a place that people didn't think that things can be overturned. Mother Karua just came and overturned a lot of things. And it's giving the DP a lot of stress. Because now, you know, there is the William Ruto, one I may say, William Ruto, it's a politician. It's a guy who can do politics, and a well-organized politics. The problem is this: the people he is associated with, they are not the people can advise him. They are the people he himself advise. Yeye ndiye uadvise watu wake instead of wao wamuadvise pia. You understand? It's very different. But if you go to Raila has got a lot of advisors. The think tank. I think in politics in Kenya, the only person I've come to see with think tank, it's Raila only. He has been consistent with think tank. Everything. He doesn't make decisions. He gives people priority. He gives people that work. They organize everything. Yeye ile kitu watafanya ni kuambia I want this in this way. Then wenyewe waitengeneze in a way that a layman will understand. So those are the differences that we have between these two groups. So another thing, let me just talk about the issue of Mama Mboga and Mama Moja or Mama Mboga. You know, sometimes someone say, I normally say this, and I'll make sure that we have that video here. We compare and see this politics of the UDA and the Azimio. You can confirm that the day the Azimio was launching the manifesto, all people who are there, they didn't have uniform for Azimio. Everyone dressed the way he or she felt is fine. But if you go to like today in Nyayo, definitely you could tell this is not a woman issue. This is a political party issue here, not all women, because they had to have uniforms to be there. You understand? So you confirm with the Baba rallies, Azimio rallies, and UDA rallies. In UDA rallies, I don't know, they distribute t-shirt, kofia, everything. Unaona ni yellow kila mahali. But in Azimio meetings, rallies, you don't see such things. What you normally see is the posters. That's what most likely I normally see, posters. Na kofia hazikuangi hata mingi. So that one will tell you the paid supporters and the organic supporters. It tells you, because if I'm paid, I can put on, I can wear anything, because I just wear today, then I go home, it's done. But if I'm not paid and you see me coming to your rally comfortably, I need nothing from you. It's that I need your leadership. So those are things I want people to be observing a little bit. About the pastor, you know, nobody does mistake in prayers, because everybody prays what is in his or her heart. Mtu huomba ile kitu iko kwa roho yake, ndio mtu huomba Mungu. Huwezi enda kuomba alafu uombe vitu zenye aziko related na wewe, in such that if I want to pray even for the sick people, nikianza maombi na kuangana jua, I'm praying for the sick people, for the poor people, for our leaders, you understand? And you never make mistake. In the group, in the meeting today, the pastor was praying for Kenya Kwanza. That was what she was supposed to do. But you know, alichanganyika tu njuu, you know, you pray what is in your heart. So yeah, aliombea ile kitu iko kwa roho yake. So let us not mistake in any other way. Hiyo ndio kitu iko kwa roho yake. And let me tell you, Mr. Kip, do you know if let me just go to this scenario. You stay with someone. I may give it to maybe a youth. Let me just direct it to the youth, not to our parents there. I can see most of our parents, akina Serena. If you are in a relationship with someone, na huyo mtu amekuingia kabisa, then you go outside there, unapata mwingine unamwambia mimi si yuko na mtu yoyote, then all of a sudden you find yourself with that person somewhere. You might call her the name of the person that is in your heart. Utastukia umemuita jina ya mwenye unapenda. So those are the scenarios that happened in UDA rally today. Okay, let me just now drop to about the Kirinyaga issue about Mother Karua. Yesterday I raised that issue, and as we talk more about the topic, we need also to look about the analysis involving the votes, the turnout, and all those things. Yesterday, I was raising this issue of, I wanted to tell to people to understand this dynamic of Mother Karua. The person who voted for Mother Karua in 2017, saizi atamchagua tena very powerfully. Because of what? Mtu chaguliwa na wale watu wameishi kumchagua. And that's why you see Baba always anakuanga na watu wake, awapunguzangi. Mother Karua, he was voted with, I think, like 122,000, right?
122,000, that is Martha Karua, and she is in Azimio. I want us to do a very simple mathematics within 1 minute. So I want to show you that I had said already Baba has got a deposit of 1.5 million, untouchable in Mount Kenya. Already Baba has 1.5 million in Mount Kenya. Na hajawahi fikisha hata 100k in Mount Kenya. So I want to tell you right now, he has a deposit of 1.5. The reason is this. Martha Karua had 122,000 and she's in Azimio.
Questionable. And it was questionable because you're supposed to win that governorship.
That's why I'm taking it the way it is. I'm counting with what is there. He had 122, she had 122,000. Then let's go to Peter Munya. Peter Munya, he had a 200 and something thousand. I think I had, Peter Munya had 226,000 in 2017. So those are the mathematics I want us to do very quickly. He had 300. He had 226,000, Peter Munya, and he is in Azimio.
So I'm saying we are on 300,000 votes now with those two.
Aya, go to Kiraito Murungi. Kiraito Murungi had 276,000 in 2017. Are we getting there?
About 600,000.
Go to Derito Mureid of Laikipia. Derito Mureid at the 100,000.
700,000.
700,000. Now I've just given you the scenario of just only those people. Let me give you another thing. I think you have the analysis of about Kimani Ngonjiri, the Nyeri Town MP. You put those votes in the same basket. You put the vote for Kanini Kega. Kanini Kega will be re-elected again. 9th August. Kanini Kega will still be an MP in Kieni.
I correct you, please. MP for Nyeri is not Kimani Ngonjiri. Kimani Ngonjiri is for Bahati, please.
Not Bahati. There is Bahati and there is another Ngonjiri Wambogo. Yeah, Wambogo. Ngonjiri Wambogo.
Wambogo, not Kimani. Yeah, you're right now.
Yeah, it's Ngonjiri Wambogo. Thank you. So if you check on Ngonjiri Wambogo Nyeri and you check Kanini Kega, the votes they had in 2017. Then
what I can do is with those numbers we can chat outside the curtain to AKs.
Yeah, it's okay. Let me just give the a little bit of them. Then you had like Sabina Chege, the vote she had, and they are in Azimio, and they are so powerful. I'm just giving on the basis of that person, the chances of being re-elected again, it's 99%. So all those votes, those are the few I've mentioned. Go to Nyandarua County, the governor. Those are the votes that we are looking for. And those votes will just give you an exact scenario of the deposits that Baba has now in Mount Kenya. It's a deposit of over 1.5. Because if you put the Nyandarua, we put also the Uhuru's vote, because Uhuru has also his vote in Mount Kenya. So already Baba has got a deposit of 1.5 without Uhuru. So, and there are some points, most of vote will increase. Most of vote will increase. Because like in Kirinyaga, the people who are voting Grisi, most of them will vote for Azimio, presidential candidate. Most of them. And I'm very sure of that. So if you check that scenario, you find that in Mountain, nobody should lie to anybody that Ruto has much ground in Mount Kenya. It doesn't have. And all those went away the moment he nominated Gachagua. That's when the rain started beating the Kenya Kwanza. So
sorry to interrupt you. Sabina Chege has 391,000 votes. 391,000 votes.
You see now, I think we will just do all those mathematics of the calculation of all those people who are powerful in Azimio right now. Then we'll just analyze later, maybe even tomorrow, so that we give the exact number of the deposit that Baba has in Mount Kenya right now. So those are the few things I wanted to talk about, a little bit about Mount Kenya, because everybody is running towards Mount Kenya, that Mount Kenya is everything. Because even if you look to other counties, Kakamega, you can see the vote that the governor had, Wangamati, you can just see those votes, how they vary. Mombasa, Kajiado, Lenku, you see such votes. Yeah, Narok. Those are the things, Lee in Nakuru, those are the things that I want us to try and see. And one thing I want to tell people here, if Uhuru Kenyatta right now goes to Kiambu and decide to vie for governor, Uhuru will get 99%. If Uhuru now decide to be a governor in Kiambu. So let people don't even if we talk about he has done blah 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 blah, if he decide to be a governor in Kiambu County, Uhuru will get 99%. Moses Kuri hatapatikana, Kabogo hatapatikana, Kimani Mamatangi, all those people, even in Nyoro, hawatapatikana. So those are the things that I want to try to show, as we will just confirm, do the mathematics by tomorrow, then we'll give a good analysis and then keep. So for that purpose, we should focus on clean politics. And for the people from the comments, I keep on telling them, don't draw insult on the comment or some stories that are not, nobody can understand. Just join the debate live, then ask questions, then we answer you. And that's why, as I close, you have seen that for the period of time, before the time we started, the forum had everybody, UDA and Azimio. We used to be 50-50. But UDA guys started coming with propaganda. So once we interrogate them, they are unable to respond. So they have to run away. And that's why we ended up to be only people who are supporting Azimio plus one or two people from UDA who have courage to answer the questions and to be interrogated and who want to know more about the politics. So whoever says this is Azimio TV, tafadhali kwa comments ajaribu acheze tu kaa yeye. Thank you so much. Keep, I'm around. Thank you.
Mr. Kinyo, ukiona comment you'll be discouraged. Ignore that section when you're presenting. Completely ignore it. As for Panda, we'll be speaking to I'll speak to Alex and also Kinyo and a fellow call course, and we'll see what we can do for you about those numbers. One bit of advice when you're coming on the stream, tafadhali, always stay with your camera on. Let StreamYard configure your camera, whether if it's from the phone or from your laptop. People want to see who's presenting or who is talking. So, Kizito, I know the comments are important, but sometimes they become distracting, like just what I've done now. So please let StreamYard configure your camera. Whether you're in UDA or whether in Azimio, it doesn't matter. Come join us, show your face, and if possible, kindly come with an alias name. It's important to keep your identity alias. Unfortunately, in the last couple of weeks, we have been hacked, most of us here. So just have one name or an alias name, It's all right. But if you're brave, you can proceed. Elijah, if you can spare me a moment, it's up to you. Can we allow Robert to present something small for 2 minutes? I mean, it's up to you. What do you think?
It's okay. Let him present.
Asante sana. Robert? Roberto? You had asked for a small presentation on the chat.
Yeah, thank you, Kip. I just wanted to look at a few things that maybe we are missing because of the lady who entertained us with her missing steps, lip steps of Kenya Kwisha, and there are things that the DP, which I have just realized now as I was reading this evening, that it is all comedy and should be deconstructed, because the kind of things that he was doing here today, for me, I've come to realize that it is all, I mean, it's like a movie. Because you see, some of the things that, the theoretics that he has done today, is that he was signing some document with some lawyers. And it crossed my mind that, you know, if somebody does not like something, that somebody will never understand. I had a young boy who, my son, who was very negative when it comes to mathematics. But I counseled him until he started loving mathematics. Nowadays, he's a champion in mathematics. And the deputy president was never for this constitution. So he has had a negative attitude, and he has never even thought about understanding this constitution. And what he was doing today, signing some funny documents with purporting to be a charter for the women of Kenya. Number one, he should realize that affirmative action is there in our new constitution. And the constitution is very clear that any act of parliament or any other agreement, whatever you want to call it, some law or whatever, that ultravies the constitution is null and void. So these kind of things that he's trying to sign is just a show. The constitution itself, we have had numerous litigation going to court, and trying to ensure that we have equal representation. Maranga also said that this parliament, the previous parliament was ought to have been disbanded. And these are some of the things that, when you look at what the DP is doing, and if you really understand politics, you'll find like it is all comedy. And then when you go to the detail, some of the detail that he was signing are that, I'm just looking at a few, is that he wants to create 50% hustler fund to women. And you ask yourself, if he's going to do that, what about the boys and the men? Why are you trying to divide the country in terms of gender just for political expediency and trying to get votes? He talks about where every woman will be insured. What about the other men in the country? You know, he has totally lost it because he has refused to understand the constitution. And he talks about free diapers for every newborn. Now, is he going to buy pampers for, you know, unajua ukiamua kuzaa bwana utajisaidia mwenyewe. Wewe utasaidiwa pengine na serikali ili uweze kujimudu kimaisha na you create an environment for you to grow economically. So when you try to talk about diapers, you know, there are some things that don't add up. You know, this kind of charter is just a sham. You know, you look at some, he's talking about feeding school feeding program. Now, this school feeding program, is it meant for only the girl child? and not the boy child? What is he trying to explain to the Kenyans? So, other than scrutinizing the lady who goofed big time and has costed him a lot of political mileage, we must call out that chatter that he was trying to dupe the Kenyan women, the Kenyan women, because this thing cannot hold any water. There is no government that can come in and produce this document and probably take it to Parliament to be debated, so that it can be put to action. Because definitely a sane member of Parliament will never allow the country to be divided in terms of gender. So this gentleman must be looked at very, very keenly, because there are things that he's doing, and for me, they point towards dividing this country along so many, lines. Gender, is trying to disintegrate the country as a whole. Thank you. I'll leave it at that, and then we can revisit later.
Thank you very much. Before I can give Kinyo a chance, the problem with William Ruto is the fact that he did not do focus groups. This was an impromptu thing, and he wanted to kind of counteract Martha Karua. For example, if he had talked about, like in the comments, free sanitary towels, that would have been something we can discuss, because Mimi, the village culture, is somebody that is very close to my heart, and they're the most neglected people in Kenya. If you had spoken about that, yes, I would understand. Ukiongea mambo ya Pampers.
He did speak about that.
Okay.
Just a minute. He did speak about the free sanitary towel for every woman.
Mm-hmm. Then that is a good policy. The second, but now diapers, honestly speaking, if when mtu akijiweza, you can afford to take care of your child and buy the diapers. But the situation comes into what Raila's counterpart to that message is women that are single, wanawake wenye wameachwa na bwana zao, women that have, I don't want to say it, but you know what I was about to say. And then they get children, and it's not that you wish to have the child. So he's looking at it from a problem, and it's more focus groups. So Raila had a focus group with the women in Kenya and found out what they needed. So huyu mtu anaitwa Ruto is just copying. I think the Martha effect ilimkula kabisa. Azimio Women's League happened months ago. That's tulishamaliza na hiyo chapter. We even have branded hats, very beautiful uniform. And it's people who buy those uniforms by themselves. Very beautiful colors. So hiyo tutaingia. Kinywa for very short time, tafadhali. Alafu tuingie kwa live.
I'm not even taking even a minute because of a region. I think what I wanted to say, it is in record. Ruto saying that the most important is to get the government first, then the rest will follow. And the time he said that, he talked that about we, Mount Kenya people. He said very well categorically, and it's on record, on a TV. Akasema, nyinyi hamna shida na Wakikuyu kutuliko. But the best thing, kwanza unapata serikali. Ukishapata serikali, hiyo mambo utaweza kuitatua. Ruto said that. It's in record. It's something I can get even right now. It's in record on a station, a TV station. So huyo ni mtu wako tu hivyo. Yeye anataka tu serikali. Akishapata serikali ndiye atajua ile kitu anataka kufa. Akisikia atafanya vitu, because most of these agreements they are signing, and it's very ironic when Baba the Azimio, the parties who are signing the agreement, sikuona mtu yote amevaa the lawyer uniform with hicho kingunia. Sikuona mtu amevaa, and there were lawyers there. But for Ruto to sign a 3 parties, Kenya, Mudavadi and Weta, unapata wako na uniform full kwa meza. PR tuone ati ni legit business. That's not a legit business. Hiyo ni kufunga watu macho to an illicit business. So keep, I think you remember before KRA wafukuze watu brokers uko ndani, people used to lose money in the KRA building, Time Towers. Unaenda unapata mtu wako KRA anakuambia leta pesa nikufanyie hii kitu license haraka haraka, unampea pesa na you understand that scenario. Unaibiwa mahali service ya kupewa license kwa ile counter number 3, na unaibiwa ukiwa hapo counter number 3, hapo unaibiwa na mtu yuko ndani yako hapo tu nje kwa hiyo counter. So that's the business that the Kenya Kwanza is doing. So let's not take them serious actually. Hata ukiona wamevaa ma uniform wakisign agreement ati lawyer akuje, like today I don't know what they were signing. Hata niuliza nini hiyo wanasign sasa. So Ruto anataka serikali, alafu akishachukua mjipange. That's the Ruto's motive. And watu wanajua sana. Kwanza sisi watu wa mlima tushajua hiyo kitambo. Anataka tu apate serikali. Akishapata atakuwa anafanya vile anataka, lakini na yeye apati. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Munya. I think Elijah, you've been very patient, and the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you everybody for this time that we have give ourselves this conversation where we can talk and hear each other. For me, first of all, I want to say hi to everybody, and I want to tell Kenya one thing. We as Kalenjin people, we always forgive and forget about it. The recording that you hear, it was before, I think it was before 2013, both, where William Ruto came to join with Uhuru Kenyatta. And the video that you saw is when Ruto was trying to tell Kalenjin people that we have to forget or to forgive each other, because if we forgive each other, we will have the government. And when we have the government, we're going to solve this whole thing. I think that video was at that time. But now, if we come to remind ourselves what have happened before, we will keep reminding ourselves all bad things that happened before. And in that manner, we are going to go back with to where we come from before, where me, myself, I was a victim because I quit my job. I have to run away from where I used to work because of the conflicts in the country. And now that the country is in a happy position, we have these two leaders. Let's judge them the way they are. Let's not put propaganda and these whole things. It's going to happen again and again and again. Let's try to talk peace. I always used to say, let's try and keep peace so that the country will remain peaceful. For now, I can see the agenda that is there. I don't want to go further, trying to follow 1, 2, 3. But I hear you people again using this, saying that Mother Karua quotes like 100 and what quotes. Don't do that for now. For now, let's wait for the day to come. It's now soon. Soon. And as I know, as soon as it's coming, this is the game. William Ruto is trying to use all his techniques to win the crown and to win these women and to win everybody. And for me as a UDA supporter, and I like saying it clearly, I'm not running like the other ones that you guys say that they ran away. I'm not going to run. I'm going to remain here and say things the way they are. I am not going to put anybody in pressure that, oh, vote for this person because of this and this and that. No. What I want you to see, just to see it for yourself and remain with it. Let me come this way. This woman, the bishop who was praying there, this is a mistake that everybody can do. She didn't mean to say Kenya Kwisha. Because after saying so, she come back again and say Kenya Kwanza, whereby It was a mistake. And nobody can say such a thing in front of a leader and keep saying so. If he could have said maybe 3-4 times, we all know that, oh, she was like meant to do so. But if you see, she just say once, after that she repeat herself and say, oh, Kenya Kwanza. Then for those who understand, it's now going to be up to you people to judge so. Mama Mboga, not Mama Moja. Okay, it's like they saw them Mother Karua, she's only woman that Simio put to be vice president on or to be the deputy of Raila Odinga. But for me too, if I may talk, or if I may come out this way, Kinyua, you are my friend, and I want to say this one this way. You guys have already pushed.
Elijah,
let me come out.
No, Elijah. If I know you're trying to get a debate, but I would prefer that you continue. No, hold on, Elijah. I'm not stopping you. Just continue with your points. We're listening. We will not interrupt you, but don't try and engage, like to try and get a reaction.
Okay, it's not a reaction. I want to say something. That's why I come out this way. Mother Karua is up there. If you see Mother Karua, she's a leader. She has been there in the government before. We've seen her. We have not heard anything about her. We don't know if she has done something wrong or not. We are not sure of anything. But for me, Mount Kenya, I can't say nothing about her. But let me say this way. Mother Karua and his knack, she has not even put some MPs in some in Mount Kenya, whereby you people are depending on Jubilee MPs. And those Jubilee MPs, they are not even campaigning for Raila Odinga. They are not putting Raila's picture in their own pictures. I have seen that several times. And as we are talking right now, we are depending on them to provide votes too. How can they do so? If they are when they are in ground, they are only talking for themselves and try to campaign for themselves, not for Raila. Who is going to defend this woman, Mother Karua, when she come to? Let me finish. I will give you that.
No, Kinyua. I mean, Elijah, please proceed. No, Robert, Kinyua, I'll let the interjection continue. Let him finish. Give him a chance, tafadhali.
Yeah, I will keep
let him talk. It's okay to hear his opinion. Then I'll bring a round of asking him questions. Tafadhali.
Okay.
Fine. Let's show a bit of respect. He's not done any abusive things. These are his opinions. Then you can come with his questions. Tafadhali, yeah. Let's be cordial this time. Nikikuja hapa leo mimi nimeona ni afadhali tusikie watu wa UDA, even if we don't agree with them. Then the rest of the panelists can come with the questions. I think Elijah said he's not going to run away. So Elijah, proceed.
Yeah, I will be here. In fact, today I'm free. Thank you, Kip, for defending me, and I will answer your questions. No problem. For me, I was trying to say, how is it going to be when now Mother Karua have already put all Mount Kenya, let's say all Mount Kenya votes to Papa, and after that, have less MPs or member of parliament, let me say so. And as we know, there is a black suit, ODM black suit people. We know them. We know them the way they did to Jimmy Wanjiki, the way they did to Franklin Pate and those all people who remain in ODM people. We know them. How is this one going to be if they are trying to impeach William Ruto, who is elected there? How is it going to be with Mother Karua? You guys will give me answer for that. I expect a good answer. We all keep saying or telling ourselves that William Ruto is a corrupt man, and keep Raila is as clean as snow. But I want to say this. Let's remind ourselves this one. Remember before that Raila Odinga was involved, was among the pesa kwa vijana or kazi kwa vijana. We know that corrupt thing was happening. I was still in Kenya that time. And we all know this one, that it happened. That Raila was caught among the corrupted people in that at that time. If we come back again, and if I may talk about this, now we see the COVID billionaires. Can they tell us about this? Why they are not talking about this all the time? Why are they not talking about Pandora Papers and these all things? If we speak about politics, let's come to politics and speak clean politics, whereby we are not going to judge anybody about corruption and these all things, and see the manifesto and the agenda of this person. Is it going to work? Is it not going to work? But is it going to work in which way? Or is it not going to work in which way? Whichever way, somebody will provide his own documents, say all these things, but you people still following him to an extent that you still removing him. Why you follow Jimmy Wanjigi like that? We all know that. Jimmy Wanjigi is like, was like trying to say, okay, let's go to ground and say this whole thing.
Okay, Elijah.
A candidate whereby
Elijah, nilikupatia leeway. Nilikupatia leeway. I'll give you about 1 more minute. Lakini, no, wait, relax. I'll give you 1 more minute to summarize, tafadhali. Yeah, kwa sababu umevia out of topic.
Okay, sorry.
1 minute, tafadhali. 1 minute, tafadhali. Respect the 1 minute. Continue.
Okay, sorry for going out of topic, and I'm sorry for that. I was trying to say this one. That okay, let me finish like this.
Yes.
Let's not count the votes according to what people get in 2017, because this is another crown now. UDA was not there in 2017. This manifesto was not, bottom up was not there in 2017. How can we tell people to leave or to stay away from Ruto because of corruption? If we say stay away from William Ruto because of corruption, and some people are saying, oh, this William Ruto steal our hearts and our votes, how can we change that? Let's tell people the truth. Let's remain there, and let's focus on 9 actors. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll raise my heart to you, Nitatoa kofia, because I respect that you're going to stay for the questions. So my question to you: do you prefer one question at a time, or do you want all of them at the same time?
Get one question so that I can get you clear.
Okay, so and make sure you answer the question that is asked. I just promise me that. So since Kinyua had raised his hand first, Robert, I will do Kinyua, and let's keep it under 5 minutes, tafadhali, because Julius is waiting, and amengoja sana. So okay, let's start with Kinyua, and then Elijah is going to answer the question, and I hope Elijah keeps it to answers the question that he's been asked and not go to other topics. Kinyua, go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, Kip, and thank you so much, Mr. Ariza. Kip, my first thing, I just wanted to correct Ariza about what he's talking about the Karua votes. That's the thing I want to correct him first. We cannot shy away the vote that we have counted here. We have not talked about MPs. We talked about governors. On top of that, the potential governors, where the potential governor, we know that they will come back. You understand? The potential governors that will come back. And those are the people I'm trying to talk about. I've talked about. Like Ipia, Derito, he was elected independent candidate. So mark that. Wambogo is a Nyeri Town MP. That guy will be back again. Those are the potential. Kanini Kega will be back again. Sabina Shege, she's not vying anymore.
but the cloud and the supporters Sabina she has in Muranga, it's awesome. So the same vote will come to Baba as Sabina people. Those are the things. Peter Munya, you see what Peter Munya has done. In Meru, we know Peter Munya, it's not a joke. Kama saizi tumetafutiwa soko ya miraa saizi. You know, that is an added advantage. Then go to Meru, Maua, Tigania, and say heal about Peter Munya. My friend, you are not lucky. Those are the things, those are the potential. I wasn't looking for MPs, just MPs there, no, because most of MPs, they will not come back. I focused on the people who I know 100%. They have 99 chances of going back. That was the correction I wanted to make to you. Another thing I want to say.
One question at a time, please.
Oh no, wait.
I'm
going to control. Guys, please let me control this. And
that was not a question.
First of all, that was a comment, and the question is coming now. Because if you're not gonna come with a question, I was gonna move to Robert Azimio. I don't think Kinywa is waiting. I don't want this to turn into a heavy debate. So please bear with me. So Elijah, please, tafadhali, I'm respecting you, and show me the same respect. So Kinywa, the question now, please make it short. That was your rebuttal to what he had said. So let's keep this cordial. I'm going to make sure that it goes cordial. And because I do not want to waste other panelists who've been here for a long time, Elijah, I don't want to spend too much time on one panelist. Kinywa was answering a question. No, he was rebutting a statement you had made. Now he's going to give his question, and I want you to stick to the question he asks, tafadhali. Otherwise, I will interrupt you. That is going to happen. So I'm just giving you fair warning. So Kinywa, tafadhali.
Okay, let me just say this. To me, what I want, I'll just talk as I submit. Mine is just a rebuttal full time for what he has said. So let me give someone else to ask questions. Mine, I'll just talk once I submit.
So, okay. Then what is going to happen, Kinywa? Tafadhali, don't move. Okay. After Julius leaves, you can do the rebuttal. So, final question from Robert. So those are rebuttals, by the way. If there's time and you're still here, we can have a back and forth. At the moment, I have to spare the time. So, Robert, question or rebuttal?
Both. 30 seconds.
Okay, so I would prefer a question, please, not a rebuttal. Rebuttal can come later. If it's 30 seconds, I'll cut you.
Yeah,
I'll cut you. If it's more than 30 seconds, a question.
No. Mimi siweki vitu kwa
Elijah. You've got to understand one thing. What usually happens is you do a rebuttal and a question, and the UDA people feel, they're not being heard, or we're going all over the place. We have to be fair. So hata mimi nitakuwa mkali kwenu kama mtanichezea. So Roba, 30 seconds.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask Elijah why he feels that we are labeling William Ruto as corrupt, because there is one thing I want to guide him on that, now why you should answer me that question. Number one, I want him to give me an example where the Right Honorable has been taken to court over issues on corruption, and whether he has any incident where the deputy president has been not only mentioned but taken to court on issues of corruption or land grabbing, period.
And found guilty.
Okay, can I come out?
Yes, please. And I was allowed to behave.
Okay, thank you for
30 seconds.
Give you are so strict, man. Okay, let me come out this way, guys. If we say this thing, everything is like politics for me. If you see Raila Odinga, they just say the way they have said for William Ruto too.
No,
Because
wait, Elijah. Like I said, mi nitakuwa strict sana. Answer the question as asked. Don't vie into trying to put an elaborate story. Come on, if it's yes or no, it's fine. You can justify your no question or you can justify your yes question. But I would prefer you answer the question direct. I'm being fair here. Sinona nimemwambia 30 seconds, whatever. So tafadhali.
Okay, why do you want to say no?
Can I combine with mine so that he answers, please? Just a quick one.
No, wait, Mike, tazima Mike yako. So he's answered his no. He's never seen Raila there. So, Mike, 30-second question, please.
I'll be very brief. I'll give you 3 very concrete explanations, Elijah. 1, Muteshi case was not just presented in court, but concluded with a fine of 5 million put on Ruto to surrender stolen land. 2, Western Hotel is on KAA land. Ruto himself publicly confessed, and they are discussing an out-of-court settlement where he will pay back at market price. 3, the Nairobi Water Sewer land of 1,000 acre was repossessed from William Ruto, and he has never challenged that publicly in court or even quietly. I'm talking of conclusive things, not politics, because you state that these are politics said here and there. A case concluded in court by a judge of the High Court is not politics. Where you are fined 5 million shillings is not politics.
Okay, thank you, Mike. I think that was not fair. You guys need to ask him questions. I get the rebuttals. I think I'll put the rebuttals to the end. Jose, I hope it's a question. Rebuttals come at your.
It is an addition on what Mike is saying.
Okay,
he forgot to say that he didn't pay he is yet to pay the 5 million. Secondly, the issue of Western, the National Land Commission recommended what Elijah is saying, but it was rejected and the matter was taken to court. So there is no out-of-court settlement. It is waiting a court judgment.
Okay.
If I'm waiting for a question, there is no question, man.
There's no question there. So, Elijah, I think I'm going to do another round. Please stay. I want you to come with your rebuttals now. Understand where I'm coming from. Come with your rebuttals after everybody has done their presentation, because I do not want this to take too long. I'm really watching time. There's Mike, who's been here an hour. Not Mike, Julius, who's been here an hour. Robert has not presented and he's been in the show and was only presented once. So we've not even gone to round 2. So tafadhali subiri kidogo, because I think I want to hear your voice. I honestly want to hear your voice. Sasa Julius, tuingie tafadhali and tutenda na hiyo mkururo. What is going to happen next? Mtaingia kwa Robert, alafu tukuja kwa Hosea, alafu tutenda na hiyo mkururo kwenda na Selina. Okay. I was being fair, honestly. I don't know. Go ahead, Julius.
Keep. You don't have to excuse yourself. You are in the seat of you are in the throne, so you have to use your powers. So if you don't use your powers, then we will remove you from that throne and put somebody else.
If I had the button, I would switch it off now. Okay, continue. If anyone wants to ask a question or say, I see Kose is about to misbehave, raise your hand. Julius, go on.
Anyway, nataka kuwasalimia Roba, Mama Selina, Keep, ndio Mr. Speaker, sir, Mike, tuko na Kinywa, young man, energetic young man, na ameenda Ninawasalimia amjambo, lakini Hosea, naona Hosea pole, karibu nikusahau. Mimi sitakuwa na maneno mengi, najua zingine hii maneno inakujaga mpaka unakuwa confused, unakosa hata utasema nini, because sometimes unajua hata Biblia inasema ati wana macho na waoni, wana masikio na wasikii, so we cannot help them, because that's the Bible, not me. It says that sometimes when the devil sometimes blinds us, we open eyes but we cannot see, and our ears are not blocked with something but we cannot hear. Doesn't matter what we say, they will not listen. So at times we have to just let it go. And because like hii story ya Ruto sasa ya jana signing, wamekuwa wakisema like the gender sio agenda. So what is happening now? They are just eating their fingers. They are just eating their words. Surely, it's good when sometimes you stand for something, because the problem is when you don't have something you stand for, that's what happens. Kwa sababu watu hawana ile kitu wanasimamia, hawana ile mpangilio. Sasa unajua they are coping. Saa ile vitu baba alifanya 4 months ago, ndio saa hii Ruto anaanza kufanya mikutano ya halls, whatever. We have already done that and we finished a long time ago. Tulisikiza maoni ya Wakenya wanataka wafanywe nini. Baba alifanya yote na akamaliza. But now the thorn in the flesh ni history ya Martha Karua. I'm telling you, it's paining them vibaya sana. That's why they have to change signing something that we don't even understand. Anyway, today's topic, I watched that video Kiomba akisema Kenya Kwisha. But you see, it's even Anani Minji. You remember the other day alisema the same thing. I mean, this thing, let me keep watching. I am a very good church goer, and sometimes you pray and the God always changes what you say. You don't, if you are a good person who prays, the prayers you pray, sometimes they don't come from you. That's why the Bible says that when the Holy Spirit come upon the human, the tongues are twisted. So sometimes we don't have to, the tongue of that person was twisted because there is a message that God wanted to deliver to the people. So, I mean, hii wanasema ati alikosea. Kibinadamu alikosea, lakini because that was the guidance of God through the Holy Spirit. So, I mean, I watched it many times, and that actually it was trending on Twitter yesterday. Nick, almost everybody was talking about it, and Martha Karua was in Ukamabani. That lady, the Martha Karua people used to know. Watu wanajuaga Martha Karua. She's a ndiye akaitwa Iron Lady, but she's a very different person now. She's a very different person. I think that position is fitting her well, and she got a very, very good advisor. The way she's doing her politics is amazing. Yani, she's doing it's not forcing at ama namna gani. I always hate that speech, mtu anakuomba kama ni kura alafu anakuambia ama namna gani. So you have to support what he's saying without without thinking. But Martha Karua, step by step and telling us exactly why she's asking votes from them. Jana niliona kwa church, sijui ni church, mkutana sijui ni bishop Akasema katika kanisa kuna kuwaga na mpangilio. Actually, the order of Christianity. Number one, on the top there is God, there is a bishop, and there is a pastor, and there is believers, that brothers and sisters. That's an order of a church. So that order, because God speaks through a pastor to deliver messages to believers. God, I mean, that there is an order in everything that we do. So I think yesterday's Karua, I listened many times, and I'm really happy about her, because she has changed the conversation. She has forced now the UDA people to change their campaign style, because they did not expect that. They did a mistake of choosing for them, but for us it was good. They gave Gachagua a microphone. He's doing good for us, and I hope that and by the way, there is a topic yesterday I want to talk about. I'm sorry, will you allow me out of topic?
I mean, I've been letting that. I don't think it will be fair if I don't allow it.
No,
I think the panel has been very patient today, and I to endelea hivyo hivyo. So go ahead, Julius.
Yesterday, because actually mimi naingiaga only on Saturday and Sunday because of work and time difference. Unajua kama saizi ni saa 2 asubuhi, and so weekday hizi masaa inapataka ndio naenda kazini, so it's very difficult kuingia kwa studio. So jana I was very disappointed about yesterday's discussion, and niliona people do talk something that doesn't make sense, na tunawapaka mafuta. It doesn't, I mean, the number one, kuna kijana jana nilisikia akisema ati the issue of youth is not addressed. I was very disappointed to hear that sentiment from that young man, and because is that Baba is saying he wants to create jobs through the every county one product, right? That means there will be employment. Employment is the only way that we can help the youth, not the handout style of UDA. Watu wapate kazi wajisaidie. Because I talk that from my personal view, because niko na vijana wakubwa, and I always advise them that they should, lazima watafute kazi, wafanye kazi, wajitafutie kazi, waweke pesa kwa mfuko yao. So that young man yesterday alikuwa anasema is not, and he was saying that because of cannabis, because ya wakajago naitwa nani this guy akuna degrees 13, yeye amesoma tu vijana, akasema ni kwenda kuintroduce bangi as if he become president with 13 degrees. Can you imagine? 13. You know, sometimes things in this world, there's a lot of jokers, surely. Sasa wajakoyo Mongare anaitwa nani, alafu kuna huyu Juliet, huyu alikuwa kwa studio the other day. Mtu hajakuwa how can you start climbing a tree from the top? Ujaanza chini. Juliet anataka kuwa president, hajaikuwa hata chair lady wa choir. You know these things. Saa zingine unajua tunapakaga watu, give people mileage that they don't deserve. Mtu hajaikuwa hata ka merry go round hajasimamia, anataka kuwa president. Surely. Na Kalonzo, as we talk, Kalonzo akona 1.5 votes, for example, and people have never taken him seriously. Na akona 1.5 kwa mfuko. You know, sometimes we have to be tusemange saa zingine ukweli, maneno ya kupakapaka watu mafuta. And I like what Alex told that lady, because surely mtu yani she's nowhere. Ako UK nasikia she's in UK, I'm not sure. And so at times we have to, lazima tuseme tu ukweli, because hii maneno ya kuja Wamasai wanasemanga ati usikanyagie viatu unaona kwa mto, ukikanyaga na viatu zile za nginyira utateleza na utaanguka vibaya sana. So there is a lot of jokers. We have to be serious about life. We have to be serious about what we do. Mtu hajai kuwa anywhere. I mean, how can you just go and si angesema hata akitafuta MCA hawezi pata MCA. Surely, because they are not in the ground. Sai mimi kwa sababu niko hapa Japan niseme nikuje nitafute president. Hata nikienda nitafute MCA itakuwa ngumu, because I'm not based at home. At first I have to come home. Juzi niliona tena kuna jamaa mwingine sijui anasema ametumia 50 million jana. Mkisia anaitwa nani for president, anaitwa nani jamaa? There's another new guy hapo. There are very many jokers in Kenya. And the other day I was listening to TV, and one presidential candidate akasema in Kenya there is no stupid people, but they do stupid things. If yesterday we talk about the cannabis, are we not stupid? Surely. We are stupid. Because cannabis, kama ni mogoka peke yake tumeshindwa kucontrol vijana. Mogoka. Tumeshindwa kucontrol watu. Pombe. Na by the way, it's made after Kibaki alikubali pombe ya kienyeji iwe licensed. I was not happy. I did not like it, because my elder brother in 1978 kulikuwa na pombe inaitwa klabu. Sijui kama Roberto anazajua, nafikiria ndiye na umri hapo kidogo, na nani Mike anazajua Roberto. Kulikuwa na pombe zamani kuanzia 78 kurudi nyuma, ilikuwa inaitwa klabu. Busa ilikuwa inauzwa town all over. Ilikuwa all over, ilikuwa kila town Busa watu watu walikuwa wanakunywa hiyo pombe wakamaliza ng'ombe. Mtu anaenda kwa hiyo klabu anakunywa, anatuma wafanyabiashara, anawaambia enda mchukue ndume nyekundu, enda mchukue. Jamaa anabaki zero, because serikali ilikubali tu watu wakunywe pombe. So hata cannabis hiyo watu watakuwa non-working country, because our young men hawataki kufanya kazi. They don't want to work. Ndio unaona wengi wako stage. Have you ever noticed wako stage? Kwa sababu stage akigonga gari ukuta mlango namna hii mara 2-3 amepata 20 bob. They don't want to work, these young people. They just want to get something, pesa tu ya rais. Anyway, we are missing a point here. Come, if we talk about cannabis, we divert the real issues here. Baba is telling us that he wants every county even a product. That's employment. That's empowering the youth, because the youth will get employed. But if we divert talking about cannabis, surely, sasa tumefika mbali. We have to be a country that, what we are talking about, Wajakoyo, hiyo ni mnajua is a professor, ni mtu amesoma wao vijana wadogo, because ni mtu amesoma akona degrees 13. So we have to be very, very careful. Anyway, let me shorten my submission. We have I want to talk about yesterday. I think ni Kip ama nani kuhusu Bungoma, ni Bungoma, I think.
Unataka kuwasha hiyo moto?
Yes, because I know the fact.
Okay, keep it short.
I know the fact.
But before you proceed, I wanted to say something, just a quick introduction. Cannabis is okay. Cannabis is a cash crop that is healing, and we all have different opinions about it. It's the same as alcohol. Kuna pombe ya kienyeji. It's just how it's delivered to the people. Kama pombe ya kienyeji inauzwa vizuri and it's clean, let people have the license to do that. It's fine. For me, I'm a big believer in, I think people should do whatever they want with cannabis. I'm not a partaker of it, but it's not a harmful drug according to me. But this also apparently has some healing factors. But the only problem is this presidential candidate, that is his only selling point. There are many other issues, but if you keep talking about cannabis, it looks
and
awful.
he doesn't smoke himself. He said that he doesn't smoke.
So yeah, tukimalizia hiyo, make it short so that Roberto can come in, Julius.
I will not talk. Thank you, Kip. Story ya kina anaitwa nani? Anaitwa Watengula. And yesterday you talked about it, I think, and somebody was worried about it. And I want to tell you that I think something we have to remember that actually Watengula was beaten by anaitwa nani? Kombo, Muskari Kombo, sindio? He was beaten by Muskari Kombo, hands down. And it's Raila who went there to save him. Actually, he could have been at Pure Box home. And the Bukusu thing we are talking about is that the Bukusu are the largest community, of course, in the Western. But if you see the DAP, actually is a Bukusu thing. So that's what as according to what I know, that Watengula as so yesterday it's like some people they are putting Watengula higher than Mudavadi. No, Mudavadi is okay. Like, even if he's crying fall, but one thing, what is affecting Mudavadi is because the agreement that he signed. Actually, there was no agreement. It's just he was bought. He was bought by money. He's just now lying to the Luya people because he was bought. So we don't have even to talk about it. But one thing I can assure you, DAP is doing better, much better, and it's a Bukusu thing. They are Bukusus, So I think that let me just for now finish my submission, and we continue.
Thank you very much, Julius, and tutaingia kwa Roberto. Kinywa, are you ready to take a bit of the reins kidogo tu? Sababu I have to go somewhere tomorrow morning.
It's okay. That's why I'm here.
Okay, asante sana.
Yeah,
Roberto?
I had a notice.
Hata so,
I had a notice from headquarters.
Hata mimi nilipigia simu headquarters. Kumbe we are sharing the table. Okay, ungeniambia. Roberto, ukiendelea hivi, mimi nitataka kusema good night, and also Kinywa, I'll ask you to send me a list of governors that are strong, MPs, women rep, and then I'll collect that data for you. And if anybody that has my number could send me the Bungoma strong Jubilee leaders that we're keeping, strong ANC former leaders, then we'll talk about that tomorrow with Kinywa. Thank you very much, everybody. And as Roba, endelea. Sorry?
Thank you, Keep.
Take the chairmanship. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let us the conversation continue now. Roba, it's your turn. Robert, it's your turn, eh? Take the floor. Take the floor. Okay. I think. Can you hear me, Mama Serena?
Yes.
Yeah, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, naweza maliza kasi kidogo kinywa and then I will come in.
Okay, it's okay. Fine.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, fine. I think, Julius, I think Roba has freezed. So there is the issue that we were discussing here before with I think the guy who disappeared, the UDA guy. He raised the issue about the Jimmy Wajegi. And I wish the guy could be here now because I could have make him understand the scenario.
Can you let me talk about that? Because we are now few.
Yeah, fine. You can take it as we wait for Roba.
Now, you know the problem with these guys, the UDA, they always turn, they turn the blind eye in the reality, because the rule, the law that Jimmy Wanjigi didn't have a degree or something. He was in waiting. So how can you go and, for example, you go to Safaricom and they wanted a CEO of a company, but you go to there and tell them, you know what, I will graduate next December, so I will get my documents. I mean, surely. So one thing, by the Kenya, I want you to understand, when Jimmy Wanjigi was a project of William Ruto. That's what he wanted to do to Azimio when he came to Nyayo State. He wanted to, actually to ODM, he wanted to take he wanted Achukwe, the presidential candidate, our chosen, and in the ballot, because like now, ametupwa nje. Obviously, inaitwaje, Azimio ingekuwa na presidential candidate because Jimmy Wanjigi hana makaratasi. So it'd be a runway for Ruto, because already hakuna competitor mwingine strong. So Jimmy Wanjigi was a project and everybody understood. And even actually, you remember, even Kalonzo told him, no, you cannot do anything in behalf of ODM, because go and sort with ODM first. When he joined Kenya Kwanza, you remember? Ametapa kila mahali, anaanza kusema ati huyu jamaa anaitwa nani, Elijah, anasema ati jamaa anasema black suits or something. Ule jamaa alifukuzwa ODM, alikuwa mole wa Ruto. That's why he was removed. He was leaking information from ODM kupeleka kwa Ruto. That's why he was removed. So, the problem is people think Baba is just a stupid person. He's a he sees very far. Kwa hivyo nani walitaka kutufanyia kitu ambayo hatungejitoa, because kama Wanjigi ndiye angechaguliwa kuwa awanie Azimio. Saa hizi hana maparua. Now there is no time now to choose another presidential candidate. See, that means it was just a walking by Ruto. Angekuwa na opponent. So ni ile tu Mungu alitusaidia, like Baba akaona mbali. So that guy was lying. He was not telling us the truth.
The problem here, and I keep on saying, everybody is entitled, everybody can join and submit, contribute, and maybe educate us, or as he get something also. But you need to come with the facts, and that's the reason why in this panel you normally find even anybody from UDA comes here, he or she doesn't stay here for more than an hour, because he or she doesn't have facts. And those facts, it's what we need. This time around the nation, we don't need propaganda to lead the country. We need the reality and facts. Those are the things that we are focused on. And as we have talked about, let me touch a little bit about the Jacoya, the guy, the ganja president.
Nani Kinywa?
Yeah.
Is it Wanjigi Julius is referring to, who was removed?
Yeah, Jimmy Wanjigi, yeah. From ODM, you remember?
Oh yeah, I think yeah. Okay, I'll contribute later. Thank you.
I'll give you. Yeah, let me a minute. So I was talking about the Jacoya. You know, Jacoya is the person who is supposed to be playing one league with the William Ruto right now, because the issues Jacoya is addressing is the issues that they can relate with the William Ruto right now. Jacoya. That's the only person that they can compete with, because, you know, Jacoya is looking at a perspective of corruption. He talks about corruption. And Jacoya normally say, if you are sentenced with corruption, the sentence is death. Jacoya says that corruption people must be killed, must be hanged. So so in one way or the other, Jacoya and William Ruto can go the same direction because of the issue of corruption. Because William Ruto will be hanged in the morning. So there is one thing every presidential candidate is talking about: corruption. But the DP, the Kenya Kwanza people, they are not interested about that. And I remember they are on record saying that corruption cannot make the country, the things not to be done. I remember them saying that, and they are on record. William Ruto said that corruption cannot make things not to be done. So those are the things that we are very careful, and people should look after every Kenyan. And most of the people, you normally confirm the people who are behind William Ruto, most of them, they have cases, and they cannot survive on their own if they are not in power. And that's why Ruto want to be in power. Those people are fighting very hard to be in power so that they can survive, because of the burden they have. They have a big burden that they cannot bear outside the government. So they want to be in power so that they can control, they can be on safe side. So I think people should understand, and let us elect the leaders who have dignity, who add values for this country, but not for few who want just to be in power to protect themselves and make sure they protect whatever they have done wrong, for them not to be prosecuted. Thank you so much. Let me just give Kuseo. Are you there? You can talk because you have not submitted. Welcome.
Yes, sorry, I had some challenges. I think I was to be thrown out. But now I think it is a bit stable.
Yeah, just try.
You are saying pastor confirms. Me, I have not heard this, but is it tongue twisting? I mean, it is true.
No, she was in the middle of prayers.
So it is not tongue twisting.
No, she was in the middle
in this era.
I think the video is there. The video, actually, and I've seen even there is a mix already. Kenyans have just done a mix of that.
You know, if going to heaven may depend on the number of pastors praying for you. So you know, Kenya Kwisha, Ruto will be half in heaven.
Obvious.
If this thing was to be based on the churches, because like in Central, I'm sure the churches which have been put up there from 2019 to date, I'm sure more than 50% of them benefited from Ruto's church building ceremonies. But anyway, that is pastors are, unajua, they are like prophets. Kwa hivyo saa ingine that is God talking through the pastor. So well, that is it. But I hope it is somebody is not placing propaganda on a man of God.
No, it's not a propaganda. It's there. It's there. It's everywhere in social media, in YouTube. It's there.
Can you put for us, because some of us
do you have
we
it,
do
by
not
the way?
even see it.
It's there.
Then,
Just a minute.
Can
Yeah,
you
we'll
play it
just
for
do
us
it.
sometime later when you are ready?
Okay. It's there.
Now, these promises which are coming around looks like the Kenya Kwanza propaganda team, they are really following what Azimio is doing. There have been a lot of support and a lot of accolades towards women from the Azimio side. Now, it's like the women on the other side were feeling like, you remember even some of the other women who are clearly Kenya Kwisha would have some positive things for the Martha Karuas and who have you.
Even now.
Even now, yes. And you see, this maendeleo ya wanawake, you see, hii ni kitu ya the national, isn't it? But from the look of things, they have really expressed their support for the support women are receiving from Azimio and the support that they are getting, especially for those who are candidates. So I think, well, Kenya Kwisha thought now they have some holes to close there, and they can organize ile function yao. Well, we'll see how well they do it. It's just that you know, they say the first, is it who catches the worm, the first bird or what? So that area, Azimio have already popularized themselves. Now there's the issue about
My brother,
yes.
let me tell you one thing about maendeleo ya wanawake. Ever since they start, they support the government of the day. When Moi was the president, they did the same. When Kibaki was the president, they did the same. When Uhuru was the president, they did the same. Maendeleo cannot go opposition. So they always be in the right position. And those 4 million votes, they are really legitimate registered members of Maendeleo. So they cannot support opposition. And Maendeleo, even the one in Rift Valley, they cannot go against the other fellow Maendeleo women because they want to support Ruto. They will not. All of them are, when they say all of them, they are supporting Baba. All maendeleo ya wanawake, they will do the same. Because if you go against the constitution of maendeleo, they will remove you out, they fought, and get you away. So maendeleo ya wanawake is a very disciplined organization for women. Just that. Thank you. I'm a member too of maendeleo ya wanawake. I get registered in 1985.
Well, you know something you need to realize is that, as I said here yesterday, Kenya Kwisha, I've got a very, very strange strategy. I know from where I come from, although I'm not in Kenya, but all the, like you can imagine in my constituency back home, the people who are agents of NASA, and some of even the journalists who come from that area, they have all been approached and offered money. You know the way the way Jesus told Peter that you will be, from now on, you'll be fishing for us men. Now they are being told that the same job you are doing the other side, you do it now, but not because you are supporting that side, but because there is payment for it. We reward you handsomely. And they are really doing it. So I wouldn't be surprised, even if maendeleo ya wanawake, I hope sadly, I hope they have enough strength to resist temptations, because they are the offers the Kenya Kwisha is giving. You before you resist, you have to think twice. So they are literally buying support. Ati anauliza, what is your price? Imagine, what is your price? All I want, you do the same thing you are doing the other side, lakini unatufanyia sasa. What is your plan? If you are an agent, we want to give you you'll do the same job this side. You'll become our agent. What is your price? You know, these times when there are hardships all over, those temptations, it requires really people who are really patriotic.
A little bit. So, yeah, Mike, you have something to say?
Yeah, I'm just saying what Jose is saying is true. UDA is founded on tokenism and purchasing people. The assembly of all the UDA luminaries, Mdavadi, Wetangula, this guy from Coast, Kilifi, Amason Kingi, they were all purchased. It is assembly of, or it's a commercial enterprise, and everything is founded on that, including even today's Women's League meeting. You saw how women were scrambling for 50 shillings outside. And it has reached a point, Ruto has believed that with money you can buy anything and anybody. But what I wanted to say, what was I saying, which is also very critical and we need to be very careful, is it is not just recruiting the agents, but also compromising the Azimio agents who will have remained in Azimio. And that is the most sensitive thing. Me, I don't mind somebody crossing over, but those who will have been perceived as our agents, what they are planning to do is to buy them, especially in areas which are swing areas, to compromise them to allow the manipulation of votes, because they know the systems have been tightened. What the ICT minister is saying is true. You will not now, Chirichiri's work is useless. He will not manipulate the systems, because the ICT minister has promised that this time round they are not allowing any interference. So what will happen? They will go to the source where they will legitimize the votes by making sure if they want to stack physical papers, they'll do that. Why is Chepkati discussing the 1 million votes that are neither here nor there? These 1 million votes were there in 2017 of dead people, of duplicated people. And how did they get into the ballot box? It was through the agents who had been compromised. So Azimio should be very sensitive with their agents. One thing I know is that Kenya Kwanza agents are paid very, very much. Azimio agents are patriots who volunteer. They are not necessarily paid. And that's where the difference is. So Azimio strategies and the electoral technical team should really vet and be sure of who they are dealing with. I can assure you that will be the weak point.
I think you are brought on a very, very critical. Me, I have not seen it like that. You know, if you are bought and you go the other side, that is okay. But if you are bought, but you are still now, you still pretend that you are
remain
on side.
in the camp. You can do havoc. That one is dangerous. You can do havoc from within. That is even more dangerous.
Well, my next point is to do with Gachagua and his moves. I think it is it in Nyandarua where, in the presence of the DP, I think the gubernatorial candidate there said that they don't want Gachagua to campaign.
Yeah, it's in Nyandarua. They had the issue in Nyandarua sometimes back. Yeah,
But
on top
now
of
this is the deputy, their deputy president. How can, anyway, that is their own problem. Their own problem. But something else I noticed is that you see what happened is that Gachagua was brave enough to try and go and campaign in Meru. Is it in Meru or Tharaka Nithi? Now
It was Meru.
I had some people on the ground there in I think in Tharaka Nithi. Is it Meru or Tharaka Nithi? That Nani said that that Gachagua should not campaign there, Kindiki, and said he is not going to attend those rallies. I think that is looks like Kenya Kwanza is on fire because I believe Kindiki is the chief campaigner. Is it you?
Kindiki is the
What
chief
post was
agent.
Kindiki given?
He's the chief agent.
Or chief agent, not chief campaigner. Eh?
No,
But
agent.
nevertheless, he had every reason to join Gachagua. Why to boycott? What signs is that? In fact, in any case, Gachagua himself should not have gone there if he was going to clash with Kindiki. Kenya, do you have any comment on that rally?
You know what happened in terms of what is the scenario that we are seeing each and every day when Gachagua gets the mic, and the scenario that happened after Gachagua was nominated by Ruto instead of Kindiki. You know, Kindiki by the vote he was the best.
Yeah.
What happened after Kindiki declaring that he want to go off the politics? The Kenya Kwanza, they were so stressed up with Kindiki because they didn't know Kindiki will turn into which direction. And they were much scared Kindiki to turn on direction to Azimio. They were so scared. So they had to make sure they convince Kindiki and pay the damages first, because Kindiki couldn't have accepted promises that let's get the government, then we'll fix you somewhere. You know, some people knows, most of the people in Mount Kenya, those leaders are in Kenya Kwanza. Most of them, that for us to get the government, it's 20% for us to get the government. They know. So most of them, now they are negotiating direct. You give me my dues, then we continue with the business. So that even if, because me, I'm not vying for any seat. You know, Kindiki is not vying for senatorial, for governorship, you understand? And Kindiki was told by William Ruto to withdraw from vying because he will be in the national government. And by that time, Ruto had seen that he is the one who is winning this thing. He didn't know in Mount Kenya things turn at night. You sleep in the evening, in the morning as you wake up, you find things are different. He didn't see that. So that's where the problem started. So Kindiki had to go back to Ruto because the dues were already, he was paid his dues and the damages. That's why even you see haezi jituma peke yake kupiga siasa. Haezi jituma juu is vying for nothing. Yeah, haezi jituma sasa juu ukijituma.
But if he's told he'll be in the government, isn't that enough? What else does he want?
You see, ukijituma utatumia also finance zako. So hataki kujituma, lazima atembee na UDA brigade, so that pesa yenye inatumika ni hao wakina Gachagua, the people who managed to get some money in the government. So that's the big problem now in Kenya Kwanza. And as I've been saying, in Meru, especially in Meru County, it consists from, that's Imenti. We normally say Imenti, past Tharaka Nithi, that is Imenti. All that county, you know, Peter Munya and Kiraito Moronge.
There is North Imenti and South Imenti, Ama?
Yeah, there is, but now we, as a county, is one county.
Oh, okay.
So in that place, Kiraito Morongi and Peter Munya, they are the Simba there. And there is one thing people doesn't know. Kiraito Morongi, there is no day he has been outside the government. No day. And Kiraito Morongi will always join the winning team since the time he started politics. Kiraito Morongi, every time, he is always on winning team. So Kiraito Morongi a month ago, he was so silent about the Azimio. And people in Meru County, they were saying that Kiraito is heading to Kenya Kwanza. But they were shocked to find Kiraito was a sleeping, alikuwa tu ni simba ilikuwa imenyeshewa, wakafikiria ni paka. Akaamuka wakampata Azimio. The same thing as Peter Munya. Peter Munya is very open, Azimio. And one big blow to Kenya Kwanza. Peter Munya has done now the next step to go with the Uhuru and negotiate the business of Miraa in Somali. That will start in 2 weeks' time. Then you go there, kupayuka. Nobody will listen to you now. Whatever Peter Munya and Uhuru have done to Miraa people, iyo sasa pande ya Maua, Egembe, Kianjai, all those places zote za Miraa, imeisha hivyo.
Gachagua there was talking about the Miraa market. If you listen to his speech.
There is one thing I'm talking on, not on a bad thing, on a bad way. I'm talking this as to look the nation. Can you tell me, in which country can we send Gachagua to represent Kenya as a deputy president? No. You can send Ruto anywhere. Ruto behaves. Ruto can behave. Ruto can behave well. But Gachagua, where can you send Gachagua to represent the country? Where? To the UN? The day they had the meeting with the SGU member,
the diplomats.
Say anything. He kept quiet. That's why all these people, they are saying, keep mic away from Gachagua. Keep microphone away from Gachagua. In those serious meetings, you have to keep mic away from him. Like today, someone asked why Gachagua didn't talk yesterday at Nyayo. He was not given chance to talk.
In that women meeting?
Yeah. Then someone from UDA said that was a women thing. So another person came in and asked, so Mudavadi was a woman. So so those are the things that Kenya Kwanza is facing. Kenya Kwanza, if they nominated Kindiki, they could have maybe have a electoral life. But for Gachagua, things are turning. The tables are turning. Wait, Karua is going to Nyeri. Muranga Nyeri soon. Na Kirinyaga. I think Sunday or when. I had the timetable. Just wait and see what will happen in Nyeri and Muranga and Kirinyaga. That's why I keep on saying, if people see Karua, they see Baba behind Karua. So even if Baba is not around, Karua will just do good. But if Ruto is not around, Gachagua will do bad. Gachagua ni mtu wa kukaa akivutavutwa, we acha. So tunaenda to a point atakuwa anaandikiwa vitu za kusema. That's the point now they are going to. Anaandikiwa, enda useme hivi na hivi na hivi na hivi na hivi. Njuu Gachagua
wampe mic aendelee tu.
No, they will continue. Roberto,
wakati ya Moi hakuna dio aliaisema mambo yake. Walikuwa inaandikwa Nyayo House, alafu madio wanaenda soma na kukaa chini. So that man has never had anything of his own. Alafu pia amekuja parliament wakati ndugu yake amekufa. With the
4 years ago.
sympathy. So this man is not a politician, is not a leader. Amefanya biashara ile saa kuipa mashamba. So, you know, you pick somebody from nothing. Sasa hata ajui kenye atasema. Want, ako na pesa. Alipeana pesa kwa Yuda. Now, anasema kama amunitaki, rudisha pesa yangu, of which they cannot. So this man, akuwe running mate, akuwe deputy, in case one day wafaulu, he can never even address 10 people.
Okay, thank you, Mama Selina.
Let me wind up on my issue regarding...
okay, go on.
You remember, I was really appreciating Chebukati's shortlisting of 4 candidates. Now, I did say yesterday that I was a bit disturbed that those candidates who had been disqualified, they still have 2 weeks to resubmit. So it looks like the number may still go up. But besides that, the issue is to do with the signatures. You see, I heard from other sources that almost 3/4 of those people who are disqualified, they were on sponsorship from the other side. They were sponsored candidates. Now, somebody told me that some of their signatures were actually I can have you as the agent, then I send you to a particular area, then you go and pick for me IDs and what have you, and I pay you. So if you bring me, let's say I need some 5,000 IDs, by the time you collect them, I recognize that and pay you accordingly for work done. Now it turned out that some of the people who are giving their IDs were also doing for money. Now, some of the people who are giving their IDs, let's say I'm a voter, and you come asking for my ID, and you are so desperate. So I tell you, you pay something, then I give you. And interestingly, the same packages of IDs which have been collected were used across multiple candidates. So what does that translate to? It translates that some voters collected signatures were given to multiple candidates. Now, I'm not so sure whether IBC have got a way. If they choose to, I'm sure they can find out which signatures are on, say, Jacoya's list, are on Court's list, are on Mwangi Waria's list, whereby they have the required number of signatures, but the signatures are supporting multiple candidates.
Sorry. The unique identifier is a national ID. The moment they just key an ID number and ask for a duplicate, it will bring up the other number. And that's how they were able to clean up.
Is that if I'm Jacoya, I bring my bundle of IDs there. Now, was it part of IEBCs to check the 48 or so thousand were abused to verify those duplicates?
What happened, Osea, let me just tell something about that. You know, in terms of ID, do you know why they asked copies? They needed copies. The copies was for more interest than the signatures. Because for the signatures only and the ID number, that's when someone can go to an M-Pesa agent and pay maybe 2,000 shillings and you get the book. For withdrawal transactions, you copy those and everything. But the copies of ID, you had to meet some up in person. Give me your ID copy, please. That person will give you if you pay or maybe willingly. Then on top of that, they were not interested about me, Eric. I have got my 42,000 copies of ID, and you, Osea, you have, but there are some IDs I have and you have too, the same IDs. They were not interested about that because was just a support. Because I've given you my ID, not a must I vote for you. You might come up with a manifesto that it's not favoring my side. So I'll vote for the other person, the one I want. I might give you my ID, but I'm not going to vote for you. I vote for another person. So they were not interested much that the one Jacoya's ID and Odinga's ID should not match. No, even if they match most of them, but they cannot match 50%.
And
they
there
cannot
lies
match.
my question.
Yeah.
Would
So
it make sense for purposes of nominating the candidates if some voters give their copies for multiple candidates? It doesn't matter. Eh? It may not matter.
Yeah, for IDs, it doesn't matter.
Now, my last question is, if IEBC, you see, we say that IEBC has got a very big responsibility here. In the event that IEBC is petitioned for whatever reason and they are found guilty, my big question is, as independent as they are, what punishment? How are offending IEBC officials punished under the law?
You know, about that's why, you know, in IEBC, the commissioner, that the chairman should be someone who has attained a category of being a judge. You know, I think that's where everything comes from, because if something goes wrong with the electioneering thing, you know, it will fall into the notification.
Because but when you nullify, my question is, that assuming IBC is blamed for the way they conducted the election, so it is nullified.
Yeah.
The matter ends there. How are they punished for?
Then they are the ones who should pay the damages of the candidates, because I've done campaign, I've spent money, and you want me to go back again to campaign. You know, those are the penalties that should be addressed. They should go back, they should pay the damages to the people who have been.
To take the case of the Supreme Court, what punishment did Chipukati get for the irregularities and illegalities?
Nothing.
You see, that is my word.
What?
Yeah, Mike, you have something to say?
Yeah, the penalty is on a deliberate malpractice, and it comes all the way from returning officers at the voting center to the highest office. But on technicalities, like most of the issues that were raised in the High Court were purely technical. It was not by somebody's design. The returning officer has not been involved in any malpractice that then favors one candidate over the other or deliberately bungles the election. That one, there's a very high penalty. I think 7 years or something and above, from the returning officer to the senior most
That's
person.
what the Constitution says. Eh?
Yeah, but for technical.
So in history, as in terms of, has there anybody who has ever been punished like that? Any of these IBC or Kibitu time or?
No. Because most of the malpractices are external. Like you see the servers, the way people interfered with the server and the transmission, it was beyond the people, the local people in the mainstream office. Those things are manipulated from outside, so you cannot hold on to any specific IBC official. But then the malpractice,
they have always gone scot-free.
And most of them are government issues, you know. And sometimes I normally say this, in terms of the government, it's planned. Because you can see Kuseo and Mike, you can check on this scenario. Like now, IBC just cleared the people who had cases of corruption. And they said they cannot bar them from vying for the seats. And they cleared them. So Just take an instant, someone who has been so corrupt, mwenye amefanya mtu kama Waitito, sorry to say, apewe chance, akuje, juu ya influence, achaguliwe kuwe president. You understand? Juu ya influence, achaguliwa kuwe president. Now, tell me in the problem we could have as a country. That's why most of these laws that are in a IBC thing, it's sometimes they are not good, because it's supposed to be, if you have a case mentioning thing about corruption, you are not supposed to be cleared. Kapsa, ufai kuingia kapsa. We should get a clean person. But now you see, all of them have been cleared. Now, the 13th parliament, we might find ourselves with the 30% or 40% of wash, and Matang said that. So those are the things that I think most of things should be amended. Most of the laws should be amended.
You need to relook at the laws.
Yeah, we need to look at the law, because this thing is becoming too much. You see, even now Sonko is trying to tried to go to court again, and he was impeached. So you see, Waitito had a case of, I think, 100 and something billion, and he wanted to contest still. If it were not for IBC to say no, Waitito can be in the ballot back again.
No, something is not right somewhere.
So something is not right with the law. It should be looked at very well, because if it goes like that, we'll be every now and then recycling the same people. Someone has stolen our money. Yeah.
Where is the place of the voter in this scenario? Kiambu people, I'm sure Waititu would have gotten half of the votes that he got if he was allowed to stand.
Yeah,
and that is the unfortunate thing.
You could even get more.
Yeah, that is the unfortunate thing.
Because they buy voters.
I don't want to be very, very, very precise, but Waiguru had a case. I'm not saying she's guilty, but Waiguru is a governor, and she might even get her seat back. And NYS was written all over her face, including the current DP saying this lady is catwalking with stolen money. But now she's
leave alone Waigoro, go to Tarakaniti. Mudomi Joke was barred from accessing the office.
Exactly.
Till date, he doesn't access the office, but he was cleared to vie again. You know, those are the things. So us, we the voters, we are the ones to fire them. But how? We cannot.
You know something,
influence, they have influence, they have money.
Me, what I can say, let Martha Karua come on board.
Yeah.
And all these issues be relooked at.
Yeah,
seriously, sure. Seriously. Personally, I feel so much pain because of my constituency. All the CDF money was being so looted. I feel so much pain, and they are using the same money to campaign and to buy people to vote for them again. It's like we are in a corner, we can't even get out. And you see, the same laws is what it is protecting them. It is very sad.
Actually, what you have said, sorry, Kenya. What you have said or say is very true. I think this new coming regime of Martha and Raila are going to raise the bar, the threshold for integrity, because it has gone to the lowest. A thief, a rapist, a murderer can vie for any position, and people will clap for them. But this one, you know, every country, it's the leadership that sets the bar of values and of integrity. We cannot we cannot just wish it. It has to be set by certain actions and behaviors, so that even you saw when Raila was prime minister and there were issues of maize scandal, he made a very decisive decision of suspending two ministers.
Suspending Ruto.
So I'm sure the Raila government will not hide behind the technicalities of laws of of presumption of innocence until proved guilty, because that is where most of us hide behind. There are moral issues that cannot be legislated. If there are certain behaviors that are not in tandem or in line with our values, those ones, there's no court that can legislate it. It has to take leadership to give direction. And that is where a president and a deputy and a government can set the pace. That when people think that you don't look upright, they don't need to go to court to prove. They have a minister is appointed, he works at the pleasure of the president. He doesn't need to go to court to remove you. And that's where our president failed, our current president failed. He subjected people to go to court first and discussed about presumption of innocence. A president has the powers to sack and appoint at pleasure. He does not even need to give a reason. That's why they are called reshuffles. Reshuffles just means changing. You don't have to give a reason. So the Martha Karua and the Raila government will be so decisive. If they will hear you have stolen, they will not take you to court. They'll just sack you first and then go to court later. But here we say people are suspended. There's nothing like suspension. Even the current governors who are suspended, they should not be suspended. Not going to office is not good enough. They should just be totally out of office.
Hold on a little bit, Mike. Roberto, please take the floor, say something.
You know, for me, you have talked about the laws, and I still insist these laws are very okay. One of the things that,
oh God.
and also he's always talking about some funny laws. You know, for me, it is all about leadership, and leadership. It takes the high office of the land to meet these stakeholders in the justice department and give them some tongue lashing. Because you see, take for example the DCI. The president on several occasions has requested for investigations to be done speedily on certain issues that of corruption. And you know, it takes, I don't know how many, several months. You know, what we have here in Kenya are simple thieves. It is not about, you know, the word corruption is sugarcoating some of these things. Because I am a CEC in a county government. When I was coming in, my account would barely read 100, not even 150,000 shillings. 5 years later, I'm having 600 million. What does that tell you? There's nothing like corruption. That is pure thievery. And, you know, it is extremely easy to get paper trail and nab these people. Anybody who has done accounting, auditing, he knows that. Because this money is coming in from a certain source. It cannot come from heaven. And if somebody cannot account for this kind of money, it is extreme. It's the height of bad manners, you know, to try and sugarcoat some thieves and say it is a corruption case. It's nothing like a corruption case. I'll give you an example. Whenever I go to the bank here locally in Kenya, the number of times I have been kept waiting, and yet I want to withdraw my own money. I have received probably 1 million shillings. Anything above 200, 300, 500,000, they will keep you waiting like you are a thief. And you wait there. You have to prove where this money is coming from, what has been sold. You know, but now you look at these fellows you're calling politicians and public officers, office holders. How do they go and move this money without an alert to central bank that there is there is something that there's a transaction we have noted, which is unusual. Yet they can do the same to a normal kawaida mwananchi who has probably sold some small piece of land and some money is coming to bank some money, and you even become a suspect of your own property. So some of these things, these agencies are taking too long. There's a lot of we have a lot of bureaucracy. The first thing for me, if you ask me, is to disband this EACC. We don't even need it. Totally. We have a criminal investigation department, DCI, which can deal with that. Cybercrime, name it.
Because but Roberto, they have been working together and they are not able to deliver any results. What can you say?
That is exactly why I'm telling you we should disband that EACC, because that is bureaucracy. The DCI is capable of investigating this. This is thievery. That's what I call it.
But they have been doing, including the Auditor General. All of them have been at work.
Results.
All of them have been at work.
That is what I'm saying. Now,
but things don't go beyond the courts. Well, how come?
That the problem is our justice system.
Let me give you an example. Let me give you an example. The EACC the other day wanted to, I don't know, they wanted Waiguru to report to their officers. They have been investigating Waiguru for how long? You ask yourself, how long have they been investigating Waiguru? And this is not murder. You're not guessing. This is thievery. This is money that cannot be accounted for. For instance, I'll give you a very simple example in relation to Waiguru. Waiguru is said to have claimed some allowances yet she had not traveled outside the country. Do you know what it means for an employee of the government or a parastatal to do such a thing? It is sacking immediately, because there is documentation. If they are alleging that they have a passport, they can access the immigration at the airport and see entry, exit and entry stamps. So why should it take 2 years? You ask yourself.
Let me tell you, Roberto, hiyo maneno ya Waiguru, there are two angles to it. To begin with, it was like impressed. Normally, I've come to realize that in the government, you normally have time, even if you didn't spend whatever you are given time to refund it. And I think that is what Waiguru did during the Senate hearing, and she managed to ponyeka, sindio? But then there is the other issue whereby another law can come into play. The law which is about recalling MPs. Do you know the MPs mutilated it and even did away with it? Now, that is why the other day I was saying that even if Kinamata want to tighten the laws, unfortunately, you have to use the same MPs to do anything. And they are the people on the forefront. You cannot go past them. They will just throw it through the window. The same law is the one protecting them. You see, sometimes, I don't know whether you have listened to the judges. They say that the law says X, Y, Z. The injunction, they are entitled. What can you do? Something needs to be done about the law, the legal system.
Let me answer you on that. Let me answer you on that, Jose. Any law that does not affect the constitution, that requires an act of parliament, is voted in on a simple majority. And any government that is interested in fighting or giving the Kenyans good legislation, we should be having members of parliament. The government of the day should have a chief whip who can round up the members of parliament, pass some of these things with a simple majority, and we move on. But what happens? The MPs do not even go to parliament. They want to go to parliament if they are going to receive 5,000 shillings.
Not even just that, Roberto. You see, they are interested party. They cannot pass a law which is against them, which will pursue them, which will make them accused. Even if you are the one who passed that law, you will not.
Now that comes back to leadership. And when I'm saying leadership, when the president calls his side of the divide and tells them, I want ABCD, we cannot continue, giving them leeway. That is one thing I realized about the MOJA-RUTO government, in that they were given a lot of leeway. They were allowed to form their own caucuses and what have you, and they would. There was a lot of gerrymandering and a few things here and there in parliament.
They frustrate
but when you have when you have a coalition which is serious, some of these things, my friend, they will pass in parliament lightning speed. Inasomwa asubuhi, it is seconded in the afternoon, the next day mbio, the time required limits that is required to be read, first reading, second reading, and it's done. But there was no goodwill. In fact, most of the MPs of the Jubilee side were more interested in deals than giving us proper legislation. Whenever they had something that they wanted to receive, something small to vote for, they would all come to parliament. But you hardly see them come and sit and give Kenyans good bills.
Yeah,
back to
you
you.
know, Roberto, let me just cut you short a little bit. I want to take you on a scenario that Waigoro, there is an amount of money that was transferred in her account. And the time he was caught and asked, he said, niliweka huko nirudisha zikihitajika. Do you remember? Do you remember that? Yeah, Waigoro hivyo. Alisema niliweka huko nirudisha wakati zinahitajika kutumika. Ziko kwa akaunti yake. So she was making profit with the government money. Aya, nothing went on. Let me take you to another scenario. In Kimilili, Didmas Barasa took the CDF vehicle and removed the GK and put different number plates and branded it into a UDA campaign vehicle. And the vehicle was intercepted by the police. Do you know if that one it was for a layman, a normal person, saizi ungekuwa njera. Yeye gari ilishikwa ikapelekwa ndani, wakasema wanafanya investigation. So my point is, which investigation, and already you have the vehicle is this one, na ni GK imewekwa number plate ya gari ingine na mko nayo hapo. Na mwenye anafanya hiyo kazi mnajua ni nani, ni investigation ingine gani mnafanya. And
now,
Didmas,
that is why
I would ask here, the same guy go to a rally and say loudly, very clear, without fear or contradiction, mimi mnafuata kunishika, Raila anatumia gari za serikali, mnamshika. You see such issue. Mtu kama huyo alikuwa anafaa ashikwe hiyo siku kotini na apelekwe ndani, mbati wapi hawezi, because of what the influence.
No. I want to answer you.
The
that.
same
That is
law
the reason why.
to abuse the law. He's using the same law.
Yes.
To abuse the law.
Yeah.
No. Let me tell you, that is where I always come. It comes for me. It boils down to leadership. What if Mutembei or the DPP picks up his phone and says that I don't like what I saw on TV last night, and I want that case concluded. We cannot continue setting a bad example.
You can take that to the court, to the judges. I'm telling you, the fellow will be out the next minute. Because the
what
same
will
law
happen, I'm
the
telling
abuser.
you,
The same law
they will
protects
take
the
this.
abuser.
Yeah, they will say investigation, it's going on. The investigation will take 5 years.
And I want you to take this or note. Didmus will not be prosecuted because of that criminal thing he did, because that's criminal case. That's criminal. If you, Roberto, your own vehicle, if you try change maybe your wife number plate you put in your vehicle, you exchange the number plates, both vehicles are yours, that's a criminal case. You will find yourself in trouble.
That is the reason why I'm always saying that it is about leadership. It is not about the law.
It is about the
It is
law,
not about the
Roberto.
law,
It is about
absolutely.
the law. You know why? Let me tell you why it is about the law. Take the case where these MPs, you know, in 1 year alone, 5 years term parliament, I worked out, according to the audit report, it's something like 800 to 900 billion among all the constituencies in the country, which cannot be accounted for. Now, on what grounds do these people being qualified to run in front of Chebukati? Chebukati himself says the law allows them. Why don't we go for that law which allows them? And
we should
it
go
there
for that law.
So long as the audit has found you, you cannot account. You cannot continue contesting. You'll make Chebukati's work very easy.
So I continue to insist that it's about leadership, because even forget about
so are you saying Chebukati doesn't offer leadership to that extent?
No.
Leadership in the case of the
I meant
and the CDF misappropriated funds. Leadership from where?
No, I was referring to the case of Titimas. You know,
or leadership
number
from
one.
The DPP?
No.
Who
From the
should have handled
police.
Titimas' case?
Just a minute, Jose. From the police, that police station, that OCPD, you see, once you are arrested, for instance, you are arrested for a minor criminal offense, you are taken to the cell, and the next day you appear in court. So giving us the idea that they are still investigating is hogwash. What are you investigating? This is a vehicle.
I want to understand
number
why you are
plates have
saying
been
it is
changed.
leadership. I wanted to understand why you are saying it is leadership.
You know, Didmus wasn't even arrested. Didmus hakushikwa.
He wasn't arrested.
Yeah, he wasn't.
But Jose, let's agree this way.
They took the car.
Jose,
they took the car, but they didn't arrest him.
Yes, Jose. Let us agree one thing. The OCS, officer commanding police station, has the powers to arrest that man. What is he waiting for? Orders from above? That is a criminal offense. So let's not call it corruption. These are criminals. And that's why I'm saying it is leadership. And starting from the OCS, the OCPD.
You know, Roberto, it's ironic. It's ironic when a police officer arrests someone with an open evidence. Everything is there. He takes you to court. By the time he gets to the gate, you are out. And already he has...
How do you explain that?
He has everything. He has the evidence.
That is why
you go to the court.
Yes, that is why for me, I will make that
courts
attempt.
Courts are also independent.
So those are the problems now you're facing. The system, the justice system, it's not working.
Something is not working.
System is not working. The police does their work very well. They arrest.
Excuse me, Kito.
And they take you to court. Once you are in the court, the police just leave that place. Within 1 hour, you are out. And the police add the evidence with them. Tulimshika na hii gari alifanya hivi na hivi na hivi.
You know, when they are released from the court, they come and tell you utadu.
Those are the problem. Ataenda apigwe fine ya 50,000 bond.
aseme atoke na bond, atoke nje na 50,000. Alipe hiyo pesa na atoke nje. Upatane na yeye hapo, ama apigwe fine ya 50,000 alipe akuje. Hakuna kitu tamfanya.
Do you know another one was telling the judge that hiyo bond ni kidogo, hiyo piga tu simu, wapi nani alete hiyo bond ya 2 million ni kidogo, hiyo si neno.
So you know, they intimidate even the judges. I remember when there's the senator of Nini, Cherargei intimidated a magistrate. Akaongea vibaya kotini. Ana lecture judge, anamlecture. Then you tell me such people, they are the people that we want in the government. Ana lecture judge.
You know something I saw in the US, eh?
Huh?
Some of the, you know, in the US, like the city where I stay, you hardly see policemen.
Yeah.
Everything they do, they rely so much on cameras, and most of the things they do from the control rooms. And they are such high 3D cameras that you you cannot run away. Okay, you can run, but you can't hide.
You can't hide, yeah.
You can't hide. And when there are certain traffic offenses, they have specific fine. So once they have replayed wherever they are from the control room, they found that you did some funny U-turn, blah blah blah, which were illegal or whatever, or you see like in the city where I am, you see these red lights, amber, green, and red. Normally, here, amber means you prepare to stop. But you see, when you are in Kenya, when you see amber, you increase speed to pass before it is red. You see the reverse, whatever.
Yeah.
So there are some people who actually do it the Kenyan way. It is amber, but instead of preparing to stop, in other words, you should slow down and stop. Instead, there's race to speed to go away. Now, like where I am, there are certain routes where there is a traffic light here, then 2 miles away there's another one, and another 2 miles there's another one. So you may do that, and actually you go before it is red, but from their camera they can detect that actually you are accelerating instead of going by the rules, prepare to stop. Then they check how you behave here, then the next one. I think the investment in cameras here must be very heavy, but it seems to be working. So what they do, let's say they think that you have a traffic offense. The first thing they do, as I told you, you can run, but you can't hide. So what they'll do, they'll quickly check the registration of that vehicle. They'll know who the owner is and straight away plant a fine. Let's say you are $300 fine for the offense. It will be on your box, and you receive it, and you're supposed to clear it or settle it I think you are given something like 7 days, or you are normally told a specific date. If you choose, you think that it is unfair, or you are innocent, or you didn't commit the offense, you are free to go to court. And when you go to court, it is not that you are innocent until proven guilty. You prove that they are wrong.
So
that's completely the other way around. Like in Kenya, you'll get an injunction saying that you are innocent until proven guilty. No. Here it is the other way around. If you think that the fine is not correct, it is unfair, blah, 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 you are innocent, prove them that they are wrong to have fined you for the offense. Prove that you didn't commit the offense. You see, it's the other way around. So in most cases, what do people do? You pay the fine and life goes on.
Roberto, something to say?
To come face to face with a policeman, not necessary, not very easy.
Mama Selina, hope we have not locked you out.
I have a question for Mama Selina.
I'm listening.
Please, I can give you time. You can say something.
No, I have a question for Mama Selina.
Okay.
Mama Selina, you are from Nakuru, and I wanted to know what influence does Kimani Gunjiri command in Nakuru?
Okay, Kimani Gunjiri, he comes from Subukia. Nakuru district was once ilikuwa ni district moja kitambo. By the way, when Kimani Gunjiri was the chairman of KANU, I was the woman leader of KANU. So nimefanya kazi na Gunjiri kwa ofisi moja wakati ya Moi. Kimani Gunjiri ni arrogant. Sana sana ana wafuasi yake. Gunjiri alisimama na KANU karibu mara mbili, but unajua kuna watu wengi wamechaguliwa na wave. Kama wakati ya Jubilee ilikuja hii ya MOJA-RUTO, Kimani Gunjiri alipata chance. Lakini this time round kuna mama amesimama na Jubilee. Amemkimbisha sana. Kimani Gunjiri na Susan wamekuwa wakipigania, sijui kama unajua mtu anachipendelea, Kimani Gunjiri has nothing of his own. Ana click kwa Ruto kwa sababu ya kura za Wakale. So he want to be so good kufight, kupigana, kwa sababu Subukia mahali ametoka kuna Wakale wengi. But still katika Nakuru yote at large.
So Bahati is in Subukia?
Yes.
Oh.
But now they have 2 members of parliament. There is a member of parliament anaitwa Keshoi, yeye ndiye ako Subukia. And then Kimani Gunjiri ako Bahati. Yes. But kwa sasa pile Kimani Gunjiri wakati Ruto alikuwa juu, ni watu wanaenda na wave. Susan Kiika baba yake ni mtu alikuwa na mashamba mingi sana Nakuru. Na pia amepata, Susan Kiika ni kama Gunjiri, ni watu arrogant, watu wanataka kupigana. So Gunjiri sahii anajaribu kutwist, kuklik kwa Lee Kinyanjui, kwa sababu ameona Azimio na ameona Kinyanjui na Jubilee. But kuna mama anasimama kiti. So Gunjiri for the survival, hata kama hata wins Bahati, anataka kusupport Lee Kinyanjui, kwa sababu ameona hiyo site yako imeharibika. So don't trust Kimani Gunjiri.
Hataki kuwa nje ya serikali.
Anamsupport kichini chini ama openly? Does he support him openly?
Mambo mingi. Unajua watu wako na corruption na Kimani Gunjiri ametusi Uhuru sana. Sana.
Yes.
So
now nataka kuuliza hivi. Oze, what is the voter, the total votes, registered voters in is it Nakuru, is it a county? Yeah.
Nakuru county na tuko na 6 constituencies. Tuko na 6. Ya Wakale nchini karibu 2. Kuresoi North na Kuresoi South. And even Kuresoi South may be 50-50. Otherwise, Nakuru Town West tuko na Arama, huyo ni Mkisii. Nakuru Town East ni Mkikuyu. Tuko na Kilkil constituency, tuko na Naivasha, tuko na Njoro, tuko na Molo. So tuko na 6 constituencies.
And what is the total votes in that Nakuru County?
Let me get it. I'll get it to you just now.
Almost 600. Yeah, almost 6. It's a lot of votes.
No, it is a lot. Let me check it. I give you.
Yeah, it's over 600. I remember we used to be over 600,000.
And Nakuru County, Nakuru County is like this. During the 2017, they had 949,000.
Yes.
And then during the registration, they registered a further 100,000. As we speak now, before the cleanup, which I think IBC have completed, they were at 1.1 million.
Yeah, Nakuru imekuwa pana kwa sababu ya ile watu walitoka kwa wakati ya election violence. So watu yote walikuwa wamekaa, some parts walikuja wakasettle in Kilgil constituency kutoka Nyamachoma hapa Mbaruk, na imeshikana mpaka Naivasha. So tumekuwa na watu wengi sana wameishi Nakuru. Hata Nakuru town actually imepepa watu wengi sana. A lot of people ni wale walitoka Eldoret, Kericho, wapi.
Na sasa, you know, your latest opinion polls are saying it is a swing country, a swing county.
and all the MPs are from Jubilee.
Arama I think is
Arama mara ya kwanza alikuwa ODM, lakini sasa Arama ni Jubilee. So hatuna MP.
Saa hii wote ni Jubilee.
Yeah, isipokuwa Rongai ni KANU.
Oh, yeah.
So what are the chances that Azimio will bag? How many constituencies can Azimio bag from the Nakuru County?
Azimio, because it is
now.
Jubilee and so Arama still atachukua juu Arama amesimama na Azimio lakini Jubilee.
I think I'll go through them and give you tomorrow.
No.
I'll give you the contestants and their.
Wataenda nje ni Kuresoi North. Wenye watapiga UDA. Kuresoi North
Kuresoi is Nakuru.
Yeah, Kuresoi iko Nakuru Cheboy. Deputy Speaker. And then
Jose, I just give me the governor Lee Kinyanjui 2017. How many votes did he garner?
I may need to go out to get it.
Oh, sir, it's okay. No problem. We can do it.
I think I'll give them tomorrow when we are.
Okay, but Nakuru town actually Lee Kinyanjui will come back kwa sababu Kurasa Molo, Kurasa Nakuru town ile kura yenye itaenda out of Azimio ni Kuresoi North and Kuresoi South. So out of 6, ine itaenda Azimio.
So there is every possibility that we can, out of that 1 million, Azimio can get 500,000 votes.
More
or slightly more.
More.
You see, the opinions are showing that it is 50-50, but Azimio is on the upper.
Azimio iko upper. Let me tell you about
on
Nakuru.
The upper end. It's like something like
Let me 55, tell you about
55-45
and
or 60-40.
Yeah, actually, ukiangalia Nakuru kwa diaspora hawachai pika kura na Rift Valley. They always fought vile Central inapiga kura.
Exactly.
Na
actually, what happens in Central can help you predict what will happen in Nakuru.
Yes. Mimi nimekuwa kiongozi ya Nakuru kwa muda. Nimekuwa KANU na nikakuwa na Kenya tangu 2006 na nilisimama kiti ya parliament. So naijua Nakuru na nimeongoza wakati ya KANU tukiwa na Kimani Ngonjiri. By the way, huyu Kimani Ngonjiri inanisumbua sana Saila anachapa Uhuru kwa sababu ni moya alinituma na Kimani Ngonjiri kutafuta Uhuru na tukatoa Makto wakati Makto alikuwa amekuwa nominated. ndio Uhuru aweze kukuwa nominated. So Kimani Ngonjiri actually amefanya kazi mingi sana. Mimi mwenyewe nilifanya campaign Central karibu 6 months. Moi akinituma nikienda kuambia, mkikumbuka kuna wakati watu walikuwa naambia Wakikuyu kama hamtaki kuchukua Uhuru tunampeleka Rift Valley. Uhuru ni wa Rift Valley. Actually it was us. Ilikuwa ni sisi watu ya KANU. Mimi nilifanya arambe mingi sana Tika kujaribu kuambia Wakikuyu kama hamtaki Uhuru tunamchukua. So Kimani Ngonjiri ameplay a big role kulete Uhuru kwa KANU. Wakati tulienda election, kitu yenye naokopa kwa Ruto ni hivi. Wakati Uhuru alikuwa anasimama kiti ya chairman na Biwott, Ruto alikuwa director of election in KANU. Alikuwa na kompyuta mbili. Kuna kompyuta ya delegates yenye iko na machina yote official delegate ya KANU. Na kuna kompyuta ilikuwa na delegate hiyo ya kuipia Uhuru kura ndio ashinde Biwott. So watu ya Biwott wakikuja wanaangalia, ukitaka kujua wewe unatoka Elgeyo Marakwet na wewe namba yako na kura yako, ukikuja kwa hiyo kompyuta hiyo ya Ruto utaona china yako. Wewe ni delegate umetoka Kisumu, utakuta china yako iko. Alafu mkitoka anakuja na hiyo ingine yake yenye itafanya sasa kuipa kura. That is how Biwott lost election in Kasarani. Not because watu wakumpigia kura. So mambo ya Ruto ya kutumia uchanja, it is not now. Ni kitu ya zamani. Amesoea kuwa na nikisikia mimi aya, wakati tulikuwa na pie election ya Kericho, mnakumbuka kati ya Chamambuch na huyu kijana anaitwa Cheruyot. Chamambuch actually alikuwa amepita mpaka Uhuru alicheka waliipa. So this guy, hii machina 1,000 hii milioni 1 hii mnasikia analia double, that is his game. Anajua kuswitch na kuswitch. But now because Chebukati, ile kitu imetusaidia ni kitu moja. These people were looking for Martha Karua death and life before ashikane na baba. Unajua nani walipiga Martha Karua? Ni Chen Kiara, Alice Waome na huyu Kirati Kachakwa. Kuna wakati Ruto alikuwa ametafuta Martha. Mpaka sisi watu ya chama tunamuuliza.
Hiyo najua.
I'm telling you because wakati walikuwa namtafuta, sisi ni wa chama. Tulikuwa tuna negotiate, tulikuwa tunaongea, tunauliza tutaenda heshima ya mama na mambo ya Ruto kutaendaje na uisi. How? Tumefumilia kama na Kenya, tumekataa tulikataa serikali ya Kibaki kwa sababu ya corruption. Tulikataa kuungana na Uhuru. Mama aliitwa aenda asaidie Uhuru, alikataa. So hii ingine ilikuwa kali sana, but wakafanya makosa. Wakafikiria Martha Karua ni mtu utamkimbilia na pesa. That is where the thing happened wrong. So but baadaye wakatangaza, wakasema ati Wednesday, it was on a Wednesday I remember. Wanasema Martha Karua ndio wanaenda kukutana na Ruto. Mimi nilipiga simu nikauliza mama nini inaendelea? What are you doing? Akasema Selina, mimi nasimama kiti ya Kirinyaga. Hiyo uchinga.
Is that why
watu,
when
no, watu walikuwa wamemwambia Ruto the reason for them looking for Martha Karua sasa kwao ikukuwa juu ya kura, ilikuwa ni kwa sababu ya international community ya kwamba Ruto tu atakubalika na human rights na mambo ya civil society, Geneva, corruption, hiyo kesi ya Hague. So wakasema Martha Karua akisimama na yeye anaweza kuwa face
Yeah.
That was the plan.
But
You remember
Mama
when Martha accepted, you remember our speech? She was saying that nimechungulia pande hii kuna watu wabaya na pande hii kuna watu wabaya, lakini pande hii Kenya Kwisha imezidi sana. Afadhali pande hii ni wachache.
No, you know mother, wacha niwaambie. Huyo mama ana Martha Karua, watu wengi watamchua. Uwezi Martha Karua akikaa chini na wewe kukunywa chai. Yeye si ile watu ya kuenda usiku ama si ile watu ya hapana. Yeye akikutana na wewe atakutana na atakwambia ile anafikiria ikiwa kwa moyo wake. Wacha nikwambie, wakati baba amefaulu kuchukua Martha Karua, hakika iliisha. But kina kinywa wengi sana walikuwa na chapa Martha, wengi sana. Wote walikuwa na okopa Martha kwa sababu Wakikuyu wacha sasa wamemkubali. Waliona huyu mama hatutaipa tena. Huyu mama unajua watu wengi wamefanya dhambi. Si kwa serikali ya Jubilee, si serikali ya baba mwenyewe. Baba Uhuru alikuwa na 2 candidates. Alikuwa na Sabina Cheke na Peter Kenneth. Sana sana Peter Kenneth alikuwa na baba pia kitambo. Kina kinywa wanamuita Peter Kenneth Mutungu. So hawana trust na yeye sana. Sabina Cheke ndiye alikuwa ameletwe na Uhuru na matajiri. Lakini baba peke yake, na sidhani kama wangekataa Martha Karua, sijui vile baba angefanya. I don't think, sijui, kwa sababu alikuwa amekaliwa kabisa. Kalonzo alikuwa pale. So baba na sasa yeye, sasa sijui watu wengine, nataka kusema tu sijui kama kina Masharia pia walikuwa napenda Martha ama ni baba tu peke yake, siwezi sema. But ilikuwa kali sana, ilikuwa moto. Ilipiti Raila mwenyewe aseme hiyo hawezi negotiate.
Si niliona kama alienda mkutano na baba for almost 3 hours. Watu wawili tu.
That meeting walikuwa wamekutana, alafu sasa live history ya Martha Karua na Raila, na wakati alikuwa na chapwa, na wakati mtu angetaka. Unajua Martha Karua alikuwa lawyer ya Raila, lakini kuna siku walikosana hata parliament wangesalamiana. Election ya 2007 Ruto akiwa na baba, mimi nilikuwa Nakuru, but tulikuwa tunaongea na Martha. Ananiambia ninaua hii kijana yenu sahi. Walisimama. Martha Karua alikaa parliament 3 days bila kuchange nguo, akihesabu kura. Anasema Selina, kila mahali wameipa. Shida ya baba, watu yake, constituency yake iko na watu wachache. Central ikiipa mara moja na wako na kura ya 200,000 na baba ako na 35. Hata Raila akiiva 100% hawafiki 100,000. So uko Pokot, uko Nandi, uko wapi. So anasema waliipa both sides, lakini Central ikiipa they have numbers.
Mara moja tu. Na ni kama
sasa
hao
ananiuliza,
wengine.
anasema constituency moja ya Central inabeba ya baba karibu 5. Unaona? Northeastern kura ya mingi ni 17,000, 30,000, 25,000. Ukucha huko Nandi, kwetu Rift Valley constituency ilikuwa na watu wengi ni Bomet. That's the only constituency Wakalenjin they are proud of. The rest,
Mama Selina.
yes.
Let us move now to Bomet. What do you think of this gentleman huyu Isaac? Isaac bado yuko na following ya kutosha?
Wow. Isaac ndiye gavana ya Bomet.
Lakini yuko Kenya Kwanza.
Ako na chama yake, lakini councillors watatokea CCM, chama ya Isaac Ruto.
Okay, but what about the presidential?
Walikubaliana, walisema wakati vita ilikuwa mingi, Isaac Ruto akasema ya huko juu tunawatia Ruto na huko chini uachane nayo. Ruto akaenda Bomet, wakafungia Isaac nje kwa sababu Ruto ako na gavana ya Huda, so wakakataa kumpatia Isaac Ruto nafasi. The crowd was so wild, but still Isaac Ruto na baba ni marafiki. So sahi vile mambo imeyumba yumba kwa Huda, baba hawezi kosa kura Bomet. Na ndiye sababu unaona wakati hiyo picha ya baba portrait imetolewa, unaona reaction ya watu ya Bomet, na waliuliza hata hawa kama wako na kura, hawa ndio wako na kura kwa mfuko yao. So Bomet si kama Eldoret, but again kuna shida Eldoret. Inaonekana Buseki anaweza chukua. Huyo Buseki ni mtu ya independent.
Huko ni wa Ushangishu.
Washingishu, yes.
Yeah, I was also listening to a few people from there, and they were saying, Buzeki had not started campaigning fully, but after up to last month, when he now started hitting the ground, Koti Moja is really having it rough.
It is not even about that. Kura ya diaspora. Buseki ameoa Mkikuyu. Then kura ya Waluya, kura ya Wakisii, kura ya Wajaluo, kura ya Wakikuyu. Buseki ni Muelgeyo. Koti Moja ni Munandi. Ya Muelgeyo. Elgeyo Marakwet ni mtu ya Biwot. So ukishika kura ya diaspora yote, uongeze na ya Waelgeyo, Buseki ako mbele.
And do you know,
now,
if you check the opinion polls, Ushangishu is where Baba has the highest in the region.
Yes.
Yeah, Baba has always gotten votes from Ushangishu.
Yes. Mimi msaliwa ya Nandi. Nikalelewa, nikakaa Baringo. So if you talk about Eldoret, Nandi, sasa mahali Ketera ametoka is my neighbor, na mimi hapo ndiye mahali nimesaliwa. But mimi ni mkaaji wa Nakuru, na nilikuwa mkaaji ya Baringo. So about Eldoret, Buseki atachukua huyu independent mtu ya Keses, huyu Muhindi. Huyu Muhindi, every month madaktari wanatoka India. Ako na hospitali 3 Eldoret. Inaitwa Medihill. Medihill ni ya huyu MP ya Keses, Misra. Every month kuna madaktari wanakuja kupeana service Eldoret kwa hizo hospitali yake yote 3. Amepeleka watoto ya Eldoret, watoto karibu ngapi wanaenda India kusoma, kuchukua scholarship. Amesunguka kwa Keses constituency mzima, watu wale wako maskini, amepeana ng'ombe. He has done a lot. in that constituency. And apart from that, hiyo watu wanatipiwa bure.
Mama Selina, let me just a little bit. So you want to confirm that the way Sally Kosgei said that Rift Valley is not Ruto's bedroom. So you want to confirm it's true?
Let me tell you this. Ulisikia nikisema kwa Mtembei TV before, nikiuliza leo Ruto ako na nani? Hako na Magurumen, munasema naitanga Mugurmen, sijua naito nini, na ako na suti. Where are the rest of Kalenjins? Ile watu yote walikuwa na baba Moi, wachana na Raila, ule watu ya Moi, the civil servants. Wakati Uhuru na Ruto walichukua serikali, Ruto alimake sure amefuta everybody, ndiye akue huko juu peke yake. So wakati watu walimuuliza, alisema msiulize Uhuru, muniulize. Ruto amekuwa mtu ya is the own man. Watu anaambia watu wamjui, wachana na hiyo. So watu yote wale wase, opinion leaders walienda kando, akawachwa peke yake. So he was playing his own game with alone, na mtu anaitwa Mbaruk anaenda kuchapa watu kofi, anaongelesha Wakalenjin. Si watu wanapenda kufuata mtu. So Ruto, watu wengi wanajua, watu wamenyamaza tu, wale watu yani, unajua ile watu waliona vijana hii wamekunywa pombe, unajua sasa hii vijana hawana kura. So the real matured people, Ruto atashangaa wakati ya election 1 alifuta watu yote. Hakuna Mkalenjin kwa, as we are talking of today, na wakati Moi alitoka tulikuwa na watu kama hii Marakwet, munasikia wanauana hii Elgeyo Marakwet, wako na tu retired Inspector General of Police. Kuna Kimayo na kuna huyu anaitwa the last one Boynet. How can a learned people wamewahi kuwa Inspector General ya police washindwe na hiyo crime kidogo iko pale? The intelligence. Ruto cannot sit with them. Ruto was fighting Kimayo. He was also fighting huyu mwingine Boynet. So if you cannot sit with na ile watu walikuwa na security ya dunia, that even baba, kuna siku baba alienda huko na akatambua Boynet, not Boynet, Kimayo, because Kimayo alikuwa escort ya Moi, and Kimayo is a trained Jeshu Rec company. This Boynet was an army officer, but Kimayo is a trained Israel Rec, the one they call Rec company.
He's a sharpshooter.
Yes. And this man ignored that man. How could you ignore your brother? Like now, Baringo, Kitchen is coming back.
Mama Selina, wacha nikuulize. Unajua, women candidates normally have this challenge about when they want to contest. Kama we sasa, if you are married in Baringo and you said ulizaliwa, is it Nandi?
No. Okay, wakati mahali ilikuwa na shida ni wakati ya Laposo. Kwa sababu
nilikuwa nataka kuuliza.
Yeah.
You see, women candidates normally have a lot of challenge, especially when they want this elective post. Now, for example, among the Kalenjin, today, if you are interested in being elected, sasa utarudi mahali ulizaliwa?
No, they don't see
ama
that.
Utaenda Baringo? Si watasema wewe si
Unaona Chelakat Mutai? Chelakat Mutai was the first female member of parliament. Kuchaguliwa, msichana akukuwa ameolewa. We had Kamar as member of parliament na hakukuwa ameolewa, ingawa alikuwa rafiki ya Biwott. Ileta baadaye alionyeshana. Who else? Sally Koskei was the secretary to cabinet. She's not married officially. Sijui Mukamba, what I don't know. So Nandi Wakalenjin hawana hiyo.
No, tuseme
Alison Chelaite.
where do you stand the best chance? Where mahali umeoleka mahali
They don't
ama where you are born.
Hawana shida.
Kwa hivyo unaweza rudi mahali you are born and contest.
Kama okay, kama umeolewa. Tuseme
Hata kuonewa. Utaonewa atirudi kwenu.
No, hatuna hiyo kwa sababu moja, kama wewe ni Perez alisimama, hawana hiyo, wanakupatia kulingana na heshima yako.
Okay, just a little bit, Ose and Mama Selina. Just Orala, how are you? Unmute your mic, please. Unmute your mic so that you can. But beside your name, there is a icon of mic, please.
Na pongezi nyinyi mumetuwekea blue leo. Tuko Azimio ndani.
Yeah, it's okay now. Yes, how are you? Olara.
Niaje?
Yeah, poa sana. Karibu sana.
Sasa niongee?
Yeah, I give you, nimekupatia floor, just talk. Hao wengine wameongea, so floor ni yako. Just say something.
Floor ni yako. Unajua kuna sometime nimekuja hapa lakini nimesikia story, lakini kuna kitu moja nataka watu wakumbuke. Mama Selina, you lived your history and you have your history in your hand. The flow of the information unapatia kila mtu hapa leo, and I wish baba akiwa integrated, should be a part of history of our children to be taught. Mama Selina, umetufundisha kitu moja, mama si mama tu, wewe ulikuwa mama na ulikuwa mama zaidi. You kept our history alive. Na we mama, na naomba serikali ya baba ikupatia protection of amount of information you give offhand. Selina, Mama Selina, mimi niko 52 years now, lakini hiyo amount of reconfirmation, hiyo history unaongea tu, I can recall. Every time you talk, I can recall those names. Lakini wewe unaongea tu kama kitunguu ama dania ama unapika chakula. You are just fluent on it. This, you cannot be cheating. You can just be real. You are real. Selina, Mama Selina. Oh, okay. My sister, okay. I'm not 60 yet. I'm until 52. Lakini kitu, I can confirm to every panelist here. Hiyo story Mama Selina asema, I've lived it. And she's holding back some informations, lakini hiyo ni ukweli. Mama Selina nakupenda sana. Na saizi tukupatie tu kama I think your Mandela moment should be with Baba moment. Mama Selina, you never lied. You just say it straight. Paka zingine nasemanga, kwa nini unasema hiyo ukweli? You are just so truthful.
Mother Karua taught me how to say the truth. Ametuambia to say, I cannot lie kwa sababu one, mimi niko close to Mother Karua. So I cannot stand na kusema kitu yenye tukionana macho kwa macho. She can ask me, Selina, what did you say? So mimi chochote ninasema, najua atanisikia, ama kama anisikii kuna watu wanasikia. Alitufunza kwa chama. Nimeingia chama ya Martha Karua 206. Hapo ndio wakati tulichuana na Martha. From that day mpaka nikakuwa kwa chama yake, nimekuwa national deputy women leader na Kenya. Nilikuwa kiongozi kwa KANU. Watu wengi wajui, Moi was calling me my daughter. Nilifanya kazi na baba Moi sana. Yeye ndiye alinitoa Baringo akanilete Nakuru. Nilikuwa na kina PC Oburu. Nilikuwa na the late Nyasenta akiwa SHID, professional SHID officer. Tumefanya kazi na Yusuf Haji. Sisi
marehemu yeah.
All of them, but tumefanya kazi na our close to high, kwa sababu Nakuru is a sensitive place. So baba lazima angekuwa na watoto wake, and I became to be one of them, but nikakuwa na mother, so I'm that person. Lakini ukweli inasaidia, kwa sababu watoto wetu wasipojua ukweli, wasipojua history, ndio unaona wanaenda kupotea. Inastahili kujua viongozi, who are you electing, nani anafanya nini, nani atatuchunga wapi. Mimi sijakuwa na baba. Mimi wakati wa Kalenjin walikuwa KANU, walikuwa kwa Raila, mimi nilikuwa na Martha Karua na nilikuwa na Kibaki. 207, watu wengi wenye wananijua, wakati wa Kikuyu walifukuzwa, walinikuta showground kama mimi ni Mkalenjin. And it was very difficult kukaa showground, but nilikaa na huruma because of Karume, because of Njenga Karume, because of Michuki. Walinisimamisha nikakaa showground, na nilirudi kukuta ya kwamba hiyo showground walikuwa na watu 10,000. In that 10,000, let me tell you guys, Wakikuyu watu wanacheza. Kuna wamama wa Kalenjin walikuwa wameolewa na Wakikuyu, walifukuzwa pamoja na mabwana sao, but walikuwa naishi hiyo showground bila wengine kujua. Au Wakikuyu wamepepa Wakale ndani, wamepepa wanawake wa Jaluo ndani, wamepepa wanawake wa Kisii ndani, na Wakikuyu wenzao wangejua. Baadaye mtu anakuja moja moja ananiambia, unajua mimi naitwa fulani, nyumbani ni mahali fulani. So sometime naweza sema Mkikuyu ni mtu ya maana sana kwa Kenya. Ni watu wengi wajui, walivumilia na mapipi sao, kwa sababu wakati walifukuzwa, can you imagine, wewe ni Mkale na watu yenu wanakuja kuua nyinyi ama kuchoma nyumba na kupeleka ng'ombe, na wewe ni mtoto yao. Niliona ile mambo watu wengi wajaona.
Masale usiongee zaidi. Usiongee zaidi.
Kweli unajua tunataka watu wanaongeanga mambo mingi, lakini kama Kenya wanataka huiano ile ya ukweli, lazima ukweli isemwe.
Watu walikufa.
Ndio watu wajue vile mambo inaenda. Poleni.
Mama Selina, thank you so much. Orala, thank you. Tumekukaribisha na wana mzee Peni Nyagaka, Richia kwa area. No, bado, I'll give you will continue, just a minute. Sijakukatia, you'll just continue. I want to hand over to Demba. So someone else.
Am I talking or Demba talking?
No, you will talk.
Okay.
As I hand over, you will continue. Demba, karibu sana, and Richi, karibuni sana. I think you have come at the right time. So munifungue ndio na mimi niende nijiekelee, it will be nice. So Mr. Demba, how are you? Okay, fine. So Orala, you can continue. You can continue the submission. Then
umeenda mpaka umeshindwa kufungua hata wewe. Sasa tunakwambia hiyo kitu ya kufungua iko oh yeah.
I had said welcome Demba.
Wacha Demba, wacha nibadilishe kiti kwanza. Kwa sababu sioni nikikaa mzuri hapa.
Okay, Orala, you can continue with your submission, Mr. Orala. Demba, take the floor.
You see, today, as I conclude, I think Mama Selina will agree with me. Jacoya with 4 days extra work time, 96 hours per week, it could be a good agenda for Baba. But I'm concluding. Kuna hiyo issue Jacoya on Nation TV. He did a comprehensive interview there. Kuna mikebe mingi. Mama Selina najua mama atatoa hiyo matishida yote baadaye, lakini we are campaigning now. Saizi tukufanya tu shida, tuweke baba kwa State House, alafu Jacoya amesema najua baba, na hiyo philosophy yote najua itakuwa tu kitu moja, na Mama Selina najua Jacoya mupatane baada election, alafu muongee. I'm muting out.
Huyo nani huyo? Hiyo mwenye analeta pangi.
Amesema kitu ukweli.
No, nauliza tu, wewe umeniambia maneno mingi na nikasikia. Wacha niseme hivi. Huyo mtu si mbaya, lakini kuna mambo hatujawahi.
Ni mtoto wa baba.
Kama ni mtoto ya baba, na ile kitu tunamuomba asituambie maneno hiyo alisema. Kama ako na vitu mbili ingine mzuri tutachukua.
No, Jacoya is very philosophical in approach. Shida yetu haiwezi kuwa ni deni peke yake. Shida yetu inaweza kuwa kutatua deni. Alafu he had another astronomical approach to the problem. Suspend this stupid constitution whereby judiciary can actually stop a president to take action.
So now, wacha nikuombe kitu moja, it will happen because mwenye kutengeneza constitution 2010, the Minister of Justice was Karua. Amekaa nje 10 years. Ameajua hiyo katiba kwa sababu those lawyers walikaa chini na wakatengeneza hiyo katiba. If you ask Karua today, unajua mama anasaa mtoto. Unapolea mtoto mpaka anatembea, unasikia anaambia watu, unajua ni mtoto gani utamtuma duka na pesa, na mtoto gani huwezi kumtuma na pesa. Kwa katiba ya Kenya leo, I know Karua knows a lot. Na amesema watakaa chini, itengenezwe ile kitu kwa sababu kama ministers, for example, kama vile walikuwa parliament, walikuwa responsible, lakini vile walitoa na wakapatia watu ya nje. They are now even thinking watoe ministers ngine watoke ndani na maybe wachache watoke nje. Kwa mambo ya katiba, kuna mambo hata yeye mwenyewe kama Minister of Justice,
Mama,
she can revisit.
I love that.
Hiyo ni toketi yake. She will do it. Hata hiyo mambo ya PPI atakaa chini, pora iende vizuri, wataketi. Kuna mambo mingi watu wameona. Leo ameongea akasema, ukiwa running mate, ukiwa deputy, you have to follow chain of command. Hakuna vile unaenda kutusi president na wewe ni deputy yake. Na kama kuna kitu kwa katiba inafanyia mtu mwenye ako mdogo kutusi mwenzake, afadhali watu waangalie hiyo kipengele ya kwamba when you are a deputy ya, kama mimi ni deputy ya Temba, mimi lazima nipaki kama deputy na nisimruke Temba, na kama ni katiba inanipatia cheuri, hatutakubali hiyo katiba iendelee kupatia watu wengine cheuri, tutairekebisha. So what we are saying is this, I'm telling you this. Huyu mama amekuwa kwa serikali na amekaa nje na baba 10 years together kwa njia mbalimbali. Huyu alikuwa opposition kivyake na huyu amekuwa opposition kivyake. Baba kwa sababu anajua mengi na huyu mama kwa sababu ni mtu ya sheria. Let me tell you, we will get the best.
Wacha nimalizie na hii. Hii devolution funds ambayo Ruto anaongezea 50 billion sasa anataka kuwekelea paka iwe FDC, sijui kuna hiyo funds hizo. Mimi I'm against this constituency development funds. Mama, tuambie kama kuna devolution, kwa nini iwe kuna parliamentary funds alafu kuna hii watu wengine? Hiyo funds inatumika kwa campaigns, then they re-elect themselves.
So they say kwa hii ya sahi wanataka pesa yote ikuche uko kwa ward. Chakuwa a very good councillor.
No,
chakuwa mtu mwenye
kama kuna governor, why the funds devolving to the MP, even to the MCA?
MCA, yes, kwa sababu MCA ni kwa ward. We want that money to come kwa sababu ward inabeba watu 2000. Yes, Temba. Na kwa watu 2000 tunajuana. You know in ward, you know who is who. Ikifika constituency, hutajua watu. Lakini kama tumepatiwa 100 million imekuja ward yetu. Ile kitu tunataka ni mashule ya watoto. Ile kitu tunataka kama kuna watoto ya kusaidia, tunajua mtoto ya Temba, mtoto ya Riki, mtoto ya Selina, ya fulani.
Okay.
Kama ni kujenga dispensary.
Okay, Mama Selina, how to devolve that funds? Isiwe a project for an MP, isiwe a project for anyone. Waje ende kwa governor, alafu governor apeleke chini pale.
Wacha tuachie Temba tu control, ni makosa. Tumefanya makosa.
Sawa, nimenyamaza na mute please.
Okay, asante sana Olara, and hamjambo, good evening, good afternoon, good morning for all of you. Roberta, are you there? Roberta, mbona ametuachia screen hivyo? Huyu Kuse Uze ni nani?
Huyu ni Jose ule mmoja tu, kamera yake unajua inakuwa na shida.
Nickname. you are attacked here. Have you noticed the names have all changed?
Kwani when I went away you changed your names?
No. Am I the only one?
Si unaona majina zote zimebadilika, eh?
No, Richi bado hakurichi makiadi.
There is a trend.
Angalia tu majina yote uone imebadilika.
Naona Senichep, watu wazimio.
Hii ni wale watu tu unajua ni majina tu imebadilika.
Kwani mlibatizwa nilipoenda?
No, we were cornered.
Temba tumekaliwa. Unaingia inatoka. Kila mtu analia.
Maseria, nitakuja inbox yako utajua tu ni Orara mimi. Okay.
Orara ngoja. Oh, you had issues with your logging in.
Tulivamiwa na enemies. You are lucky. You are lucky you are absent.
Poleni. Hiyo ndio live. Pole. Sasa Olara, your ideas are good, and you can always bring them on and forward them to the relevant. I mean, I'm sure as soon as all this is done, when they'll moving on to the next part, they will probably consider some of the views. You know, our constitution is a developing document. It's a dynamic document, and such conversations are good. When we have them, and then when you give, you know, when you keep giving, testing the document, and you see where it is working, where it is not working, you give suggestions. If they see it's going to move on well, then they consider it. That's why you have the amendments, you have your parliament, and then of course you can always give those. And either way, I think all is for the better good. And as it is right now, of course, it would have been better if development is felt at the world level. And that's, I think, is a point that Selichev is trying to make. Now, I'll have to get used to Selichev. Hey, hiyo yako lakini imesoma. Hiyo jina yako imesoma, imekuwa Roberto,
Temba, karibu.
Karibu. Makiadi ninapewa nini huko chini, naambiwa ulikalia kiti kama Ruto mpaka ukasahau ya kwamba nitarudi.
Nani huyo anasema hivyo? Nani huyo anasema hivyo?
Linet Wabomba anasema
Linet Wabomba.
Welcome back, but when you are away, you are DP Makiadi out. Lini outshine, eh?
Umesikia mama amesema mtu aheshimu urefu ya kamba yake. Si umesikia mama amesema hivyo leo?
No, it's good. I mean, I'm happy. I'm happy that Makiadi lived up to the challenge. That is how leaders develop others. Usikalie kiti kama Museveni, ukae miaka mingi kutoka.
Demba, I want to confess. I want to confess that I tried to urge Makiadi to now sit on the throne properly, lakini aliogopa bwana. Kwa hivyo huyu unaweza muweka huyu. Nilijaribu kumuinsight akashindwa.
Mimi kazi yangu ni yesa, bora mchele na soda ikue hapo. Hakuna kitu kingine.
Now the good thing is at least the co-pilot can guide the ship. So hakuna shida. So Makiadi, that was good. Makiadi is Makiadi and Themba is Themba. So do not confuse. Makiadi akishika usukani ni Makiadi, Themba akishika usukani ni Themba. Hakuna competition. Is we are complementing each other, and we would like more people also to come on and even be moderators, so that we don't have hitches that wapi nani. No, the show must go on, and you'll be seeing Makiadi tukiendelea na nini pamoja akifanya tunafanya, so that we have even watu wengine wengi tu. Ndio unajua kuna saa zingine mnatupia moderators mawe, wacha moderate siku moja uanze kuona kumbe hii kitu kuna saa zingine tunakaa tunasema mimi sipendi huyu moderator, sijui Themba amefanya, Bernard amefanya, Wekesa, but it's just good. We are all good, we are all different, and thank you so much. I missed you people when I was away, but we are back. Tuko hapa mpaka baada ya uchaguzi na baadaye tuko tu hapa, so hapa ni petu. Olara,
nakusikia.
You want to give your final comments, then we move on to someone else.
You see, I'll not speak directly to our candidates, but I got some inspiration from Jacoya. Kuna kitu amesema, if I'm elected tonight or tomorrow or on 10th August, I will not compromise on something called corruption. And my candidate, Raila Odinga, never compromised on animals. Ningependa, and in fact, some of his first timers, among a lot of first times, amesema alikuwa anajua na baba, walikuwa kwa struggle, and mimi as a person, I'm in diaspora also. I've lived my life from 1986 until now. 1986. That's the first time I left Kenya. I left with a laissez-passer something. I went to Cairo. I made my first degree there, second degree. Now I'm working in Gulf somewhere. I don't want to expose myself more. But kuna kitu wa Jacoya amesema. He never had a compromise on that. The first convict of corruption atapatiwa only two options: hanged or go to your village place where it's very high, just roll yourself down. We cannot have people running operationally, they are operationing presidential candidacy, whatever. Okay. There's sometimes call them families, they have contra families. No, my concept is one. If you exhausted a generation of your own people, then you are now coming to salvage the same people. You are not the same people. Okay, let me repeat it. In a layman words, umetufanya masikini tukakuwa pa tulipo, alafu sasa unasema na pesa hiyo pesa ninayo nitakusaidia, piga kura, alafu baada ya kura nitatumia pesa hii yenu umebiwa, alafu somewhat there's a magical. It's not magical. We have to revisit our conscience. Our conscience is very important here. Mama Selina is very clear. She has history. Watu walikufa, watu waliuawa, watu walifanyiwa, tulifanyiwa mambo mengi. Kama kuna mtu anataka kusaidia mtu, ni mtu ambaye aliwahi kuumizwa. Maybe I may keep on reinventing himself to just save the same people.
Olara.
Na huyu mtu ni
Olara.
Odinga. Raila reinvent ajisaidie.
Olara.
Sawa boss.
You're all over. Can you make your point?
My point is, call a corruption is corruption. Alafu Jacoya solution is the right solution.
Okay, so you
huyu mtu ambaye amechukua generation investments, amekula kwa tumba yake peke yake, na he can never live one generation, ata live to another 5 years atakufa.
Okay.
Alafu amekula pesa ya generation yote.
Okay.
Why should that person lead a nation which he looted from?
Okay, thank you.
I'm very bitter. I'm sorry to be, but this is how I believe Raila can on forward.
Okay.
I declare corruption worth death penalty. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Can you mute now? Okay. Naona uzee, yani hii majina jamani. Okay. Uzee, uko na swali? Alafu Selichev.
Niko na swali kwa Olara. One of them, is it a rebuttal as well? I want to make this comment. You see, what you are saying is true. And right now, for some of us, corruption imefika mwisho. Mwisho kabisa. You are still talking as if it is wishful thinking. Well, since when do people who have corrupted, like the MPs who have looted our CDFs, would go to the highest hill in their area to roll down? Surely. you know, tumefika mwisho. Please come and help with some practical solutions to this problem. Because that what you are saying is not practical.
Thank you, Jose. Sally Chep.
Okay, Orare, wakati baba umeongea kuhusu mambo ya corruption, wewe ndio umesema tunakwambia. Wakati baba alisema anapigana na corruption na akasema ameteua Martha Karua kama running mate na akasema amempatia kiti ya Justice and Constitutional Affairs a deal na corruption. So yani vile umesema baba atasema si ukweli. That is why she had to go for Martha Karua kumsaidia wapigane na corruption. So as for now, you know, corruption it's a giant. Ni giant imetingisa ulimwengu, lakini kutokea tangu wakati Martha Karua ameteuliwa na baba, watu wengi wamekuwa na hope. Na hata ukisikia hiyo pasta Temba, kuna hiyo pasta amemuombea akiwa Makueni ama sijui, kuna hiyo yote. Na nikaona hiyo bishop anamwambia, wewe na baba mumepigania haki, let the desire of your heart, ile mumekataa corruption, mumekataa kuchaguliwa kwa serikali, Mungu awatumie muongoze nchi yetu. So hapo nataka upongeze baba kwa kitu moja. Aliteua Martha kwa sababu anajua ni mtu ya kusimama na haki na ni mtu hawezi nunuliwa. So you cannot go to Martha with your money kama uko na kesi. So tushukuru hiyo. Ile kitu tunataka ni mawaidha vile Temba amesema. But corruption, watu wamecorrupt ni wengi sana. Lakini pia kuua ama kupika mawe kama itakuwa kwa constitution ni sawa, kwa sababu hata kama wewe ni corrupt, mwisi, na ipatikane mimi ndiye nimekupigia mawe na polisi nikute, mimi nitaenda chela. Na polisi anatuambia huko nje uwa mwisi, alafu tena nikikimbia kuua mwisi, mimi ndiye naenda kotini. So mambo yenye tunataka ni at least katiba yetu irekebishe mambo, ama si ukweli Temba? Because hata huyo mtu akisema muue leo, siku mbili uwe na uende urolu kufe, katiba ya Kenya itaruhusu mtu auawe.
Okay,
niongee kidogo.
Dakika moja Olara, manake we are revolving around that, but you've already made your point. I don't know if you want to repeat the same point.
It's not necessarily the same point. You see, if you are managing this panel, when the pertinent issue is raised consistently, then you have to address that topic consistently. Mama Selina, na nimekubali vile second my proposal. Your proposal, you see, in a country in Kenya where you lose 2 billion per day, this means schools are not built, medicine are not paid, practitioners, medicine are not paid, everything. You see, when this money goes to somebody's pocket, then the next constitution proposal is honor. You have to honor yourself. Kama umekuja hapa na pesa ya watu, umekula ama umeua watu, never come here and try to lead us. We can lead ourselves as you are leading yourself in this Mutembei. We are here for people of Kenya. And moderator, this is very sensitive now, because kama kuna mtu anaiba 2 billion per day, alafu huyo mtu anapeleka hiyo pesa kidogo kwenye kanisa, kwenye harambee, alafu asaidii watu wote, your pesa 2 billions, we cannot be having this difficulty or difficult times. Mama Selina, I'll not contribute again, lakini I'm supporting your motion. You started the moral aptitude of leaders. Na umesema mama mother atadisibeti your all interest na baba amemchagua hapo. Hatuta solve problem ya Kenya kwa siku moja, lakini umetukonfirmia kwamba Martha atasimamia kila kitu. I will not discuss again. I just rest this for Mama Selina achukue amwambie Mama Karua, we as locals, we want a death penalty for corrupt guys.
Okay, we let it rest there, so that we don't mark time so much on that point. I mean, you've made your point, and Mama Selina is also making a point. Jacoya and Baba all loathe corruption. They have talked about against corruption loudly. Jacoya is proposing radical change. And of course, one thing I want us to notice, Jacoya is not the first to excite a particular ticket and campaign period. Every time someone has come up and has excited the campaigns, one of them was Dida. Dida came with the radical. Hold on, Olara. You don't unmute until you are allowed. Dida came and excited the ticket, and he came with interesting proposals, and the proposals were as good as they were, but we didn't see him going anywhere. Unfortunately, voting in Kenya is an interesting scenario. It's very interesting in Kenya voting, and unless you understand the voting patterns, there's voter behavior in Kenya that unfortunately may not favor, Jacoya. So he might be having exciting moments, and someone I read somewhere very interesting comments that the way you take the bang and then you feel high for a moment, and then the highness goes, and then you return back to normal and you realize bado wewe ni yule. So I was saying that those ideas will make people high, and then in a few days we will get back to normal, and then we will realize we need to go back to serious politics. So people might be high, and after they have come out of their highness, get back to the ground and realize that life has to go on. So corruption has to be fought. That one we agree, and we are liking the debate as it is going on. So allow me to bring in Makiadi. Makiadi came on before me. Makiadi, kindly, if you can give your submissions.
Yeah, mine will be brief. Welcome back, Ndemba. Good to see you. Happy to see you whole. Merudi vile tulikuachilia. Mine is sijasalimia panelist. Najua wengine tumeonana tukuonana, lakini tulipata salamu. Mama Selina, Roberto, Joben, Olara, Kosea, Ose. So yangu itakuwa ni mafupi sana, na nitaongea juu ya topic moja ya UDA Women's League. The Bible says out of the fullness of the heart, of the abundance of the heart, the mouth speaketh. So leo ule mama ameenda pale mbele, alikuwa anajiita Reverend Wairimo, amevunja kitu inaitwa mbarika. Inaonekana huyu mama hata akiwa huko nje huwa anaita hawa watu Kenya Kwisha. Sasa amefika pale mbele akaamua kuomba, na si ati ulimi imeteleza, amewaambia tu kweli. Ile kitu yenye walikuwa wanaogopa kuambiwa na watu wengine, leo wameambiwa to the face ya kwamba hao ni Kenya Kwisha. Uzuri alikuwa anafanya kwa maombi, kwa hivyo it was spiritual. I think when I watched the whole event, one thing that caught my attention is the speech of Aisha Jumwa. Aisha Jumwa amepeana historia yake, akasema out of walikuwa mama sita kwao, I think stepmothers, na walikuwa over 20 kids, na akasema it is the desire of other daughters wasichana wengine kuwa kama yeye. Kuna wasichana wa watu wanataka kuwa kama yeye, wangetamani sana kuwa kama yeye. Mimi nikaangalia Aisha Jumwa, jameni, yule Aisha Jumwa mimi ninajua vizuri kabisa. Would you want your daughter kuwa kama Aisha Jumwa? Aisha Jumwa ako na kesi ya mauaji kotini. Aisha Jumwa ako na kesi ya corruption kotini. Lakini to the UDA fraternity, Aisha Jumwa is a measuring is a metrics for our daughters to look upon. And then I look at something else that is very important, the Martha Karua effect. I think Martha Karua amesumbua watu wa UDA, because mi hata sitakuwa ninaita watu wa Kenya Kwanza kwa sababu hakuna kitu inaitwa Kenya Kwanza sahi. Kenya Kwanza ilisha. Sahi tunaongea maneno ya UDA. We uliona ni yellow pale tupu. Hakuna ANC, hakuna Ford Kenya, hakuna kitu ingine. Hiyo ilikuwa event ya wamama wa Kenya Kwanza, wa UDA. Na inaonekana hawa watu wa UDA wameshindwa strategy ya kucounter Martha Karua. I think Martha Karua was just the deal. These people are falling all over themselves trying to find a strategy to counter her effect in the political scene in Kenya. By them gathering people pale na wakawalipa, I did not understand what the strategy was, because you are telling people that you as UDA are pro affirmative action, but then you are the only ticket, you are the only presidential ticket without a lady as the running mate. Hata wa Jacoya huyu mwenye Olara anatuambia hapa, hata kama ana advocate zile vitu zingine zenye tupendi kuongea mbele ya watu, hata wa Jacoya aliona it is necessary for him to choose a running mate as a woman running mate. The other people also, you know, wengine hata hawana nini ya kushinda, hawana dalili ya kushinda, lakini waliona it is necessary for them to pick a running mate who is a woman. But these two guys, William Ruto na Aibu wa Rais, waliona the only thing they can do is to pick a man and a man, alafu wanaita conference kubwa pale, wanaweka wamama pale, wanawapotezea masaa pale. Sijui waliwapatia pesa ngapi, kwa sababu kuna video mimi nimeona inatembea kwa mtandao. Kuna mama huko nje amepigwa, sijui
naibu ama aibu,
anaitwa Aibu Rais ile ya RICE, yani aibu ya mchele. Unajua ni yeye alijitafutia hiyo jina kosea, si mimi nimemuita hivyo, anajulikana namna hiyo, Aibu Rais. Sasa hao jamaa wamekusanya wamama pale, wamewapotezea masaa, alafu unawaambia ati unaandikishana na wamama agreement ya kupatia watoto diaper. Jamini, yani kwa hiyo masaa yote William Ruto na the team wamekaa hapo, the only thing yenye waliona ni kitu ya maana ni kuambia wamama tutawapatia diaper. Hata kuna mama mmoja hapa Ndemba alituma message, unaona ile kitu aliandika. Sasa unashangaa umepotezea watu masaa mingi. You know, you look at the agenda ya UDA, unaona watu wamepotea mwelekeo kabisa, because right now it looks like hata Raila Odinga akiwa nje, Martha Karua bado ana move, ana comp the ground, bado agenda yake. You see, everybody wants to be associated with Martha Karua kila mahali. Gachagua, ile kitu watu wanasema ni GGMU, give Gachagua the mic, inaitwa nini Ndemba? Give Gachagua the microphone coalition. Iko hiyo coalition imetokezwa GGMC. Patieni Gachagua microphone. You don't need to campaign anywhere. Na huyu mtu sijui alikosewa nini na polisi. Kila mahali anaenda. Akienda huko Nairobi, hawa askari wa Kanjo. Akienda Meru, tutachukua askari tupeleke training. Akienda Nandi anasema hawa polisi tumewapanga siku ya kupiga kura, waachilie wafungwa waende wakapige kura. This guy, huyu hata I'm still waiting for the debate. I heard that the debate between the running mates, Gachagua and Martha Karua is being finalized. So nangojea nione debate yake, nisikie kama atakuwa anaongea mambo ya majani chai na kahawa vile amezoea kuambia watu, ndio tujue kweli yeye ni deputy president wa Kenya ama ni deputy president wa Mount Kenya. Now, let me leave that alone, because the whole the whole event today was a sham. And you see, what we can talk about right now for the whole maybe next 2 days, tutakuwa tunaongea juu ya ile maombi. You know, these people, the way they looked at our manifesto na wakaokota kitu moja peke yake ya mtumba, na sisi tunaangalia this event today, tunatoa kitu moja tu peke yake ya kwamba coalition yao ni Kenya Kwisha. Now, let me go to the issue of the IEBC briefly before I give it to somebody else. Hii IEBC mimi inanishangaza sana. Ndemba, unakumbuka na hata tulikuwa tunaongea jana hapa, wakati tulikuwa tunaongea nawe hapa maneno ya one person anaitwa Sakaja. Somebody came here na akasema Sakaja alimaliza degree. Sasa Sakaja amekuja hapa na degree nyingine fake. Hata sijui ati inaitwa Bachelor of Management External. Ameitoa kwa university inaitwa sijui nini huko Uganda. Then I was wondering, you know, I looked in the papers today and I saw that IEBC is being sued by the EACC for clearing candidates with not just questionable characters, but also questionable papers. And I was asking myself, if we Kenyans are depending upon IEBC to give us clean leadership, and they cannot even enforce a basic rule like making sure that if your position requires you to have a degree, then you must have that degree. If they cannot enforce that, why should even we as Kenyans trust them to run a clean election, clean and verifiable, verifiable, and, you know, an election without any issues? Why should we trust them? Because now the EACC has gone to court. It's going to sue IEBC because IEBC seems like it ignored the advice that was given to them by the EACC to block candidates who have questionable characters, candidates who are corrupt, candidates who have been impeached. You can see even the issue of Mike Sonko. Mike Sonko, even despite being rejected by the IEBC, not once, not twice, he is still going ahead to sue he's going to sue the IEBC, and the chances are that IEBC will buckle, will accept him and you know, clear him to run, because IEBC looks like it has lost touch with the reality. It's looked like it doesn't know what to do anymore. And that is why you see people coming with questionable papers, people coming with integrity issues, and they are still being cleared. Alafu baadaye ile kitu Matiang'i alikuwa ametuambia will become the truth. We are going to have a parliament with 30% of people with wash, what were wash cases, corrupt people, and then we expect change as Kenyans. So this IEBC inatuletea shida sana. Na mimi sijui tutafanya namna gani kama wa Kenya. Almost 55 days to the election, and the IEBC has not even satisfied the constitutional requirements, the Election Act's requirements with regards to timelines. It was supposed to have tested the results transmission equipment. It did their mock test simulation. The system failed, and that was supposed to be done 120 days before the election. They are doing it almost yesterday was about 58 days to the election. So kitu ya kwanza wamepoteza timeline, hawajabit deadline yenye walijisetia wenyewe. Kitu ya pili unakuta they still are having cases in court, and people can still go to the court and challenge them for not meeting the deadlines that were set for them. So ladies and gentlemen, we have a problem. Hii IEBC kama ndio bado tunategemea, Mungu atusaidie. Asante Ndemba.
Thank you so much, Makiadi. I want to confirm from Makiadi or from anyone who can. Did Gachagua speak in the women thing? Yani, Ruto alimnyima nafasi lakini akapatia bibi yake nafasi kwa.
Walikuwa wamesema it was a women affair. It was a women's affair, so he had no basis to talk.
No, you cannot say it was a women affair because Alfred Mutua spoke. Mudavadi spoke, if I'm not wrong. Why was Gachagua not given the mic?
No, Temba's question
but even they denied some media's men.
You know, that question Temba is bringing was already asked by somebody, and that was the response.
Yeah. Okay. So it was.
Na kwa nini mnakataa taifa na mnajua watoto wengi kwa room 350 wako njiani? So nani atawasaidia? Lazima ilonjiwe hiyo ndio isaidie watoto.
The second question. Now all of you can respond. Who has the answer? Why? And Makiadi has brought it. Leo ilikuwa ni KKA, but the room was full of yellow. What is the significance of that? Could it be the reason why lately you haven't seen when Gachagua was going around, Central Kenya, you could not see Jibebe, you could not see him being followed by this other guy, Moses Kuria. You could not see TSP. Could it be the reason why they are feeling like that? And could also be that the reason why Mudavadi responded the way he did when he went to the Luya Nation the other day and he said that you guys need to give me ANC. Is it possible that there's a lot of, pushing? UDA is now asserting itself and, secluding the others.
Mama Selina, jibicho hiyo. Okay, Temba, kwanza wacha niwasalimie kwanza, ndio nimeanza. Wacha nijibutio juu time yangu bado haijafika. Ile kitu iko, unajua saizi imefika mguu ya mwisho kabisa ya kumaliza mbio kama ile ya Omanyala. Sasa ndio saizi Mudavadi anaona, akienda kwa ground anaona huko juu wanavaa hizo yellow, lakini akikuja hapa kwa ground anapata hiyo yellow imeenea mpaka kwake kwa boma. Sasa nashindwa, kumbe ile bandera yangu inaangushwa chini. So what happens with the UDA mambo ya wash aliwash brain ili sasa waingie kwa UDA wakifikiria wamekuwa na hiyo KK what Kenya Kwisha hiyo. Sasa it was a very clear indication. Ndio unaona kama kulikuwa na group nyingine wenye wako na party yao hawakuenda because waliambiwa uniform yote inakuwa ni yellow. Hakuna story nyingine unakuja na kala nyingine, and that was the directive. Data watu wako lakini wakuje wakivaa uda yellow. They just wanted to show that yellow carries the day. Na sasa ndio umeona most of the political parties yenye wako affiliated to that Judas Iscariot thing hiyo hawangeweza kukuja because saizi ile kitu iko hapo, ndio sasa wanaona party yetu imemezwa na walipewa karatasi wakasign, na sio karatasi yenye wanaweza enda naye hata kwa court kuclaim any ownership within that that Kenya Kwisha affiliation. So
okay, thanks for that. Now there's also a statement that Gachagua made when he was in I think in Rift Valley the other day. He said that when he was making the statement about police and all that, he said that sisi kule Central tumehakikisha kwamba kila mtu ni UDA. Now that being very much aware that in Central there's still Jibebe, there's still sisi chama cha anaitwa Moses Kuria, those are the small parties. So could that be also a telltale sign? Because he went and told them that you guys need to give us UDA. Because in Central we have decided everybody is UDA. So what is that? What is that direction?
You see, if I can comment on that, earlier on, maybe before you came, we looked at Gachagua's and DP's campaign in Nyandarua, and I hope you do remember one of the gubernatorial candidates there stood on top of the car and told the DP that they do not want Gachagua to go there to campaign. Now, I think you all remember what the response was. Then recently, I think yesterday, there was another Gachagua campaign in Tharaka Nithi. And apparently, you all remember that is where Kindiki comes from. And reliable sources are saying that Kindiki actually boycotted that Gachagua rally. That was in Tharaka Nithi yesterday. Then at the same time, Moses Kuria, Kabogo, and TSP and the other fellow is who? There was an analysis that they have all so far boycotted all DP rallies where Gachagua is. Now, it is not clear what is going on. You remember the other day I was asking that if the Mudavadis were told to bring 70%, and what about the other members who are in Central particularly and are supporting KK? What percentage are they supposed to bring when this government is finally formed? In the event that it was finally formed. So there is a lot of backslash. As much as every time Mudavadi stands up, he says, wenye walikuwa wanangoja fallout, no. So the whole thing is just confusion.
Yes, Makiadi.
I actually want to respond to Ose. You know, Mount Kenya has a kingpin. Mount Kenya right now, Julia will tell you, and Nyumba here, Mount Kenya has a kingpin. As much as they would want to reject, Mount Kenya's kingpin is William Ruto. So William Ruto, no, Julia, I'm just saying what is there. So you guys decided to give Mount Kenya electorate to William Ruto. And so when William Ruto bargains, he does not bargain with Mount Kenya at the back of his mind because he already possesses Mount Kenya. So whatever
but
they will be
you need to withdraw.
No, I'm just saying what is there. It's practical. So when whatever William Ruto decides to give Mount Kenya, because I don't think even Kabogo, look at the people who we used to know are very strong politically, the likes of Kabogo, the likes of I don't know if there's anybody else. You know, most of the people who are strong were thrown to the side. So the only politicians that are there are the likes of Ndindi Nyoro, who are screaming on top of cars every day. The likes of who else? Now look at Aibu Rais. Aibu Rais said, yeah, bora ambiwe mchele, soda, he's okay. He's not going to ask any questions. So let me tell you, Mudavadi has a job to do. And Mudavadi knows that even if he was able to deliver the 70%, there's no document that bounds William Ruto to give him the positions that he thinks he'll be given. But when it comes to Mount Kenya has already been taken care of in the coalition by William Ruto. If he takes 70% of his government, then Mount Kenya will get, what, 5%? They won't complain because they don't have a stake. They are all in UDA.
Is that and Makiadi, probably that's the reason why Gachagua is saying that all the people in the mountain must be elected in UDA. So anybody else who is not in UDA is not in N. And Gachagua has made it so clear that how are we going to discuss with an independent candidate? And he has gone to Rift Valley and told them that in Central we have decided it is all UDA. Now you guys need to give us all UDA. So Mount Kenya guys who are thinking they're supporting Jibebe, who are thinking they're supporting Moses Kuria, there's no any other party in Central. It is only UDA. And there's no any other party in there's this Maendeleo Chapchap in Machakos. It is only UDA. That's why he's now working every day with this guy called Dr. Mutua. And in Pwani, there's no any other party than UDA. You have not seen this guy. It was Kenya Kwanza, but even Kingi was not there. Kingi did not come with his PA. They were saying it was a Kenya Kwanza Women League, but Kingi was not there. They should have seen at least colors of PA. They were nowhere to be seen. So it is true that this is just UDA, and I think the deputy president has decided to put his money where his mouth is. He's not using his money on any other party apart from UDA candidates. And so if you are going to mobilize, if you are going to do anything, it's just UDA. Hao wengine wajipange. And probably that's where you are seeing the struggle. Yes, Roberto Azimio.
Yes, Jambo, karibu Themba. Now, I am yet to confirm that Mudavadi and Wetangula are contemplating leaving KK. Today, on the campaign trail, Ford Kenya were very, very animated in their campaigns. And in the Sabatia for the Kenya candidate called Valex Kideki Malova. He warned the residents and he was very, very animated. In fact, I don't know, I could send you the video. He was very animated. He warned the residents against voting UDA. He said categorically, hapa hakuna mambo ya UDA. There is a lot of friction between for Kenya, ANC, and UDA. So there is every possibility because the pressure is coming from the people. It's not even, the opinion leaders. The people who are telling them to leave that place because they have been sidelined, and the pleading of Mudavadi the other day in darkness has really been embarrassed them, so they feel like they should move away from that Kenya Kwanza. But I'm sure Mudavadi with his pride, he cannot do that. Another thing I just wanted to remind Makiadi, I want you to go to probably Facebook and go to Inoro and look at the interview or watch the interview of Sakaja this morning. It is very shameful. He could not answer simple questions. I'm just bringing it up because of that integrity issue. He was asked by the fellow who was moderating the show, which papers did you present to the IEBC? And his answer was, I gave the papers that I gave. You know, he asked him from which university, which papers did you present? From which university? He said, no, I presented the papers I presented in 2017. You know, when you see somebody diverting the question and giving some answer to suit himself, it was that shameful. I wish you could get an opportunity to watch. Thank you. Temba lakini karibu bwana.
Asante Roberto, nasikia when I was away muli achana na Julia, but hiyo ni maneno ya baadaye. Nyumba karibu.
Sasa unanikaribisha aje baada ya kunikasirisha wewe na Makiadi, alafu unanikaribisha? Nasalimia wengine wote kwa uzuri. Julia, how are you?
Walete apology kwanza.
Nyumba. Bwana Mdusi, Robert Azimio, Otieno, Oze. Yeah. Bwana Makiadi and Bwana Themba, nimewasalimia pia. I've thought otherwise not to think bad of you. But you remember that Honorable Ruto said he is the kingpin of Mount Kenya, and anybody who wants to go to Mount Kenya should pass through him. You have fallen victim of the same. The same disease has been passed over to you by your statements tonight. The authorities on Mount Kenya here is Nyumba and Julia. So if you want to talk about Mount Kenya, Julia can give you a proper report, and especially Mr. Makiadi. Now, what's happening is that the kingship of William Ruto was fake. Fake things don't last. It's already out. And you can see why the Mr. Raila has been gaining. He is gaining the last time, I think, 48 or something. Now, and I said here some time back, by August 9th, overall in the country, Raila will win by 60% plus. William will get 30% plus. This will be reflected also in central Kenya. I hope now we have agreed that William Ruto is not the kingpin of Mount Kenya. Mr. Makiadi, don't repeat that, please. I'm not ordering, but I'm requesting. Thank you.
No. Nyumba. Nice to see you. Yeah, I told you to join Churchill. They have a program. They are looking for those people who can be comedians in the next part. I can see you qualify.
Just give me the link. The link, please. Just the link.
Now, I know I understand you, Nyoba, what you're saying, but the calculation in UDA does not indicate that much, because according to Ruto, he's not looking at dealing with anybody in Central. And if you hear the sentiments of Gachagua, UDA is the team, is the party to be elected in Central. He has agreed to negotiate with Mudavadi for Western. Mudavadi and Wetangula. He has agreed to negotiate with them. But even when he's negotiating with them, he's pushed them away. You cannot see them anywhere in Kenya Kwanza. Kenya Kwanza, they say Kenya Kwanza, but you see yellow, UDA colors. There's no Ford Kenya colors. There's no, I don't even remember what ANC colors are anymore. And you don't see even the blue colors of PAR. You don't see MCA Mendeleo Chap colors. You don't see them anyway. So what we are saying, even today, Makiadi brought that up, in the Kenya Kwanza Women League, you only saw yellow. And most of those who came to speak were generally UDA. So the question therefore begs, is it a recognizable fact that these other small parties that signed some agreement with Ruto are actually having any space? Jibebe, does it have any space? Chama cha, I don't know, nani, Moses Kuria's party, does it have any space? TSP, does it have any space? They are clearly unrecognized in Kenya Kwanza, which has been swallowed by UDA. So possibly what has happened eventually is Ruto has reverted back to his initial goal. He had said that all these small parties need to fold up and join up and form UDA. And slowly, this Kenya Kwanza is morphing to be the UDA. I can predict that at the end of the election, UDA will have more MPs, more governors, and there will be no need to negotiate with anyone. Yes, Joben,
let me comment, Bwana Themba. I'm in total agreement. The position is there's nothing like Kenya Kwanza. There's only UDA. All the others are irrelevant. Do you see? When you talk point, I agree. That's a very good point. There's nothing like Kenya Kwanza. Is UDA in totality, not only Central and wherever, but they are not going to get the maximum. Kenya Kwanza, there's nothing like Kenya Kwanza. You have a total agreement that UDA has swallowed all the rest. They're irrelevant. Thank you.
Okay, finally, so that I bring Joben to make his submission. The Mutumba debate. I want anyone who can maybe comment to that. Have you noticed that the Mutumba debate, when Ruto spoke about it before Baba, it didn't have the impetus. It didn't catch fire. Ruto had spoken about it. He had spoken against people buying clothes from outside. He spoke it before even Baba went and spoke against it. But it didn't have any reverse. Nothing happened. Nobody talked about it. But immediately Baba spoke about it, it caught fire. And in fact, I'm told that Mitumba sellers reported more sales when Baba spoke about it. In fact, they got new customers in the name of Ishungwa, in the name of Moses Kuria, in the name of some of those big shots. In fact, Ishungwa took it to Parliament and said that today I'm putting on Mutumba in support of Mutumba people. That means they have not been putting on Mutumba. They are not part of the Mutumba guys, but because Baba spoke about it, it created an avenue. Now, there are two things when Ruto says something and when Baba says something.
Mr. Temba, you've actually stole my speech. I was just about to speak about that. Sorry.
Okay, go ahead.
Go
Go
on.
ahead. You can say it and finish it.
Yeah, it's exactly the thing that I was just about to speak about. Like people speak about, buying clothes and wearing clothes and saying that ati sijui hizi nguo zinatoka sijui majuu. Acha nikwambie, ground iko tofauti. If we change the ground, there are so many people I've interacted with who can actually accept the fact that they can actually be compensated gradually, because that's the message that we are trying to send as Azimio. Pole pole tu, watu wengi sana wanasemaniaje ni sawa, because hawauzi, there are no sales, nobody is buying clothes. Those are the basic things we need to understand as Kenyans. I mean, let us be real. So the Mutumba conversation, wacha ingia huko tu mashinani tu na uongee na watu, and that's how you know.
For me, the angle I'm trying to bring is I think it was a blessing in disguise. And in fact, we need to call out those UDA guys who now went to buy Mutumba because Baba talked about it. In fact, there are people who thanked Baba for speaking because they got new customers because of that Mutumba debate. So I think it is a blessing in disguise. We need to call out those Kenya Kwanza guys. Where were they? They have never been buying Mutumba. Why are they pretending right now to be so supportive of them? Yet it is the first time they're even going to buy those Mutumba things. So it is something that I think we needed to have brought out the idea. We needed to have brought out the idea that the fact that Baba spoke about it created an opportunity for even those who are not selling to sell. But most importantly, we need to know who imports the Mutumba. Is it the person who is not having anything? Because it could be the same MPs who have businesses of importing Mutumba. They are the ones who bring them in bales. Because mtu wa kawaida haezi nunua bale. If you're shipping bale and bale costs you so much money. So who imports the Mutumba? And that is where they are trying to say that, oh, Mutumba ni nguo ya kila mtu, and they are the same ones who are selling them to those people. So that's something also we need to debate and look at it in terms of where is it that is hurting them? Who is being hurt? I will hear maybe Nyumba, and then now I go to Jobet.
Thank you, Bonathemba. In fact, my mind is now we're in harmony. We started off badly, but we are moving very well. I'm in total agreement of what you are saying. Those Mutumbas are actually imported in not only in bales, but in these, you call them what? Containers. There are people involved in that sort of thing. The only comment I may want to add, now that we have seen the psychology of the UDA, Kwanza people, we should be working, how do I put it? English in ngumu. We should be talking double language, double speak, so that we mislead them, because they react. Or every other time, they will be reacting to counter whatever we have said or done. So I think it's a good lesson. We should now be talking the opposite of what we are, and then they react, and it's positive to us. Thank you.
Actually, they were led into a pit. The only thing we needed to do is close them in, but we forgot to close them into that pit. Because when we talked about Mutumba, they weren't buying Mutumba for the first time. So the first thing was how to highlight that, you see, they have never been supportive of Mutumba, guys. It is after Baba said is when you are seeing Moses Kuria going to buy a Mutumba. We have never seen even Nelson Harvey parading that they have bought a Mutumba. But now all of a sudden they were parading. So we led themselves to the ditch, but instead of closing them in, they gave us a different thing for us to talk about. And of course, that is now what we are talking about today. And of course, the new campaign that we are highlighting, you know, the the gods have refused. So even when you pray, the gods are refusing. Now, I want to bring in Joben. Joben, tafadhali, toa maoni yako kabla nilete Julia. Joben, unmute.
Okay, thank you, Themba. Oh, good evening, good morning, good night to everybody. First of all, Themba, you would have told me congratulations for being patient. And I think people should just be the way I am, not interrupting somebody's speech.
Joben, listen. Your patience has no relationship with how every other person behaves.
Okay, okay, thank you, Themba.
They are not related at all. So kindly, there's no correlation.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you, thank you. Nyumba, I've not seen you for several times, but I thank God that I can see you now. Makiadi, Oze, anaitwa Nitusi na Azimio. Azimio, congratulations. You have made our brand to the entire world. Thank you, brother. Julia, welcome. Okay, Themba, there is one thing that, let me first finish with the Mutumba issue. This Mutumba issue, it is something that has been there. It has been addressed by William Samoei Ruto. And by the way, if you relate to these people, like Tusi have said, these people, they are going through a lot. You know, when they go to take these bails, they pay cash. And you don't know whatever it's inside that bail. You come to find it's only a rags that you will just come to throw out. You can't even sell it to somebody. And you run at a loss. Most of them really appreciated what Baba said. And you know, these Mutumba issues, it goes also to people's understanding. On those Mutumba, there are some people that are well educated. It's only that they didn't manage to get jobs. Not that they are fools. You can just go there with a video for people to see on the first day that you are now buying Mutumba because Baba have said. No. These Mutumba people, most of them that went to school and knows whatever they are going through, they really appreciate what Baba said. Because once we have those textile industries, they'll be employed. They are the people that will go to those people. Most of them, they are tailors. They know how to make these clothes.
Joben, I just remember something just to cut you. I'll add you more time. Who remembers KTM from Thika? At least my kid remembers.
Yeah,
I know.
It's
I
a
know.
football team.
Yeah, I had my uncle used to play for KTM in Thika. I remember.
Who remembers Rivertex?
Oh yes, another football team.
Scarlet.
Yeah.
Another one
Nakuru,
from the armed forces.
Was it Nakuru? Yeah, Scarlet.
Butter Bullets.
From Bata, Thika.
Now, all those were killed by this Mutumba thing. Rivertex, KTM, which was a very good football team, was always in the league, was killed by. There was Kenya Thread Industries in Athi River. There was Athi River Tannering Company, which was killed by. There's Manchester Outfitters. So when you look at the companies that have been brought down by the liberalization that came in the 80s, that brought in Mitumba, and the people who lost their job. Remember Kikomi? Kikomi was also in the Super League, isn't it? They were, and you know, for a team to be in the Super League, it was taking good care of its people. So maybe some people may not understand. Go on, Joben.
Thank you, Themba. So the problem with these Uda people, they didn't understand that they are the first people that said that this Mutumba thing, they will ban. We didn't take it on our campaign because we understand there are people that they have shallow brain and we own brains. So we didn't buy that character from their side. So once Baba came out and talk about Mutumba issue. So that is their campaign now. Wherever they go, I wear this Mutumba, I wore this Mutumba. And they are the people, after this campaign, you will not see them going to buy those Mutumbas. And the same problem our brothers and sisters are facing concerning Mutumba issue, it will still remain there the way it is. So I think they think Kenyans are fools, but Kenyans, most of Kenyans, they have this brain. Okay, when I come to about the Mount Kenya issue, Gachagua telling Mount Kenya that it's only UDA. There is one thing that we have to understand, that Gachagua want to tell Nani or Ruto that whatever you gave me, I'm capable to consolidate my people from within my region. And the rebel this person is getting from the ground, I'm telling you, is a hell. Because everybody, there is nobody who can form a political party. You sacrifice to build up your party, then you get to a point whereby you are being told that you take that, you abandon your party and let your party be consumed with another party in the name of a political affiliation, of which it is not there. And remember, there is one thing that you also have to understand. We don't have anything to do with Kenya Kwanza coalition. We only have one coalition within Kenya, and it is Azimio. Kenya Kwanza coalition, these people, they were given a documents to sign, of which they thought that the documents were taken to the register of political parties, and they were not taken. They were played. And the person who did all those things, it was Kithika Kindiki, you see? And that's the bargaining power within the Kithika Kindiki, that he owned every documentation within that coalition issue. And is the one now telling these people the reality of that political party, that there is nothing like a coalition. It's a UDA. So Moses Kuria is not part of the deal, or the DP, Democratic Party, not part of the deal. So the party remains to be within the Rift Valley region. Because Gachagua, if you follow his roots, Gachagua is not a Kikuyu. Gachagua is somehow related to our departed president, Daniel Toroitich arap Moi. And it is well known. And this is now the thing that is now killing him on the ground. Because people from the from Central are now seeing the reality. They can't afford to lose their own sister on the fake brother that intends to, and also purport to be one of their own from Central Kenya. And there is a rebel within that party. So even if you see they had a confusion within the prayer, it was just the angel that came to that prayer and tell them that no, there is nothing like Kenya Kwanza. It's Kenya Kwisha, because all the affiliated parties, everybody is now looking his house. Go to Mudavadi. You know Mudavadi, when he was too much within the regions, he never knew the ground. Things are different. When he went there and realized that UDA penetrated even to his bedroom, that's why he came to realize, if I don't wake up, because my brother Wetangula have put me on fire and he has gone to defend his senatorial post, let me wake up. There is nobody who can afford to lose this political party's funds, because this person they know very well is going nowhere. So that's why everybody wants within their region, they try to get numbers within their with their political parties, so that when they come to parliament, they can negotiate even to the winning side of the government, to be part of the government and weaken the opposition, because they know very well with the Ruto being on the opposition, they will not have any chance maybe for their voice to be heard. And that is whatever is going around. And it's advantage on us. Go to Mombasa, what's happening between Kingi and Aisha Juma? They can't share the podium. Go to Ukamabani, Mutua and Mudama. How can somebody tell a sitting governor that you must come and apologize to me and you kneel down to me and tell me how you spend the money of the county? Is he an auditor, government auditor? So it's there is a problem within the Kenya Kwisha. Go to Nani, this how do we call him? Or Bahati MP with Kika Kimani. They can't share the podium. And the guy came out very clearly.
Kimani
Gunjiri.
Gunjiri.
Yeah, Kimani Gunjiri. He came out very clear. And he said he only have one wife. And nobody can control him. There is also another clip he was telling people, hiyo ingine patieni baba, lakini hapa munipatie hiyo yangu. And he's campaigning for Lee Kinyanjui. You see? So, even within the Rift Valley, you know, these people, we hope that they can get a lot of votes within the central Kenya. But within Rift Valley is where they can get maybe, even not 50%, they will not get 50%. Because the rebel within that in Rift Valley is not the way we thought. And you have to also to understand that now we are going on the last lap. Everybody must understand the voice from their people. Not that you are close to this person, you have to hear the voice on the ground. And as one of us have said, even Mudavadi, it's only that through the hard stand that he has taken, there is a pressure that is getting from the ground that he come to Azimio. It's only that he's now getting it too late, coming to Azimio. Because where will be Mudavadi after this election, after August? Where will be Mudavadi? Mudavadi will be nowhere. So whatever is happening to Judas Iscariot, or they thought that our side things are bad and our house is in order. We keep on adding on the opinion polls, and we hope when your time comes, you can't change it. You can't fool people from each and every time. You have been there in that government. You have done nothing. Now you are telling people that you will do this and this and this. And you are capable. You can remember this person he was the person who was going around central Kenya, launching all those projects. Not the President Uhuru Kenyatta, the steamer issue, the water and the barabara. What has changed? There was no road. There was no any power that he has done. Now he has come out because he want to blackmail people that the government, through the handshake, we were not able to work. What of the first 5 years? Nothing. So, remember, okay, let me come to IEBC issue. On the IEBC issue, there was, in fact, I was following that the conversation on the testing of whatever. There was a question that was asked with someone there, that is there any way these forms that is being signed by the agents can also have a place that if it is 1,750, you put it on figures, then you put it on words, so that 1,000 cannot be added another 1 on the other side to sound as 11,000. And they said it's a new idea of which they didn't have that idea. So they are going to put it into consideration. Another thing that we have also to understand, after 2017 election, there are some issues and there are some directives that were given to IEBC that they had to address. They put it into a place, because you can remember, you vote into that polling station and your votes are carried to another center for those votes to be counted. So for now, you vote there, they are counted there, and it's announced, the agents will announce to this my polling station presidential candidate so and so, the votes is this one, the so and so got this, so and so got this, and the agents comes and they agree and sign that form, and that form they scan it to IBC. So I think that one it can also put to consideration so that these things can also have it can also be written, not on the numbers. I think that will be much better. But still, things are good. But we can't trust IBC as Themba has put it, but we just leave everything in the hand of God. If it is the time that God wants to save our country, He will save our country. And also to the other side, they said almost 1,000 votes have been removed within the IBC registry. They were told it's not 1,000. It is 1,180 that is going to be removed within the IBC system. I think those votes.
1.1 million.
Yeah, it was 1.1
million.
1.1 million, 1.18 million.
Yeah, 1.1
that is going to
million. Yeah.
1.18 million. Thank you. That is going to be removed. If those votes are removed from the IB system, I think we are clean. And Themba, you know, these things you just see. How can this person come out that he has won election? From where? Ukamabani is locked. Or Mombasa is locked. Nairobi is locked. Central, we can say Central maybe 50-50. Rift Valley, we can also say 50-50. Nyanza is locked. Northeastern, you saw the other day in Kerehere, Adendwale being removed trouser. It's an embarrassment because you can't keep on selling lies to people. And this is the right time that Kenyans should also understand, because the propaganda for these people is just on the Mtumba issue. Baba, it is not a mad person that can just wake up and say that he's now closing Kikomba. He can't close Kikomba because he knows what Kikomba, what people, how many people got their daily bread within the Kikomba. So our brothers and sisters that understands that Kikomba is going to be closed with this cheap politics from Ndindi Nyoro, Gachagua, and everybody, it's not that way. And if these textile industries will be revived, that's when you will understand the goodness of our presidential candidate. I'm 1%, Themba. Let somebody continue.
Thank you so much, Joben, for that. I think what we are also going to be starting to do, starting tomorrow, we'll be looking at the 10-point agenda of Baba every day. We look at one, we look at it towards the end, we read it to people, we explain it. I mean, pole pole. So for the next 10 days, starting tomorrow, we'll be looking at each agenda. And we explain it so that at least, if possible, we create awareness to the people so that also people start understanding what is it that Baba meant by what he said. He didn't mean that he's going to close. He meant that we need to, in fact, the point is revival of our buy Kenya, build Kenya. Nguo ya kushona, ukienda ukishona hapo kwa jamaa mama Tieno hapo, umemlipa pesa. Hiyo umesaidia Wakenya zaidi. And like the first lady, our deputy president did, she showed her tailor, the one who makes her clothes. Her dress was looking super when they were going to launch the manifesto. That was made in Kenya. Buy Kenya, build Kenya. In some other countries, you can't look at what the Chinese wear. You see the Chinese collar thing. They make in China. Look at how the Indians put on the things they put on. Indian sari, they make it themselves. We need to have that sense of ownership. Nigerians put on agbada, you know, the Nigerian, some of us go even to buy material from Nigeria. Now you're busy celebrating Nigerian wear. You're going to say that I want to put on Nigerian thing, imeshono Nigeria, I'm a Ghanaian thing. But when you are saying that now, why don't you build Kenya, buy Kenya, build Kenya? You're saying, no. You see, now those are the people who don't love Kenya. We need people to start going to tailors, mafundi. Can you imagine if all of you went to pick your things from the fundis? Can you imagine if we built the EPZ in Athi River? Makes clothes to be exported, but we import most of the raw material because we don't have cotton. EPZ is in Athi River. It does things for most of companies, big companies in the US. So they make things for export. And it is in Kenya, but we can't provide raw material. Now that is what we are saying. Let's develop our farmers. Let's give raw material. Let's have that chain. Let's have, I wish for days when KTM was a serious company. When Rivertex, you could go and you see a material written Rivertex. You could go and see something written, you'd have those materials. And some of them would be all over in the streets. When Butter Shoe was Butter Shoe, you could, wengi wamesoma kiatu ya kwanza hilo livaa ni kiatu ya Butter, because it was the company, there was, and you could see the leather factory was working then, the tannery. But now when we killed all that, we killed our companies, we killed our people, our tailors, people don't want to go to their tailors because we can't have those material. Now we are saying we want, Mutumba business will be there, but we need to build Kenya to buy Kenya. If you love Kenya, build Kenya, buy Kenya. That's what we are saying. I want to bring in Julia. Julia, how are you?
Fine then, but how are you?
I'm awesome. Been away, been a long time. Now, when I you are the only one who didn't change your name. Kuze Uze Ali.
Yes, while you are away, they came up with strange names. Uze.
I left Hosea, I found Kuze Uze. When I came back, I left Roberto. Now Roberto Azimio. Now Adams is one, and now you didn't change. You should have changed.
No, I didn't want to change. I don't know why they changed. And also while you are away,
you are raided. You are raided. You are not in the know.
I'm not traded by no one.
Have you seen Selena's new name? Have you seen Selena's new name?
Yes, I saw. You people are having some weird
names.
There's
a good reason behind it, please. Before you are attacked, then you continue.
Is it baptism?
I think they got into some religious something. So then, but while you are away, many things happened here. While you are away, I donated Roberto and Mise to Makiadi's girlfriend. She asked me to donate Lynette. When Lynette had, I was giving 2 for free. She said, Julia, give them to me. So
buy one, get one free. Buy Mudavadi, get water free.
Yes, get Roberto.
Now speaking of that, maybe Julia, you'll address yourself to this also as in your speech. Mudavadi was pleading so much to the people to elect for him people from ANC. Now remember the 40%, I think, is supposed to be Weta and Mudavadi together to deliver Western.
Mm-hmm.
Now Mudavadi and Weta are in 2 different parties. Weta is in Ford Kenya, Mudavadi is in ANC. Now everybody, Weta is going to defend his Senate. Mudavadi, if he doesn't get MPs, atatoka mkono mtupu. Can you comment on his crying to his people?
Yes, I need to comment because I need to connect with what Makiadi was saying. I think he's disappeared. He's mad with that Makiadi is saying that Ruto is a kingpin. Makiadi has a point. Now Ruto really think he's a kingpin of Mount Kenya, and so for some time I think he appeared like one. He appeared like one. And UDA was kind of the thing in Mount Kenya region. Then when he decided, he realized that Baba formed Azimio, and then the party bill went through. That really hit Ruto in a bad way because he didn't want that to happen. Because now Baba could form a coalition with many parties, which Ruto had decided he was not going to do that. He said that if you want to work with him, you dissolve your party and join him. So for some time, Ruto played Mount Kenya kingpin. Then he brought in Davadi and Wetangula. But I think I think Wetangula and Mudavadi are pretending here. I think they saw it come. I think they're just pretending that Ruto played them. They knew they were going for nothing. They knew, okay, they knew that Ruto was not going to tolerate their parties. They knew that. And my point is, I think they went to UDA because they thought Ruto was going to win. And all of us can agree here, I think early this year and late last year, I think we were not so confident about Baba's votes. And I think last year, I think early last year or in the middle of last year, when I was talking with family back home, and somebody said they didn't want this thing of handshake and all that. And someone was telling me that they can vote for someone else, but not Raila. And even me, I was thinking, okay, this is hard because Baba has been there several times. And I didn't know who was going to be his running mate. So I couldn't even boldly tell family that, you know what, this guy is going to win. And even me, I want to be sincere that early last year, I didn't have a stand. But until I had a chat with some people from Rift Valley who are Kalenjins, who are disappointed with Ruto himself. And then I realized that I think this time Kenya's got to do the right thing. So everybody, I think Kenyans, even those in Mount Kenya region, even Ruto, even Mudavadi, even Wetangula, saw this guy winning. And I think all of you can agree with me here that at one time you really saw it's like, itakuwa mambo itakuwa ngumu kwa Baba. I think even if kama mko Azimio ama mko Baba damu ama mko Baba fanatics, you can tell me, you know, having been beaten several times, I think you saw it as a rough road for Baba. So Mudavadi Themba went to Ruto because he knew and he believed Ruto was going to win. And even Wetangula did that because of that. Now the game starts early this year. Okay, early this year, we still see the opinion poll says that Ruto is ahead, blah, 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 blah. But somewhere Baba forms Azimio, and Azimio makes some strides. You know, when he formed Azimio, Azimio made some strides. That is when Ruto also came up with KKA. Because now, it seems when Azimio formed Azimio and embraced several parties, and Uhuru was in, Jubilee was in, Azimio made some strides. And now Azimio was a threat, so Ruto had to form KKA. But still, I think Mudavadi believed that Ruto was going to win. Then we get Mother as the running mate. Now Baba takes over. Now, the clear picture comes to Ruto and his followers. They see a situation where that Ruto has an uphill task, or it is kind of next to impossible for him to win. So what's the game plan? The game plan, get members of parliament for UDA. Now, kila mtu ajitetee. Sasa Mudavadi hauko UDA. Where are you, Mudavadi? Mudavadi is being sincere with himself, Demba. He can see that Ruto is not going to win. So now he needs some members of parliament, and I think he needs the party funding and all that. In fact, Mudavadi must be the most frustrated person right now. Wetangula also is sure he's not going to win the Senate seat. So, but they need some members of parliament somewhere. That's what they are trying to do. Now, go to Makiadi's thing of kingpin. Makiadi, this is what is happening in Mount Kenya region. Now, kwanza Ruto ako na madhara mingi sana. I wish I could just have a chat with him. He walked around saying, huyu mtu akitendawili, huyu jamaa wa kuganga, huyu mganga. You know, he said lots of things about Baba. I really want to ask Ruto, you described Baba Ameto, CG, the man from the lake, mtu akitendawili, and you, who are you? You are from some forest somewhere in Sugoi. I mean, come on, if we start talking carelessly like that, I can describe him. Who the H do you think you are? You are something from some forest somewhere in Sugoi. Because if you are demeaning Baba, ukimwita mtu akitendawili, ukimwita siji mganga, and you, who the H do you think you are in Mount Kenya region? Did you kind of become some Kamau or some Mwangi or some Maina or something? Or maybe your mother, you know, I could be, I'm not trying to be.
Calm down, Julia. Julia, hold on. Let me hold on, Julia, before you put the hedge. Now, this is what Ruto has said when he has come to Central. And I think that is where Makiadi was saying. Ruto has said, kwani tumekosa mtu wa kuchagua mpaka tukombolewe mtu tuletewe. And he has spoken those words when he is specifically in Central. He has never spoken those words.
Tumekosa. Yani anajiweka hapo tuko.
Yeah. That's what Makiadi is saying. That he was saying, kwani tumekosa, and those words, if you follow Ruto closely in his speeches, he's never said those words when he's in Rift Valley.
Yes.
He's never said those words when he's in Kericho. He's never said them when he's in Mombasa. He's never said them. He did say them even when he went to Northeastern the other day. But those are words he says when he comes to Central. Kiambu, Moranga, those places when he goes to anasema, kwani tulikosa mtu wa kuchagua ndio tuletewe mtu.
Sisi too. So, he puts himself. I really want to find out where he became two in Mount Kenya region. I really want to find out. I really want an explanation whether it's biological or genetic. Maybe it's biological. Demba, I was told that only your mama knows who your father is. So maybe there's a long story there, which we need to find out. That only your mama who knows who your dad, who your biological father is. But he keeps saying that. Now, so he was thumping his chest, and that is why Davadi was given some percentage. I don't know to do what. But the people of Mount Kenya region were not given any percentage to do anything, because as long as he was concerned, that was his place. He was the kingpin. Then Baba plays the game, comes in Mother. So Mother has, they were disrespecting Uhuru, and they were saying Uhuru is not the kingpin. Uhuru is retiring. So when Mother comes in, there are people who have been dislodged here. Somebody like Kafogo, somebody like Kuria, somebody like Mwangi Kiunjuri. You know what's happening then? But in Mount Kenya region, there seems to be a vacant position of the kingpin, because even however many times we say Uhuru is the kingpin, the picture is Uhuru is retiring. So it's like we need a kingpin who will take over to maybe will be active in parliament or active in the government. So if Uhuru is retiring, Uhuru is kind of not really qualifying a kingpin. So it was there to convince the people of Mount Kenya region that you need somebody, and therefore Ruto is standing by. So the Kabogos, the Kurias, they saw a gap, they saw a vacant position. Then guess what? Wango Amakeri comes back, makes a comeback. There's an iron lady. And guess what? She's selling. She's selling even to Ruto followers. So what's happening? If they don't want Uhuru for kingpin, then we can say we have a queenpin. So what's happening to Ruto's votes in Mount Kenya region? Is like he's sharing his votes with Baba now because of who? Mother Karua. Today I was in the Mount Kenya forum, and several people said one thing. One person wrote on the chat, he said that before Mother, I was not going to vote, but I'm now going to vote. Another person said he talked with Forked Home, and they were not going to vote, but they are now going to vote because they're going to vote for Mother. I have a good example. My auntie, early this year, she was so mad with me when I was talking against Ruto, and she was saying, ati munaonea Ruto. She's campaigning for Mother. Then she's not campaigning for Baba. She's campaigning for Mother. Natuma to charts, ati kuna prophecy, mara natuma ingine, ati Mother. Today she sent me another picture that Mother is so brave that she can milk a lion seated on a porcupine. That Mother is that Mother is so brave that she can milk a lion seated on a porcupine. So what's happening? Mother is the new queenpin in Mount Kenya region. So what's happening to Jibembe? Jibembe, Kwisha kabisa. Hii chama ya Kuria sijui inaitwaje, potelea mbali. Akina Mwangi Kiunjuri, potelea mbali. That's what is happening. Now, the main kingpin, Ruto, is confused somewhere, because the people he was depending on are also potelea mbali. And whom did he bring in? Gachagua. Gachagua, people don't even want him for running mate, so he cannot be the kingpin. So Makiadi, what's happening now in Mount Kenya region? We may not have a kingpin, but we are having a queenpin. That's the latest news in Mount Kenya region. It's because now we have Mother. Mother is selling. Mother is fashionable in Mount Kenya region, even to associate yourself with Mother. It's just fashionable. The way she dresses, the way she talks, until people are saying she can milk a lion instead on a porcupine. It is so fashionable, Themba. It is so fashionable even to talk about mother. It is just, she's selling, she's the in thing. So what's happened to the kingpins? They disappeared. No one is talking about them. So that's my response to Makiadi about Mount Kenya region. I don't know whether I've answered that. Before maybe I talk briefly about the Mutumba thing. So maybe that can also answer why these people brought in the Women Forum for KKA.
Julia,
Yes.
as you move on to that, because I know Nathan, those will come after you, but don't worry. Nathan, you are coming after Julia, so Sijali, you came immediately after her. Now, Julia, as you comment on that, why was it easy for Jibebe guy, that is Kabogo, and Moses Kuria, when they had the Mount Kenya Unity Forum, I think something like that, they chose Martha Karua as their spokesperson. And when Moses Kuria was asked why they settled on Karua as their spokesperson, he said that she is the most appropriate person to unite the Mount Kenya fraternity. Then at that point, when they were still, they're still trying to find out which side they're dilly-dallying between where they want to go, whether it is Azimio or Kenya Kwanza. Moses Kuria actually came out and said that the person who will choose Martha Karua as a deputy, she can be the best deputy president the country can ever have. But a few days later, after that, clearly speaking, I've not heard Moses Kuria criticize Martha Karua.
That's true.
I've not heard Kabogo criticize Martha Karua. The only person that has criticized Martha Karua is one Gachagua. What do you make of that? And number two, immediately after the choice of the deputy president, Moses Kuria came and said that the only thing we are left with is to ring fence our counties because they have blundered. He actually posted and said that they have blundered, they have crucified their leaders. So they are now left with only ring fencing their counties. Do you think there is that storm that could be, they are trying to ring fence their counties? Gachagua is trying to be the kingpin in Central, and the only way he can be a kingpin in Central is when he has as many MPs in UDA. Because if he doesn't bring as many MPs from Central, he will not be the person he wants to be and even claim the leadership he wants to claim within the UDA fraternity. So he has to fight hard to bring as many UDA people to the government of UDA so that he can have a bargaining power. If Jibebe and Moses Kuria are going to interfere with that, they are going to deny him the power that he requires. Therefore, power will only be in Sugoi and those other places. Maybe you can comment on that.
Yes, so I think Kabogo and Kuria will not allow Gachagua Jijenge. They will not allow that. So I think now they are at a point where they would even want to spoil for Ruto. I think they can do that. They can try and do that. They can try and make sure he doesn't get UDA MPs. They can try and do that because I think they must be regretting them. But I think they are very regretful. And it's just that they're ashamed of going to Azimio juu wametukana Uhuru sana. Unajua Azimio pia kuna Uhuru mwenye wametukana sana. So the problem is now going to Azimio to work with Uhuru, who seems to be behind one of the people behind this big thing, Azimio. So it's an embarrassment for them to go to Azimio. But I think they are going to spoil for Ruto. I don't trust them. The other thing about those MPs, Demba, I want all of you people to mark this. After 9th, the members of parliament who will be in UDA from Mount Kenya region will flip and work with the government. I am telling you. And they'll be voting for the government motions. That is what they're going to do. That is what they are going to do. Because right now, there's now this thing like they are surviving. Remember, do you know the members of parliament who are vying for UDA in Mount Kenya region are trying to survive their way through? Because now there's this mother thing coming so much force. Like, she's so fashionable. I mean, she's the in thing. Even those people who are dying with Ruto are like, ni mother. They're not saying baba. Wanasema ni mother. Their point is not Raila. Their point is mother. So I think you'll see Kabogo and Kuria really flip-flopping left and right. But still, me, I don't know whether I will say I don't not welcome them. I don't like those kind of characters. They have no respect for leadership. They have no respect. They have no decorum. So I don't know where Azimio would place them. That is my feeling, Demba. And that is why I think the mother thing is what brought in this KKA Women League and their careless statements and about them saying Kenya Kwisha. About Kenya Kwisha, I want to say the words of Mr. Kamau said in the other forum. He said that, he quoted the word of God, I mean the Bible, that out of the abundance of the heart, the mouth spoke. Out of the abundance of the heart, the mouth spoken. Now, KKA is just a lie. I mean, whatever they say, they don't even believe in whatever they say. That is why that woman said what she said. Now, to talk about, remember you brought this motion about the Mtumba thing. I mean, my take is that Kenyans, I think somebody called Peter Eric Maura, really talking against Baba and all that, blah, 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 and Mutumba. You know, KKA is a handout kind of a government. Now, they want to take Kenyans where we are coming from in the days of Moi. KKA or Kenya Kwanza or Kenya Kwisha, Ruto himself doesn't believe in making people to be dependent or not to depend on the government. He would like to create a handout economy. He would like to create a situation whereby Kenyans are so dependent on politicians. He would like us to go back to a situation where our children have to sing for the president to give them anything. That's a kind of that is a kind of attitude Mr. William Samoei Ruto has. So when he wants Kenyans to remain dealing on Mtumba economy, that is where he wants them to be. So Kenyans remain poor and Kenyans remain begging. So my fellow Kenyans, please don't buy that. Baba is promoting a situation where we have our products, Kenyan products. And I want to say this, I said this yesterday. I have gone to Walmart here, Walmart supermarket in the US, and have seen clothes made in Kenya. New clothes made in Kenya. It means Kenyans, we can produce our own and we can move from subsistence production to manufacturing. That is what Baba is promoting. That is what Baba is talking about. So Mr. Peter Eric, please, we atuta baki penye mnataka tubaki. We are not going to do that. We are moving on. We are building our economy and we want to move to manufacturing economy, not subsistence production. So then I think these people of KKA, I was very disappointed when I saw Kimani Ichung'wah na hiyo shati ya yellow amevaa parliament. It's like Themba, if you hear I didn't eat last night, or I didn't have my dinner tonight. Alafu niambie you are also fasting in solidarity with me. Sini kama unanitukana tu kweli. You see, you're trying to insult me. You're trying to say, Julia, tuko pamoja. Atunasema huku ulilala njaa. Hata mimi leo sitakula juu. In solidarity with you, Julia, we are not eating today. Me, I'm not having food because I don't have the food. But you're trying to insult me. That is what Kimani Ichung'wah and the couriers are doing. People do not wear Mtumba juu. That is the best thing they can do. It's because they don't have any other alternative. But we can promote this industry. We can promote our textile industry. We can make sure these people get a higher income. That's what Baba wants to do. So we shall not celebrate their miseries, but we shall boost them and make them do better. So all the things the couriers did, the Ichung'wahs did, hayo ni matusi to the Kenyan people. Asante Themba.
Can they, for the next 65 days, every day they want to buy a cloth, they go to Mtumba and then they take a photo and then they post.
Yes,
then
can they do that?
Yeah, we want them to show us that. Thank you so much, Julia, for your good comments on that. I can see there's a guy there feeling very, very, Peter Eric Maura. Don't worry, don't worry. Wewe kama unataka Kenya kwisha, hata Mungu amekataa Kenya kwisha, ni wewe ndio utaikubali. What God has said no to. Mpaka mhubiri akiomba, anaomba inakuja Kenya kwisha. Sasa wewe kama hata spirit zimekataa, nini wewe ndio ukienda huko utachapwa na radi, shauri yako. Already kuna signs are all over that it is Kenya kwisha. You know, you can fix it, you can try, but there's no turning back. Lucy, how are you? Before you drop off again, ongea ndio tulete Adams.
Asante Kamba. I think I was dropped off. I don't know what happened. Kinda nikatoka, but nonetheless, asante sana. Welcome back. We appreciate your presence here always, because you're the leader here. So wacha ni prosecute cases zangu tu kidogo tu, because me I'm going to be very brief, and I'm going to articulate my vitu zangu tu pole pole. Niliongea vitu hapa juzi nikapigwa sana, you know, simply because I spoke against a woman. You know, we have to be factual, you know, but let me prosecute my case. Historia polls, polls are always, like I always said, polls are always skewed. Mtu asiende alale akifikiria ati Raila Amolo Odinga ako mbele na 42%, and then mwingine ako 38%, and then you go sleep, and then you don't campaign. Let us go campaign for Baba. Please let us go campaign for Baba. If there's anything left in you, if there's any muscle, any energy left in you, go campaign for Baba. Hiyo nimemaliza. Story ya Mutumba. We need this gentleman called William Samoei Ruto to come and apologize to Kenyans, because he's a double speaking person and he does not even understand what he says. He doesn't have a clue about what he speaks. He doesn't even have proper advices. You understand? So akuja apologize to Kenyans because he's a double speaking person. You cannot speak about Mutumba and then unakuja unaambia watu a totally different thing, and then you're opposing Baba. No, hiyo sisi kama Azimio One Kenya tumekataa. Bungoma hakuna kitu. Hiyo nimemaliza. Me I'm moving with speed. When it comes to the agendas of Baba, there is manufacturing. And let me tell you one thing. If there's any aspect that Baba has in his heart and anything that he wants to articulate is manufacturing, because this is where employment is going to come from. So look at what he's trying to say. You know, atafanya ataendeleza hata unaona hiyo KMC. Mimi have been born and brought up in Athi River. Anybody looking at my face right now can actually say yes, huyu jamaa namjua from Athi River.
Ndosi, umefanya kazi Primarosa?
Sijafanya Primarosa iko hapo mbele.
Stoniadi
iko hapo mbele.
Unakaa familia sana. Sawa. Nilikuwa nafikiria nimekuona hiyo area. Nilikuwaga hapo Kitengela hapo Primarosa kitambo.
Kumbe nyinyi wote ni wa hood. Mimi pia ni wa hapo hiyo area Kitengela Athi River. Makiadi basi nishakuona.
Richie kama you know for me I never change. You know, anybody can recognize my face. Anybody at any time and any space, any time can recognize my face. Richie, maybe you know me. Maybe I'll probably recognize you. Maybe if I see you. So thank you, sir. So iko hivi, KMC nimelele huko na KMC. Look at. Yes sir.
Nilikuwa tunauliza Makiadi kama alifanya kazi huko Primarosa. Makiadi,
umesikia nimeitaja hiyo area. Nimekaa area ya Kitengela sana. Tulikuwa tunapanda hizo basi za green na grey tukienda
za green
green hiyo tukienda kwa maua huko. Kwa hivyo historia ndio hiyo Roberto.
Manake hiyo Muhindi rafiki yangu sana.
Wewe una digress debate. Umeanza vitu tunasemaga tukimalizia. Wacha Ndusi amalize nini yake. Ndusi hapo KMC hapo, unajua shule inaitwa St. Paul's Primary.
St. Paul's nimesomea hapo standard 1 mpaka standard 4. And my mother was the teacher there.
Alikuwa anaitwa nani?
So si alikuwa anaitwa Mrs. Ntusi. That's why mimi I operate with my surname. I never hide my name.
Wewe inafaa nikutafute madha yako
ni mundu alikuwa anapiga watu viboko.
Alinichapa viboko. Sasa inafaa nitafute wewe kwanza mnilipe.
Okay, thank you guys. All right, so here's the thing, yeah. I'm still my thoughts, yeah. But let me get back on track. So manufacturing, unaona vitu kama KMC. Look at KMC vile ilikuwa inadai. You know, KMC was dying. KMC was dying like literally. Unaenda hapo kwa gate, unafunguliwa hivi, unaingia na baiskeli. You know, there was absolutely no security there. And these are the things that, you know, His Excellency Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta amefanya ya rectify some of these things. Sijui what was happening inside there. I would never tell you because I'm not privy to anything that was happening inside there. But I can tell you what they're doing right now based on what Citizen Walieka. I can attest to that personally. I can attest to that because hakuna hata cattle nilikuwa naona. That is what we are calling manufacturing. And what Baba is going to pick, you can imagine what Baba is going to do when he picks that kind of a government. I mean, everybody listening to me needs to understand that Baba is going to move this nation, not bringing down structures and policies and everything, but elevating them to the next level. Yeah, those are the basic things that we need, and those are the leaders that we need to elect. Watu waathi wananisikiza sasa wanajua, wananauo Kenya nasema. So let me talk about Bata. Bata was a company that just went kaput. Hivyo tu ili disappear na ilikuwa huko Limuru, if I'm not wrong. Yeah. Let us bring manufacturing back. Nimesikia watu wamesema Rivertex na hizo mani zingine. Of course I cannot speak about Rivertex and all these kind of things because I was not there. I can only speak of manufacturing in my space. Coming into politics. Mimi nimechapwa sana jana. Ilikuwa juzi. Nikisema Mama Charity Kaluki Ngilu Kitui. Ma alama umbidhukesia. Maelo manya. I mean, Mama amefanya Kenya anaweza fanya, but you see, when you don't pay your county government workers on time, and then, you know, people lack medicine, it is going to hurt you big time. Big time. Na hiyo ndio ilikuwa submission yangu na watu wakanipiga sana, ni sawa, but you see people will always decide. It's the voice.
Why are you scoring on goal, man? This is crunch time. You don't need to score on goal.
No, I'm not scoring on goals. I'm just saying the truth, because the truth has
Now
to be spoken.
Listen, those. You know, let me tell you something. This time, Mali tumefika, we have 55 days to an election. 55 days to an election. All right?
Of course.
And when we look at the teams available kwa uwanja saizi, you have Azimio team, then you have the other team. We have Azimio and others. In fact, right now, according to what Martha Karua has told us, we have one horse and we have other donkeys. There's only one horse, and that horse is Azimio. I would right now want focus. You focus on the prize. The prize is now get as many votes on your team, and do not allow anything to expose your side of the team. So like today, the Kenya Kwisha gave us a good missile that we can use to shoot as much as we can. It is the wrong time, 55 days, I think 55 or thereabout days to an election for you to start exposing and criticizing your own teammates. It's time for you to now focus on what is the bigger picture. The bigger picture is you want Azimio to win. So there's so much you can speak about Kenya Kwisha. Let those people who want to attack Azimio to do that. It is not up to you to start criticizing and scoring on goals. It might be true, but what is your focus right now? You have started pretty well. We need to get out the vote. Get out the vote. Do not give your enemies.
Mr. Tamba, I'm not giving way because Ukamabani is already locked. Let me tell you, Ukamabani is locked to Azimio.
You just said it here, according to you, Ndosi, and I'm quoting you. You said when you started, you said, let us not sit easy and say that Baba has already won. That's what you say. So even if it's locked, one of your teammates, the team captains in Ukamabani, is Madam Gill. Is she
What
buying
I said,
it?
what I said is this.
Does she have her weaknesses?
What I said is this.
Wait, let
No,
me
you
finish,
need
then
to.
I allow you to finish.
Okay.
Does she have weaknesses like others? Yes, she does. Do you want to be the one to expose that? No, because the enemy is waiting. The enemy is going to use that. Let them expose it, not you. But anyway, you finish your submission.
You see, Kitui County is very little. Ni county kubwa sana. So wacha niongee na hata Kiswahili. Watu wenye wanaishi Kitui, they understand nimezi who they are going to elect. They already know, right? So what I'm saying is as the voice of the people. I'm not saying something that is just blown out from my Dusi, you know. I'm not just saying something that comes from my mouth. I'm just saying in this podium that this is the voice of the people, and some of the pains that mimi personally may go through, you know, going to the hospital there and not getting proper medication. And this hurts me a lot because, and I will always blame who? I will always blame the
Lucy, may I interrupt you?
Let me finish. I wish I could finish.
Please don't talk about Kitui. Kitui is in Kenya.
I wish I could finish.
I wish you could stop talking about Kitui. Let us talk about Kenya. Thank you.
Sasa unasikia?
No, finish.
Temba, that's why I was asking you to protect me because I never got protection. I never got protection from Makiadi. The last time Julia alikuja.
You
as
finish.
if I attacked Mount Kenya. I never. I
No,
mean,
no, it's
Laikipia,
okay.
as we speak. You know,
It's okay.
I've never spoken anything about Laikipia. You know,
Finish your thoughts.
let us be tolerant about each other. You know, I've
Finish
not
your thoughts.
spoken about the land of Mount Kenya. I mean, come on, let us
It's
let us
okay.
do some growing up. You know.
No. You're also now being going overboard. It's not about
Sawa, ni sawa, ni sawa, ni sawa. Ah, sawa Themba. So iko hivi. The thing is this, huh? The people of Ukambani have already decided, yeah. So whom's the I? Whom's the I to say anything other than what the people have decided? So I'm not speaking on behalf of people in Kombani, but anybody listening to me can echo my sentiments because they understand exactly what goes on in Kitui County, Kitui Central particularly. Wanajua. I'm not giving way to Mweke. No. Mweke haezi electiwa. Who knows? Mweke haezi electiwa. So there's going to be a power shift there, and there's going to be a very good power shift. Na utaona. The thing is, whether you want to hear it or not, just you better mute. But the thing is, I'm speaking on behalf of Kitui. Ukitaka
Okay.
kusikia, utaki kusikia, shauri yako. Thank you.
Okay, Lucy, you've made your point.
Thank you, Mr. Themba.
Yeah, you've made your point. What is it, Roberto? Before I bring Adams.
I just want to, it's not even a question, but I want Ntusi to be listening to the campaign messages that Martha Karua is trying to disseminate out there. Because this idea of trying to blame a governor because of lack of drugs and yet you have an MCA, you have, there's that chain of command, is very misplaced. Martha Karua has always advocated for choose the right one, start from your MCA. That is the person who affects your life. The MCA should be dealing with the CICs to ensure that there are drugs all over the county. But the governor cannot be responsible because of drugs. So to think about it.
My friend, do you know how many snake bites happen in Kitui County and how many people have been lost in Kitui County? Don't you need to be specific when you say we don't have. Come on.
No, it's okay. It's okay, Ndosi. You don't have to get upset, bro. You know, you just need to highlight your point. They say improve on your argument, not on your emotions. You can put the same point without necessarily getting upset. You made your point though. I mean, you guys have issues like all other places. There are other places where they do have issues with their governors. There are other places, and that's why we are saying when you're going to vote, think about the person you're voting as your MP, MCA. MCAs in every county are supposed to hold their governors on check. They work as the way parliament works. So it is a good thing you're bringing, but you need, in this debate as you're moving on, now you need to start isolating issues. What you're saying, you have a point. Yeah, all counties have issues with their, especially governors who are coming back. Like, of course, different counties, like in the central, people have issues with what's her name, Anway Guru, and other places. And even Nyanza areas, there are some places, I don't know if there are any governors who are coming back, they have issues with them. So you just need to, yes, appreciate, we agree with you, you may have issues with the Ngelu or any other governor. But here we are saying, right now we are 55 days to an election. Do you want to keep criticizing your team? We are having a national election to win. Do you want to criticize your captains? Do you want to keep talking badly about us? I would wish that you have so many things to say about the other team that you wouldn't have even any time to think about your team members. We have a serious thing that has happened. There's like the spirit has refused. Kenya Kwisha. So we have a whole lot of people to attack here. So why are you giving friendly fires to your team? That's what we are saying. I mean, you're good, but you can, like, I think the way you guys saying, you can sustain that conversation in the Kitui Forum. But now let's have a way of, we have 55 days to an election. We have to get out the vote. We have to make sure we get an Azimio government. That is something we all do have here. I mean, most of us, we are not saying this is an Azimio forum. Those who want to come and attack Azimio, come. We'll give you the link. Naona kuna mtu anajiita sijui DCI wa UDA. Anataka kuja. But aweki picha, hata kama wewe ni DCI wa UDA, weka picha yako ukuje. We don't care whether you are DCI, whether you are SSP, whether you are who. Hata kama ni Ruto mwenyewe, kuja. We will tell you the truth. You don't have to hide. There's nothing. Kama umetumwa collect intelligence on this platform, then they are sending you to the wrong places. This is not a place you can come and collect intelligence. Hii ni public, hii ni TV kama Citizen. Ati unaenda
anaweka jina ngumu, anafikiria tutamuogopa Themba. Ati DCI sijui UDA spy ndio tumuogope.
What do you care? You can be, how do you spy on Citizen on things that are being broadcast live? Unaona kitu inaendelea hapo, sasa wewe umekaa hapo, wewe ni spy. They are paying you to do the wrong job. Go do the job.
Who is that?
Kuna mtu amejiita hapa ati DCI sijui spy wa UDA. We don't care. We don't care. Hata kama unafanya Ruto mwenyewe ajui hata ni nani anampatia update. Ni NIS ama ni NSIS. If the person who is supposed to be updated doesn't even know the organization updated.
NSI.
NSIS. The organization that gives intelligence to the president is NIS. No wonder he doesn't get intelligence. Hakuambiwa hata ya kwamba he will not speak during Madaraka Day. He took himself there.
Yes, the guy did not know. You people, I really loved that so much. It was so interesting. I mean, jamaa kujua na alikuwa anakavarisha bibi yake mzuri, akamweka hiyo scarf alikuwa anavaa. He was getting ready to address the crowd.
He was getting the intelligence from NSIS that was disbanded. Badala ya kupata kutoka kwa NIS. Adams, karibu.
Wow. Good evening, all of you. Themba, welcome back. A lot of things happened while you were away. That is when we realized that some of
Themba, you'll be hearing this for the rest for 5 days. This one happened. We were in Yambia hivi. You see, hata Lucy amekwambia ati Makeni did not protect.
So, unajua baba akirudi lazima watoto wanashtaki. Huyu alichukua kikombe yangu akamtembeana. Huyu alinifinya, huyu alifanya. So it's just okay. You remember Baba when you are away.
Baba when you are away.
Tutamwambia Baba when you are away. Martha went to Makueni. Baba when you are away, the spirit spoke and said Kenya Kwisha is confirmed even in heaven. Yes, Adams.
Waswahili husema kwamba paka akitoka panya utawala. So mapanya wale.
Are you calling Makiadi panya? Makiadi, umesikia hiyo story?
Julia, stop.
Julia, uko na missile. Uko tu ready kuzitupa.
Ubaya missile za Julia zimeelekezwa one direction. Zote. Unajua naona leo sina control ya mic, sasa naweza nirushia missile. Sawa tu.
Makiadi nasikia since I left DA hajarudi hapa. Nimerudi leo amekuja. So
ndio nimemuona hapo, ni sawa tu, lakini tulipata mgeni mwingine anaitwa Evelyn. Siku moja na akapotea pia. Tena namuona kwa comment section amerudi na wewe hapa.
Amerudi na naona Yufim Otieno pia amerudi. So inakaa tulienda holiday vacation pamoja. Nimewarudisha.
All right. Okay, thank you so much. That was just a funny show. Moving forward, today is the first time I'm listening and watching my friend Nathan Ntusi speak like live. He's one guy that has always he has always beat me left, right, and center. Very strong punches and blows in the comment section. Whenever I get the mic, he's on the comment beating me like nonsense. So that's why I was so keen looking at him, listening to him, and I was just wondering why he think that snakes in Kitui are causing more deaths than malaria in Homa Bay. All right. Anyway, going forward, today, that pastor lady, I don't know if she's pastor who. That pastor, man, I think it is just that is conspiracy. The gods have conspired. The gods just conspired. It's just conspiracy of the spirit, the spiritual world. Either that woman was intentional, or her brain, she was praying, but what she had in her mind, or whatever she has consumed, because what comes out of the mouth is something that is been consumed in the brain. So in her mind, she has always seen UDA and that coalition as a Kenya Kwisha coalition. That is what she has upstairs. That's what she believes. But fate had it that she had to pray for the people who are calling themselves Kenya Kwanza. So as she was speaking, the truth revealed itself. That is really what that lady was. Because you guys have prayed. When you are praying, you're in a spiritual world. Things reveal themselves. It's like, when you have an argument with somebody, and then somebody starts telling you, when mjinga, blah, 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 telling you negative, odd things about you. Let me tell you, when somebody tells you things which are negative, when they are mad, that is emotions. That is really what that person is thinking of you. That is what the person has been thinking about you. But they've never got a time to tell you that. But when emotions are involved, yes.
Adams, now that you have said that, there's someone who gave an interesting example.
Yes.
Kwa sababu masaa ni adult time, so tunaweza kutumia hii example.
Go ahead.
Unajua wale watu wakati wa Kapedo wanataja majina ya watu Ukienda Kapedo. Sasa ukienda hivi umeenda Kapedo alafu usikie Julia ametaja jina ya Roberto. Utafanya nini?
The obvious is true. So yeah,
so some people have been caught like that, like they said somebody else's name. What did you say?
Unaona, hakuna association ya Adam na Robert.
So yes, Samba, thank you, Samba. That is emotion. So that lady, when you are in the spiritual world, when you are praying, when I start praying now, you are in that emotion. The spirits come with emotion. So whatever you speak is what you really consume in you. You understand? So what was in that lady's mind is that which she spoke. And I watched that thing like 7 times, and she paused, and Ruto had to lift up his head and look at her. And then that clip ended there. I don't know whether she continued praying or not. But the part that I watched, the clip was ending somewhere there after that prayer. So
she continued praying, and of course she behaved interestingly. The deputy president even alijinyorosha kidogo, you know, when something Saila anaona hiyo kitu imemweka ina discomfort, unaona anaingiza shati ndani.
What happened then? But when she said Kenya Kwisha, the deputy must have said in Kikuyu, guy.
Yeah. So
and the deputy president was there with the Gachagua.
Yeah.
Rigadi. They were there. So she said Kenya Kwisha, and then then Kenya Kwanza. And then the prayer could not go long after that.
Imagine the stage. I'm praying and I say Kenya Kwisha. What is your reaction? You smile?
Yes, you're perplexed.
And you know, wacha nikwambie Adams. Julia aite jina Roberto, unajua hata nini naisha?
Yeah,
hapo unasema wacha tu postpone kwanza hii kitu. Now, what happened at that moment? The lady got confused. And you know, she had given a very, I don't know if you have been able to capture the whole of it. She said, I have only 3 minutes and I want to use my 3 minutes well. So she said, then she said that what I'm going to say today has even been blessed in heaven. So she said.
She said, what has been blessed in heaven. Then she started.
Then she started praying. And then Kenya Kwisha came. So heaven has already.
This one can also tell you something that, you know, the duo, the Kenya, the RUTO duo, the UDA brigade, they've always aligned themselves towards the church so much. So, thank you,
and
Mr.
Black has come to confirm.
Yeah. Black had to come in. He had to come in for this. So this is what I'm saying. That one tells you that the UDA brigade have always aligned themselves towards the church and, you know, crown themselves like the holy people. They're godly. The other people are witchcrafts and, you know, something like that. You know, but this one just tells you, that one, the small clip that just tell you that whatever is being spoken by mouth is different from what is in the heart. It's like telling somebody that, hey, Black, I love you. That is lip service. It doesn't come from the heart. You understand? So it's like these religious people were just happy because of the money that this guy used to carry bundles of money and taking it to the church. So that is what was enticing them. They were getting enticed with that. But in their heart, right in their heart, they don't like the guy. They know the guy is crude. They know the guy is dangerous. But they can't say it because the guy is powerful, the guy is moneyed, the guy is giving them money, and they also need money to do their stuff and run their errands within the church. But the God conspired. That is conspiracy. That is spiritual conspiracy. So dangerous. Let me leave it there. But at least the Lord God spoke today. It's loud and clear. Mudavadi, if there is any one politician who is the most useless, mannerless, and selfish, with greed and very blind politically, is Mudavadi. I've never seen a man who tells himself and his followers that he's striving towards power. Yet each and every time when the power approaches him, he runs away, he takes a different dimension. When Moi regime was ending, before Raila said Kibaki Tosha, if there is one person who was in the best position to take the mantle, to be supported, was Wycliffe Musalia Mudavadi. Then Moi told him, hey, come here, and you're the vice president. He got confused. And he took a different dimension. He went that way. After that, Raila went back and looked for him and brought him back to the fold. Again, it took a different dimension. Now this one again, it took that anyway. Mudavadi is just, I don't know what goes wrong in his mind. If it was maybe some other parts of our country, which I don't want to mention, we would say that he has been bewitched. Kuna kauchawi mahali amefanyiwa. I'm not going to mention any part of the country, but all of us here know where uchawi come from. So we would say that he's bewitched. But maybe he is bewitched because he's confused. William Ruto has reached what Miguna would call a cul-de-sac. He can't go forward. Mr. Black, did you hear that? Your man has reached a cul-de-sac, meaning he can't go forward, he can't go back, he can't turn left or right. It's there. I said in this forum yesterday, I know my friend Nathan Tuzi said that we are not supposed to believe like 100%. We are not supposed to believe the polls. The way he reasoned about that, I agree with him. The way he brought his reasoning, I agree with him. But this is my thing, what I said. Mr. Nathan, you're not here. I said this. As we speak right now, the poll stands at 42.38. We have 55 days to go. It will take a miracle. And I repeat, it will take a miracle for one William Ruto to go ahead of Raila again in polls. Now, it's not easy. It's not easy for him to go to overcome him again. It will take a miracle for him to do that. Something has to come. That is why they're coming up with Mutumba menace, Mutumba saga, trying to twist it also that they may confuse the people. But if you look at those polls, the percentage of undecided voters is so huge, is so high. The undecided voters are so high. Mr. Black is one of them. He's not 100% in UDA, if you can hear the way he reasons. This guy is undecided. When the die shall be cast, and it is just days, a few days, like in a week's time, Mr. Black will take a stand. But because he wants to please his people who've been watching him here, he will not declare it here publicly. But we have what we call secret ballot. This man will vote the right place and a few people like him. Raila Odinga will do what we call economical revival. A lot of things will happen. And the country, we believe, that our country, Kenya, will move to the next level. And I also want to echo and bring in Kalonzo Musyoka's philosophy of 24-hour economy. 24-hour economy whereby, and when you talk about 24-hour economy, which Kalonzo Musyoka has been talking about this thing for, even the last election, he was talking about for 24-hour economy. But maybe people didn't understand him because he didn't come out so much loudly or clearly. But 24-hour economy, my friend, I know, let me mention my friend here, Professor Jacoya also said, was talking about people to be paid 2 weeks, like in the United States. You work within a month, you work for 2 weeks. On 15th, you get your pay. Again, you work, then you get pay. That's good. Meaning, we need money to circulate. The money should circulate to go to Mboga and empower them. People get the money. We get the money. We circulate that money. That's how it's supposed to be. 24-hour economy. When Jacoya talks about being paid 2 weeks, Kalonzo Musyoka talks about 24-hour economy all the time, and Raila Odinga is talking about economic revival and moving the country to the next level. When you combine these things together, because Wajakoya is on our side, by the way. Don't worry about him being a candidate. Or Mr. Black, don't ask me a question when I'm done about that. He's on our side. He's just there, yes, but he's on this side. So when all these things are combined together, we will move to the next level. You guys were talking about Kitengela, Sambo. I realized that Makiadi, Themba, and Tuzi, all of you are Kitengela buddy. I only used to come to eat mbuzi. And I know Kenya meat is somewhere there. It's a good place. I never lived in Kitengela because it was too dusty. It's a lot of dust there, but I understand they've made roads there. That's good progress. Anyhow, So
you cannot eat if you don't love dust. Look at you.
So another thing, butter.
Wewe ni mtu aina gani bwana?
Listen, Themba, hold on. I'm just done. Butter company, by the way. Do you know, guys, that butter, the brand butter is a brand, was recognized internationally. That was the best shoes in terms of durability. That is why it was being preferred for school-going kids, because when you go to school, you need the shoes that can last longer. It was butter. It was very durable, a very good shoes. You know, that company was killed because of Mutumba. Mutumba interfered with butter. Mutumba interfered with our companies, the textile, the Rivertex and the Komi and all these things, you mentioned them. I know for a fact that there's a company in Gilus County, Kitui, and I'm told he built a company, textile industry. I know it is not so big, but at least she tried, because she's the one who is doing the uniform for the police, I think so, or the prison, to some uniform for the government. That's a good thing. You know, because it had reached a point whereby if we were not careful, we were even going to import the uniform for our defense forces, which is not nice. But we have people, we have the expatriate, we have the devolved system of government which can do this. People, Mutumba is not a good thing. It has killed our economy. So somebody arguing, even the friends of Mr. Black who are advocating for Mutumba, not that they like the likes of Dindi Nyoro and Rigathi Gachagua. Let me tell you, it is not that they love it there, but they don't love Mutumba. But because the idea comes from Raila Odinga and the brigade and the Azimio people, that is why they oppose it. They just oppose an idea because the idea came from Raila Odinga, not that the idea is bad. They know the idea is good, because when William Ruto was in URP, when he was in URP and the TNA thing, when they were coming together, William Ruto said that when they capture power, he will ensure that we stop importing Mutumba shoes and clothes. He said it. The clip was running viral the other day.
It's not even that far. It's just the other day. Just the other day in Western. You are taking it so far. Unaona Black anacheka kwa sababu ameona you are misquoting that. It was the other day in Western. Ruto said, Mumias, he said that they are going to stop the issue of importing clothes and all those, and they make sure that those things are made here in Kenya, and the people are exporting. That's what Ruto said. The only word he didn't use is Mutumba.
Yeah. So the same thing. What I'm saying is
that's the only word he never used.
Yeah, but that's what he meant. You're right. So they are not. These people are not opposing the Mutumba idea because it is bad or good. They are opposing it because it came from Raila Odinga. That's it, nothing else. Even, let me tell you, see, even the slogan they use called this bottom-up economic model. If it was Raila who would have said it, they would oppose it with their breath and blood and sweat. So certain things are just being opposed because it comes from Raila Odinga. Why? Because Michael Kijana Wamalwa, one day before he died, he told people that there is something we call Raila maniac and Raila phobia. There are people who love Raila Odinga, that some would love him so much so that even if you ask him that, hey, why do you love Raila like this? They can't even tell you. And then we have another group who hate Raila so much that if you ask them, why do you hate this guy like this? They can't tell you, because Raila don't kill people. He don't maim people. He don't kill people. He don't steal money from the people, but they'll hate him. You know, somebody will tell you because, I don't know, he's not circumcised. Nonsense. You know, so this is my point for now. Let me rest for there. Thank you.
Thank you. You know, the thing was, Ruto talked against it. But notice the difference. There's Ruto and then there's Raila. there's this gentleman called Malala. He said Raila has organic followers, you know, as opposed to Malala has said that, and many politicians believe that, and they know that Raila has natural followers. So naturally, when Raila says something, it passes. You know, the other day Ruto tried and told the boda guys, go and pick your motorbikes from the police. Nobody did anything.
Yeah, it's like when you mention the word organic followers, that will remind you, I'm a soccer fan. When you come to Kenya, the Kenyan soccer, which we call football, we have two teams. It's AFC Leopards and Gor Mahia. The fans of AFC Leopards and fans of Gor Mahia are organic. It doesn't matter whether they lose or they win. It doesn't matter. So Raila Odinga supporters are like that. Majority of them, not all. Organic.
Yes, the organic followers. And when Ruto said to go pick your bodas, nobody went to the police station, assuming it was Raila who said, go to the police station and pick your motorbikes. I tell you, the kind of drama you'd have seen in the city that day.
President Uhuru Kenyatta told you the other day when they tried to stone Raila at, remember when he went to Kibor's funeral? Uhuru told people that supposing something would have happened to that mzee. Do you know what could have happened to the country? He said it. So that's the thing.
So what you are saying, it's not about what was said. And actually the criticism that have been coming out has been to those people who have talked about Mutumba has said that they want to have a meeting with both sides because they know even in a Kenya Kwanza government, Mutumba is one of the subjects that they want to finish. They want to create a local. So that is something that is across board. And even when you see the pretense, it's only that they told each other, now let's go and, since Raila said it, let's use this against him. But now in this platform, we are going to come out and start talking about the 10-point agenda. The Kenya Kwisha are here to give us even the agenda. They are signing charters. Can you imagine signing a charter to issue? Do you need to sign a charter to give sanitary pads? You have to sign a charter. Those are things that are being given by NGOs. Now you're going to sign a charter to give sanitary pads.
Remember, I forgot to say that is really annoying. I was asking myself, Adams, really, sasa umeita mama kama mimi, unaweza kuambia maneno ya she said diapers, not sanitary pads.
Kwani you need to sign a charter to give diapers? Those are free things.
You are giving diapers to people like me. Yani unataka, nani amekwambia tunataka kuzaa?
Not every woman needs sanitary towels. Sanitary towels, in fact, they're free. In fact, someone was asking,
it is disrespectful. It is really disrespectful.
Someone was even asking, why do you give condoms free and then you sell sanitary pads? One is a choice, the other one is not a choice. You know, you should have these things because what is done by a condom is a choice. What is done by sanitary pads is not a choice. That's something that comes naturally. So this should be available, readily available. But here you are giving condoms free, but you are selling sanitary towels. You need to give sanitary towels free to everybody who needs them. So you have to sign a charter, surely, even in a convention. And these charters you sign a charter mpaka you want to create a trust in the president's office. We are going to sign a charter to create a women trust in the president's office.
What? Yeah. For sanitary pads.
Yeah, Themba, you need to realize that the guy is low on confidence. He knows he has been lying too much. So the only way to convince anybody, unajua kama uko na record mbaya ya kurusha watu promises kuanzia 2013 mpaka sasa, hata Black atakubaliana, lazima tuandikiane bwana. Unajua huwezi kubali.
But you see, he wrote, look at you guys seriously. We even okay, Black is here. You guys need to be serious with this guy. He repeated. Now we're even getting better. We are not giving you 5 stadiums, but we are giving you 9. We don't even have 2. It's the same person. It's the same person that said our women are not going to use jembes anymore. They're going to use mechanized. And he repeated. And right now we don't have that. It is the same person who told us that our youth will be having jobs. I don't know how many jobs per year. The same person. And today he kept on repeating as if he was not listening to himself. And I repeat, why are you repeating your thing, my friend? You can't repeat every stage of your nini unless you are lying. Are you lying to yourself? So this charter thing you're signing with the UDA women, then you're saying that it is these women who are representing the MAMA1, not one woman. Now, Black, maybe you are the one who was signing there as DCI or UDA, and we don't care. No, you needed to take it to him. Tell him that we don't understand how you are signing a charter to provide some things that have already been provided for. We have ministries. Why should you create a women trust in the office of the president? Now, for you to provide for women, you'll create trust for all of them. For you to provide something for youth, you'll create trust for youth in the president's office. How many things are you going to create? You create a prime minister. When you come in, the first thing is you're creating a prime minister position ya Mudavadi, ma-DVD, akileta 40%. Asipoleta mtaicreate 50%, 50-50 mnapatia wanawake. Mmeshindwa kudivide to presidency. Mmeshindwa 50% ya presidency. Ya cabinet ndio mtaweza. You are the only ticket with two males wanafuatana hivi.
Temba, na kuomba tafadhali umpatie Black nafasi. Na Black, I want to congratulate you. You are a hard guy. You know, defending lies is not easy. Even coming on this forum is not easy. But I pray for you to get the courage.
He's not defending any lies. This guy knows that there's nothing to defend. He's just here to receive the bouts, and we are going to hit him at. Before Black speaks, I don't know if this other guy also is for Kenya Kwanza.
Temba, as that guy comes in, just one thing I want you guys to note, if you guys realize. Have you guys realized that right now, William Ruto, the way he was dishing out money, the rate has gone down? Does it mean that the money is gone down, or have you guys realized that vile alikuwa anapeana pesa, it has reduced? Sio sana sasa.
No, his money, this is how Ruto has decided. Tumefika kwa crunch time, is the 11th hour. Kila mtu ajisaidie kivyake. If you are not UDA, there's no money he's giving you. He's giving campaign money to only UDA. UDA. See Kenya Kwanza, he's not sponsoring the whole of Kenya Kwanza. Kenya Kwanza ma-DVD na weta, waende wajipange, walete zao 40%, ndio wagawiwe serikali. Wale watu wakwe kwa paa huko coast, waende walete yao 30%, ndio wagawiwe serikali. Maendeleo chap yeye amesema ati anatembea na Ruto, anasema yeye ameahidiwa sijui senator sijui nini. Sasa yeye hataki kwenda kutafuta na maendeleo chap. Jibebe huku ameambiwa pia nyinyi mulete. Msipoleta there's nothing. Na Ruto ameshasema yeye ni kingpin wa Central. So he is not spending on any other guys. If you're not UDA, is done.
I think he's asking this. I heard something from Mount Kenya Forum that unaona these crowds, that there's a group of 2,000 women who got to Ruto's meetings, and they are saying ni kama kibarua. Ati kitambo walikuwa napewa 1,500, ikapungua ikaenda 1,000, sasa inaendelea ikipungua. So there are people in Mount Kenya region who wanafanya ni kama kibarua, kama it's like a job. I mean they earn some cash from that. That's what they were saying. So I think Black, your boss is out for more surprises once this cash imeisha.
Okay. Yeah, unajua hata nani alisema, if you guys can go back to what Kate Waruguru said, that unajua saizi mahali tumefika, watu wa Azimio wako na pesa. Unajua Raila the Azimio guys did not spend. Ndio sasa wanataka kuspend kwa Azimio candidates. So if there's a place Azimio have agreed that this is the candidate, the Azimio people wana spend kwa hiyo. Kama Nairobi wameagree ni Sifuna, ni Gadhe na huyo mwingine women rep. Hao ndio Azimio. So Azimio candidates, Azimio will spend on. Kule kwingine mko na chama yenu ina spend kwa hiyo. Kama ni Jubilee ina spend kwa hiyo. Lakini kwa Azimio ina spend. So there's money to spend on that. Lakini hizi zingine Kenya kwanza, the only person who had money ni Ruto. Aya, Ruto sasa watu wakakuja wakafikiria watadandia koti yake, sasa pesa naye zimeisha, sasa anasema tu ni UDA tu. Kila mtu sasa apiganie chama yake. Let's see how it goes. I don't know where Lamek has been here. Ngoja Black Dogo. Lamek has been here for a while. Let's allow him also to even chime in, and then maybe we can open up. Naona the other bull of Auckland amefika, anaitwa Mise. So wacha kabla vita ianze hapa na Roberto. Na naona Mise hata furahi sana. Roberto amekaa karibu, amelalia kichwa ya Julia pale juu. Labda Mise atasikia vibaya sana, lakini ndivyo hivyo tu, life, it's life.
No, they are donated. Julia donated all of them yesterday.
Yes,
so
they are on sale. So
oh, they are free atoms, eh?
Yeah, they are in the market.
Free
Free
atoms.
They are free atoms. They are free to attach to any other atom. Na mbona unaangaliana na fujo hivi? Lamek, karibu.
Okay, thank you.
I have a new catch.
Okay, thank you, Themba. Yeah, I'm glad for this opportunity. To start with, mimi ni Azimio. I've been with Baba since 2007. And I've been voting for him since ever. So, and I've never given up. I know this time, I believe tunaenda kupata. But what I'll just add, some of us, we continue to campaign for him. Although I'm not in Kenya, but I'm still campaigning for him. I'm convincing my friends, people back at home, and I'm sure they're going to do that. Then coming on today's topic about the pastor who was praying, to me, I think it is now confirmed that Kenya Kwanza is actually a Kenya Kwisha. I think it was spiritual intervention. Hata kule binguni sasa sidhani kama maombi yao itafika tena. So, and I'm so happy. I'm just imagining if it was Azimio, that thing happened in Azimio, then they could have run away with that thing. Saizi ungekuwa unaona that one will be now the topic. Unajua, to me, when I look at Kenya Kwanza, it's like they don't have plan. They don't have plan. And if you come to Azimio side, we have a plan. That's why they just keep on waiting and waiting to see what we are trying to sell to the people. Then they try to copy. Even the issue with the manifesto, don't be surprised when they'll be launching theirs. They might even copy paste what Azimio has already done. Then moving to Mitumba, I listened to Baba so well when he was talking about Mitumba, and whatever he said is actually true, because here where I am, there are shops that are called Goodwill, and if you try to follow what happens is that people donate clothes. Some are used maybe once, some are maybe factory default, and some are actually from deceased people, as Baba said, although they took it in a very negative way, but that is the bitter truth. And Baba had a very good plan. He wanted to integrate these people who are selling mitumba to maybe with time, gradually, they will start selling our own locally manufactured product, which is a very good thing. Because there was a time I remembered I boarded an Uber here in America. Then the driver of Uber was putting on a t-shirt. Then he asked me, which country do you come from? Then I said, Kenya. Then he said, how? This shirt of mine is made in Kenya. And actually, I was very proud to see that our Kenyan products are also here. So it will be good if us Kenyans to consume our locally made things, and through that, factories and industries, I'm sure we will have more job opportunities for our youth, and it will also increase the productivity of other sectors like agriculture, and maybe agriculture and other parts like animal rearing, those who are growing animals like communities from the pastoral. If we talk in terms of shoe industries, because they use the skin and hide, so I'm sure it will be a very good thing. Then when I come to the issue of Mudavadi, I don't know how he negotiated the deal. Maybe he was drunk, because to me it's like he might not get maybe more than 2 or 3 members of parliament of his party ANC. Things are not good for him, as much as he's discovering it too late. But I think William Ruto has done the way he did to Uhuru Kenyatta in Mount Kenya. By the time Uhuru was going back, he had already made some roots. So I think that is the exact thing that he has done to Musalia. But unfortunate to him, it is too late. There is nothing he can do there. Then the issue of polls, I just had people here in the group, they are talking about the 42% of Baba versus the 38% of William Ruto. I don't know why we only based on the 42 versus 38, because I saw other pollsters, like there was another one which was showing Baba 55% and versus 39%. So I was just requesting if you can also look at all the pollsters, and maybe from that we can come up with a conclusion average value. Then I can say that that is my take today. And thank you again, Temba. It's my first time actually. I've just been following Tembe TV, but today, because I was free, I said let me join and see how the thing goes. Then my last question, this is just a question. Is there anybody who is in Kenya there? Maybe he can update me exactly what is happening in central Kenya, that's Mount Kenya. Is it, are things changing, or it's just a hearsay? Thank you.
Thank you, Lamek. We have been following, and you follow here. Most of these guys are outside the country. I don't think there's one person, Roberto Azimio, is in Kenya, and Black. Are you in Kenya? Yeah, Roberto Azimio is in Kenya. So you have only one person back home in Kenya. But generally, you get that information coming here every time. You have been here for 9 hours. And people come in, give information, and generally they're saying Martha Wave is very strong and is sweeping. We want the other guy to be given the mic, Gachagua, and Gachagua is like Kamoto of during Moi time. And who was that in PNU? There was another person in PNU who said that every time they speak, votes disappear. Every time Kamoto spoke, Moi lost votes in Central. And every time certain person in PNU spoke, votes were lent. Right now, every time Gachagua speaks, kura za UDA zinapotea mpaka sasa wamemzimia mic. Black, what do you want to say?
First of all, welcome back, Temba.
Thank you, bro. Hey.
I hope you had a great time.
Yes. We went with Yufin Otieno. I think she has come back now. We were also at a long distance where we were. On the other side, we saw DA. DA was also just around. I think she had been sent by Makiadi to come and take pictures of us and to come and share. Now we are going to investigate. We are going to investigate what DA was doing where we were with Yufin Otieno. So that is something I'm going to investigate. But yes, we are back. We enjoyed ourselves. And just for your confirmation, Makiadi, DA was just across. I hear she brought some photos for you. And kindly, next time, can you learn to tame your people? Because we don't want interference when you go on vacation. Yes, Black.
Uh, on that note, I'm Jambo, the rest of the panelists, and the ones watching us wherever they are. I hope you're all doing fine. Actually, I was asleep, and I just recalled, like, okay, yeah. By the way, hii wiki inafaa kuwa within Temba wako anafaa kuja. Though you had said it would be Sunday, so ile just to open mtembee, then I just saw you. I was like, hii lazima niingie kwanza nitume salamu yangu. Actually tulikuwa nikuje nisalimiane tu, but then I had some people bashing KKA and I could not hold my horses. So I will have to do the needful. In regards to, I don't know, who should I start with? Should I do Hiki Piki Ponki? Who hit me the most? I think it is Adams. So I will start with Adams. Adams, number one, in regards to Wajakoya. Wajakoya, I think he has been put there by some forces, especially to get the youthful votes, because so far it seems Ruto has a command of the youth's votes. And I think with that Bangi story, Wajakoya anavuta most of those youths because they resonate well with those things. Not all, some. Let me be clear. Not all, but some. So I mean, by doing that, tayari inapunguza ile base. But I have a feeling, or at least I have the belief that if Wajakoya was not run, most of his votes wale wa vijana zitaenda kwa Ruto. And I am hoping that the election goes to a runoff, whereby now we could then see the actual alignment of the voters as to which side they are in. Now, in regards to eti tumeishiwa na pesa, Bwana Adams, pesa haijaisha bana. Like Temba clearly mentioned, Azimio is a coalition party. So when they place, let's say, for example, a governor and his deputy, whether or not they're from different parties, they're one team. So all funds are generated to that particular team of that governor and the deputy governor, regardless of them being from different parties. Now, when it comes to KKA, we are a coalition of parties, but they still maintain the parties maintain their sovereignty. In that regards, each party still maintains its own financial structures. They don't have a centralized financial system like the way Azimio does. In Azimio, the funds come from a centralized place and is channeled to their people. In KKA, each party, kama ilikuwa na do, hiyo do ndo itatumia. Kama ilikuwa haina, ni hivyo, watapepea na baridi. So, Ruto, the 5th president incoming, would only, just like Temba mentioned, would only focus on its UDA members. So hata ukisikia vile Mudavadi is bashing the UDA contestants in Western, it is expected. Because again, like I mentioned, the parties within KKA, they still maintain their sovereignty. So it is within Mudavadi's rights, is doing the right thing, to push his candidates. Pale kwa ground, they are enemies, these parties. But hapa juu, they have a common candidate in the name of DP, William Ruto. So hizi vitu zisikuchanganye tumeanza kufikiria kwamba tuna pesa. Pesa iko mingi sana, UDA, a lot of it. And in regards to the polls which you say that it will take a miracle for KKA to catch up. You should look at those numbers again clearly. With Kalonzo having gotten back to Azimio, I would have expected that gap, which was 4%, to extend or to widen. But it's still the same. As Azimio moved to 42 from 39, UDA moved from 35 to 38. The gap is still the same, 4%. So it means that Kalonzo Musyoka has not added much value. Had the gap widened, then I would have said that Azimio walipata value for money addition onto their nini. So ni kama wamesonga, Ruto akasonga. Au tunaweza sema pengine hata kama huenda ikawa, just huenda, kama huenda ikawa ndo ilifanya paka ika move paka 42 Kalonzo kuingia, then it can also translate that Ruto also has made gains. Iangalia from those sides, I mean from those perspectives. The gap is still 4%.
You're making your point, but I'm struggling to find your point. Lakini just make it.
I mean, najaribu kuambia, najaribu kusema yani, kitu najaribu kusema ni the 4% margin or rather gap that was there before Kalonzo's return back to Azimio is still the same 4%.
No, you recall.
I thought Ruto was ahead of Raila at some point.
If you watched when she released the results, the survey was done before Kalonzo joined Azimio. She said that by the time they were doing the survey, Kalonzo had not made up his mind to join Azimio. Go back and watch.
Sure, it was.
Makiadi wants to say something also before you come in.
Yeah, to add on what Themba said, Black, I think you are simply lying to yourself here, because in statistics, just don't forget about the margin of error. So if we are at 42 and 38%, there are 4 scenarios. We can be at 46, at 42. I mean 46 versus 42. We can be at 38. We can be that I'm taking a margin of error of, let's say, 4%. We can be at 46-34, and then we can be at 38-42. So I don't know why you selectively believe that we should stick to that one situation that favors you. It can be Raila Odinga has added with a margin of error to 46, and William Ruto has dropped to 34, and that is minus Kalonzo. So wewe naweza kualika upime suti pia wewe mapema. Pima suti ya kuapisha baba.
Yes, Lamek, what did you want to say?
Yeah, I really wanted to tell Black that when they were releasing the polls results, the statistics, they say that it was for the period of May until I think somewhere between up to May. It was not inclusive of this month. And by that time, Kalonzo had not decided to join the Azimio. Then, secondly, there were several pollsters that came out. And the one that gave Baba the lowest margin is this one that we are discussing it here, the 42 and 38. But remember the other polls that gave Baba 55. You should also think along that line too, because they were also the same, the other different pollsters. And this particular one was the one that it was believed that it was being sponsored by a Honorable Ruto. So, and they started now to show now the difference when things started to change on the ground. Thank you.
And there's a latest Black. There's also one that I want to give you because I can clearly see that you haven't seen it. The Mizani one. It gives Baba 48 and I think Ruto 46. I think it's 47, 44. I mean, wameachana na just about 2 points. Let me see it so that I'm giving you the correct. There's a Mizani poll.
I think it's Mizani poll. It should be 41 versus 48.
Yeah, there's a Mizani poll that has come out. Let me. You can be speaking Black as I look for that.
Black, before you go ahead, and then I'm requesting or Makiadi. There is somebody called Nikki Nash somewhere in the comment section. He is going. He has gone personal on Karua, and she is going to a personal life. We don't entertain that kind. That is our deputy president. We are here to discuss politics and not personal issues.
Oh yeah. Actually, now that you said that, Nikki Nash, stick to the debate. Ama uende utafute nitwa nini? Utafute watu kama wewe wale wako na hasira mingi hivi. Tunawaambia to help yourself so that you can survive the election which will come on 9th. We want you to be ready to vote for the person you like. At this rate na hii hasira yote, you might not even get to 9th. Ulcers itakumaliza. Na stress itakumaliza. Sasa tunataka, we want you to be safe for your own self. Kindly look for the UDA platform. Go there.
But why is Robert panicking? And it's just criticism.
Yeah, go there and make noise. We don't want any. Be civil. Be civil.
Listen, you can also because talking about matters, marriages and kids, that is out of question. So don't try to defend something that is wrong. We don't go to the family.
Mister, I can see why Julia threw you away with that kind of.
Now then, you understand my plight, Themba. You understand my plight.
Now, obviously,
I am not aware. I have no recollection to have thrown out, so I don't know what you're talking about. Julia, is there any notice?
Yeah. Nikki has apologized. Nikki, we accept your apology. Kindly do not go personal on the people. We haven't talked about personal issues of the deputy president. Hatujaongea na sisi hapa, hatusemi hayo. Sisi tunasema zile vitu ambazo tunasema ni zinaleta, hata wale watu wanaleta vitu zingine mingi sana personal, zina attack the deputy president huko kwa social media. We don't bring them here. There are so many that we don't want to bring here because they are very, very, we don't want to entertain that. We want to stick to what will bring the vote. Wale wanataka kwenda personal, tunakuacha we, enda huko, look for a microphone, enda huko kwa nini uongee mambo mengine. Yes, Makiadi.
Nimekutafutia hizo numbers Ndemba. Hapa kwa polls. Okay, Raila Odinga anapatiwa, hii ni mizani ile tunachukianga. Raila Odinga anapatiwa 47.5 na William Ruto anapatiwa 46.6.
Yeah, that is what I wanted Black to comment on, because sasa hiyo imekuja closer to mahali alikuwa anataka. So Black, si umeona hiyo si inakufurahisha sasa?
I was coming there because actually even when the polls were posted here previously, it's just that it was unfortunate that I could not come to the panel, but I tried to comment there. But it's not as effective talking about it from the comment section than coming to the panel. When the day that walikuwa wamepost here 55 sijui Raila taking that lead. Now with that Mizani poll and then now with the way that naona watu hapo wamechukia sana Mizani poll, they said it is inakuwa pushed to you by Ruto through Radio Africa and blah 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 blah, hizi vitu nyingi. It begs the question then, which polls should we rely on? No, because if I would go for this one, I would say that Raila's slim has just been reduced to 1%. I think that I had made those comments down there at the comment section. More or less like around 1%. Now, it would also go to say that it's either Kalonzo returning back to Azimio or the rumor of Kalonzo returning back to Azimio made his voters split between some went to Raila and a chunk of them also went to Ruto. No. I think I tried to mention that in the comment section some time back. Wakati tulipokuwa tukisema kitu. I think Makiadi even posted that katika screen when I said that. So,
but Black, the question is, hold on, let me interject.
Yes.
The question is, Mr. Ruto was leading Raila in the polls for a long time. Then all of a sudden, he has been overtaken. Now the question is, where did the rain start beating him? What happened?
I'll tell you something. In the past, the polls were being made that way. Though when Ruto was campaigning in the beginning, he was not campaigning for the presidency. He was popularizing UDA as a new party. Should understand that. And that's the reason why up until today, when you look at the political parties poll, UDA still commands dominance. Why? Because they had enjoyed a long period of popularization in comparison to the other parties like ODM and all this. So kumbuka UDA ndio ilikuwa imetengenezwa at that time, and they were trying to make that transition from Jubilee to UDA. Come on, understand him, because you should also realize, if you can recall, by the time they were going around the country, what's his name? DP Ruto had not even declared that he's gonna run with UDA. People tayari watu walikuwa wanajua kwamba ana support UDA, but alikuwa hajaitamka.
Ngoja Black, pole. Umesema ati UDA is enjoying dominance. Me, hizi polls zinaangalia ni za Kenya Kwanza. Kenya Kwanza 48.5, Azimio and Raila Odinga 47.8, which is a difference of about 0.7%. Sasa hiyo dominance yako ni ya UDA. UDA iko wapi kwa hizi polls? Because I can't see UDA.
Now, what you've said, and you may mention that the coalition, the two outfits, KKA and Azimio, is it ODM? Zikatekate, ubaki with the?
No, there are two people who are running for president here. There are two people who are running for president here. It's William Ruto running as a UDA candidate, and Raila Odinga running as an Azimio candidate.
As an Azimio.
So Mizani Africa is saying Kenya Kwanza alliance, it's at 48.5%, and Raila Odinga is 47.8, which is a difference of 0.7%, right? But you're telling us here that William Ruto was popularizing UDA. That's why it's a dominant party, even in the polls. So I'm wondering, what polls are you looking at?
Lakini hata hao Mizani pia hata nao pia wakwende kabisa. How do you say Kenya Kwanza is more popular than Azimio? Aya Mizani Africa hata hao pia. That's for me is the question. I agree with the Black on one thing. Which pollster do you want to trust? Because these pollsters, they come in and depending on which perception they want to create at a particular time, they will give you those results. Personally, this is what I say. Personally, Black, and do not quote me, because I know you will quote me, but don't quote me. Personally, opinions don't vote. It is people that vote. Get out the vote. Any serious team should be focusing on getting out the vote. It doesn't matter how many times we come and look at different opinion polls or this opinion poll here. Opinion poll might boost certain perceptions, but it doesn't vote. So whether it puts Raila ahead or it doesn't put him ahead, there's some things like you can say with the question that Adam is asking, which I think is a valid question. That a few years, 1 year ago, Ruto was being placed ahead of everybody. Right now, all the opinion polling, even if it is 1%, it is putting Raila ahead. Even if it is 2%, why is it that right now Raila is being put ahead? So that is a worry for you instead of arguing, but you see, you know, Ruto was there's something that probably you guys have not done or you have done that has made that particular, the same opinion polling company a few years ago had put Ruto ahead. Right now it is not putting him ahead. And when it was putting Ruto ahead, none of the Kenya Kwanza or UDA guys came out blazing like they are right now and said that this thing is wrong. Even Ruto didn't condemn it. Even Ndindi Nyoro and all those people were condemning those opinion posters. They never did. But right now that it has caught up with them, now they are saying that those people are wrong. They are saying we have defeated them, we have defeated them, and now they are paying opinion posters. So if I were you, which I'm not, I would be worried that 1 year or 6 months ago, these people are placing me ahead. Right now, they're not placing me ahead. What is it that I need to do? But I don't want you to do anything because I'm in Azimio. And I want you to continue doing or not doing what you are doing or not doing because it is helping us. Black, speak so that I can bring Miss for a few minutes so that we start closing.
Okay. So and then to the issue of the Mtumba, like Temba mentioned, DP at no point did not mention the words nitasimamisha mitumba kuingia. He did not say I will stop mitumba shoes, mitumba clothes. He did not say that. Designer clothes.
Your connection, my friend. Hata imekataa hiyo story yako ya mitumba.
Maybe he could have mentioned
Buzz, Black.
Even
Black.
Designer shoes.
Black. Can you hear me?
Never know.
Amehang. I think akona network issue.
Black, toka urudi baadaye. Mise nakupatia dakika 2. Wewe umekuja tukiwa karibu kufunga. Na najua umekuja kwa sababu moja peke yake. Kwa sababu uliona Roberto hapa.
He did not say that.
Okay. Okay. Mise.
Yeah. Themba, welcome back. It's good to see you. While you were away, a lot happened, and it is good that you came back today. You came with Nathan Nthuzi. I've always seen him on the keyboard as a keyboard warrior. So it's good to put a name on the face today. Good evening, everyone.
I came with who?
Nathan.
Oh, Nathan Dusi. This is. I've just realized that Makiadi and Dusi are my home guys, man. These are guys. We share the same hood back in Kenya, so it's so refreshing to know that there are people who can come from that dusty place, according to Adams. The dusty place that Adams is talking about.
Yeah, Adams talks bad about dust, but him and Jacoya, they smoke dust. So. But that being said, Nathan, it's good to put
Siwache Mise ni acknowledge hata mimi nimekaribishwa huko chini. Awino Rapemo, nimefurahi sana umenikaribisha. Yufimo Tieno, wewe tulikuwa na wewe holiday, tumerudi. DA pia amekuja, ameniambia when I was away alitupwa nje na Makiadi, ati Makiadi alichagua mtu mwingine. So sasa hapa kama Roberto na Mise mmetupwa na Julia, Makiadi ametupwa na DA. Sasa hapa hii maisha itawezana kweli?
Mr.
Anyway,
is still in denial.
yeah, I can see he's really processing the loss. Mr. I'm here. You can talk to me in case of anything. If you need someone to talk to, I know it can be tough. It's not easy to go through such a process. It's a journey, but initially denial is the first step, and then you can move on, and again you can go on to the next part of acceptance. Now, the good thing about it is face what is it that you are losing, and define it. So, what does it mean to lose? To be thrown away, to be told in public that you are not needed. What does it mean to you? So, after this, you can always talk to me. Yeah.
It made me feel cold to get such news today when I came back. But you know, Julia, I have confidence that the strategy that you used to, you know, to take out those who were purporting to be there has actually worked. You heard Robert saying that he's moved on, and so that leaves no competition behind. And I think we should be good, Julia. We are in this together. But I
accept and move on, man.
I just wanted to say that I think this is a great show where people come and share ideas. I've learned a lot on this show, and I think I want to thank you all for coming and sparing time to come so that we can share ideas, because it kind of educates the public. However, I really wanted to tell Black that William Ruto should, I think, should stop inciting people, because it is not fair in the manner which he misrepresents Baba in relation to Mitumba. I think the way William Ruto has come out saying at hii ni siasa ya madharau, ati mnaambiwa watu wa Mitumba hii ni nguo ya maiti. I think this politics is politics of incitement that I actually do not admire. I think someone who sells Mitumba believes that, actually. I can tell you that I have kids, and every other time my wife and I look at like my son, we bought shoes worth about $100. Within 3 months or 4 months, they are gone. Like, we have to buy other ones because the kids are growing. So if these kids, if we are sending this out, donating as Mitumba, I think it's only unfortunate.
Hold on. Why has it become necessary for you today to use that example?
No, because I mean, I think I just want to address. I did not say who my wife is, so still I'm protected.
After Julia has thrown you, imekuwa reason ya kufilisha Julia.
No, I have not disclosed who my wife is. So Julia,
he wants to make you feel it.
Julia, that is a strategy of scaring so that you might reconsider your position. But I wanted to emphasize that I've seen my kids actually overgrowing clothes, and they are very new. And you end up donating these clothes, and they are really clothes of value. You spend a lot of money in buying clothes, and within a short period, you give it away. So it's quite unfortunate for William Ruto to twist, statements. And I don't think Raila in his right mind can say that hii ni nguo ya maiti, owing the fact that if you go to Gikomba, it's a huge market that actually sells second-hand clothes. And so I think this is politics that have been trivialized to make people turn against other people because they think they are being attacked. You know, when you touch someone's business, when you touch someone's source of income, it's like you've touched his livelihood. So I think William Ruto needs to be stopped, and this is where we need to have intelligence and other people for calling him, you know, for inciting the public. Even though we are politicking, I think we should do politics of, good politics, politics of criticism that is constructive criticism instead of having negative criticism, because someone in Gikomba believes what the deputy president is saying. And I can tell you, I sold mitumba, I sold clothes in when I was first year, second year. I sold that, and I know how much I was getting out of it. So if someone said anything about it,
But Mise, wait, Mise, can you now factually talk about it? Do you entirely can say that you only consume things of people who are alive? Kuna nywele watu wanavaa ni za watu wamekufa. Kuna watu hata sisi wengine mnaachiwa vitu, hata nyumba mnaachiwa nyumba za watu wamekufa. Kuna watu hata nguo zinavaliwa na viatu zinaachiwa watu wamekufa. I mean, hata donation za body organs. In places, there are places where you can sign off, you can be a donor. There are people who sign off and say, when I die, I want to donate this organ of myself to someone. There are people who are living because of people who died.
You're
so
right.
Why are you making it look like kwa sababu ilidiniwa? It's true.
No,
Part of
I'm
those
really
clothes
upset.
wenyewe walikufa.
I'm upset. That is generalizing. That's a very
No,
generous.
you don't need to be upset. You know,
For
whether you're upset, it doesn't change the reality.
For example,
Hata
I
ile
am-
nyumba naishi, hata ile nyumba naishi, hiyo nyumba naishi Mise, where you are staying, you are probably not the first person to stay there. If you follow that house, mwenye aliishi hapo kwanza labda alishakufa.
I think you're right. The manner in
Wacheni,
which
stop
manner
making
in
it
which
look
the
like
deputy president
kuvaa
is
kitu
saying
ya
it,
mtu alikufa ni kitu mbaya. I mean, the person died. Na hizo mitumba, some of them, like I think Danny said, Lamek said, yeah, some of those clothes are donated from people who have left us and have gone to the other side of the world. There's nothing wrong with that. It's second hand.
I think
hata magari mengine mnaendesha, gari zingine ni za salvage, na wale watu walikuwa wanaendesha hizo gari walikufa kwa ajali.
Actually, Misa just said,
second hand.
Misa just said that his sons, some of his sons, or his children from some other part of the world, outgrow clothes. But this guy don't even donate those clothes because he goes around and say he sells mutumba. So Misa do not donate his clothes.
No, Adam. So let me finish. I used to, when I was first year and second year, and
No,
I'm no longer first year and second year now.
What you haven't told us is
I want to
hizo nguo ni za watu wamekufa. Is that wrong?
I think the manner in which the deputy
president
is
wrong?
saying it, I don't know. I cannot confirm that the clothes that I sent are donated as mitumba. They belong to
hiyo
those
saa
people
umevaa hapo.
who are dead.
What makes you think that ni wewe ndio umeivaa ya kwanza? Labda yule mtu aliivaa ya kwanza alikufa.
I don't know. I cannot speak of that.
Exactly.
I'm, speaking of I'm only speaking of the experience. But my concern here, for example, give me time. Give me time. You give me
just
time.
one
Let
thing.
me
One
make my
minute.
point. Let me make my point.
I'm not interrupting you. I'm just telling you, in Ghana, Mtumba is known as dead man's clothes. You can even Google on YouTube dead man's clothes, and you'll find that it is a normal thing.
And you're missing the point. The point, my argument is this. The manner in which the deputy president says it to the public is inciting. You said very well, Themba. In my driver's license, I signed to donate organs, because that is an option that comes and asks you if you can donate. So, but there is nothing wrong with that. For me, as leaders of the
So there's
caliber
someone
of
there's
the
someone
deputy
living today
president.
because of someone who died, right?
Say that again.
There's someone living today because of someone who died.
Absolutely. Absolutely. But what my argument is, even if the clothes belong to people who are dead, the manner in which the deputy president is passing it to the public, it's inciting. For me, that is the problem that I'm having with the deputy president. You cannot come. There are people who believe in the deputy president, millions of people who believe in what the deputy president, once the deputy says, the word is their command. So when he says that hii siasa ya madharau ati
No,
mnatuambia,
wait, Mise. I want you to tell me, do you have a clip where the deputy president has criticized Raila's statement?
yes,
No,
yes.
the deputy president has not criticized Raila because he was the first one to say they are going to make people not sell secondhand. Do you have that clip?
Do you want to listen to that?
Go ahead.
Kama watu wa Kenya, kwa sababu hii siasa ya madharau na kiburi ya watu wachache lazima tukomeshe kwa hii uchaguzi. Huwezi kuwa na madharau kwa watu wa Mandera, hawafai kuwa na pesa. Ukawa na madharau ati unaita biashara ya watu wengine, sijui ya mkokoteni, sijui ya bodaboda, ati ni takataka. Saa hizi kiburi imepanda mpaka unaita watu wa mtumba ati wanafanya biashara na mali ya maiti. Mimi nataka niwaambie wale wafanyabiashara wa mtumba karibu milioni 2 katika taifa letu la Kenya, ya kwamba hakuna vile biashara yao itapotea.
So, have you heard that?
Now it's good you played that because, of course, it gives us the sense of the person who he is. It tells the person who he is than the person is criticized.
So for me, I'm focusing more on what the recipient, the 2 million people that the 2 million people that he's talking about. They believe in him, and they believe in word by word that of what he says. I think our leaders should do better. The deputy president should do better. As much as he wants to get votes, garner votes, as many as he can, I think there are things that he shouldn't say in public.
But he's doing better for us, Mise. What do you mean he should do better?
It's easy said, but undoing what he's saying is difficult.
It's good for us.
Only cultivates.
Who told you it's difficult?
It only cultivates enmity.
We only need one person to pray.
And it trickles down to we all know how many people are in Gikomba. The majority.
You only need one person to pray, and that person who prayed today. What do you mean it's difficult?
Again, in terms of the prayers, thank you for disrupting all the points that I wanted to say. And, Adams is very happy. I think, Adams, we should take a break and smoke something, and when we come back here, we shall disrupt and smoke out the. So, in terms of the prayers, I think the prayers are right. Kenya as a country has Kwisha kabisa. You know, it's not about the Kenya Kwanza Kwisha, the Kenya Kwisha of in terms of the alliance or the coalition. But I think as a country, our country is actually finished, regardless of the leaders that we have elected. And I think this is a good basis. And I keep saying that this year is a year of blessings, a year where Kenyans have seen, and all the darkness, all things that were happening in darkness have been revealed into the broad daylight, that now we can see how we've been manipulated, how we've been lied to, regardless of the leaders. They are saying things that they want us to hear for us to elect them. So I think we should grow and do better. But most likely, I wanted to tell Black today that the leader that we sometimes drum support for, I think that is too low of him to speak in the manner that he's speaking. Thank you.
Thank you. For me, I think it was good. The deputy president is just doing fine. I mean, let him continue confusing himself. Let him continue doing his somersault. He says this today, tomorrow he says something different. One time he say, I mean, he's in a good trajectory. And of course, it's working for us because its polls are going down and down. So if he improves, it will mean that his polls will go up, and we don't want that. And you said it's difficult. It's not. Only one hired pastor to come and pray, and the spirit interferes, and everything else the deputy president has been saying for a whole week is gone. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I think we need to come to the end of our show today. It's nice to see that I'm back. Yufimo Tieno anasema Makiadi oga urudi kwa soko. Kuna ingine niliona imeandikwa kwamba unaoga unarudi kwa soko, wanafikiria we ni kanjo, wanatoroka. So Makiadi, Evelyn, wacha ni acknowledge chumi wakati ifika sasa file like hajawa kunaona na perfume za kina I don't understand that. You can't keep on repeating that. Don't repost it many times. They will think YouTube will think it's a virus. Nah, you don't repost so many times. That is not fair to us. Ukipost mara mingi hivi tunakublock kwa sababu hata sisi hatujui wewe ni nani. So don't repost the same thing many times. Imotiemo, thank you. Black, I have network problems. Pole bro, tuonane. Eunice Muturi, let's pray to God. There's only one horse, Azimio. Zingine ni farasi ni moja peke yake. Zingine ni punda. So wana struggle huko chini. So that is where we are at. Mamanyi Birika. Yule alikuja kuingia kama UDA, DCI, sijui what. Go back, rudisha pesa. Huwezi tumwa kuja hapa kuja kutafuta kutisha watu. You can't. Ekinash Steve Mutumbu, asante. Danny Darius, Father Danny Darius. Wewe ni father gani? Kuna wale mafadha wanaoa na kulana hawaoi. Wewe ni wale wanaoa ama wewe ni wale hawaoi? Kuna wale wa Archbishop Milingo, hao ni wale wanaoa. Na kuna wengine ambao
I think Father Darius ni wa Catholic. So
ni Catholic, kuna Catholic wale wanaoa.
Si ile bandia, wachana na hiyo bandia hiyo. Kuna ile Catholic original ile ya Italy. Hiyo yenye iko na.
Unakumbuka Father Milingo ule alioa Mkorea?
That one was a breakaway faction of the Catholic Church, if I'm not wrong. Yeah.
Sasa Danny Darius, wewe ni father wa gani? Wewe ni wa hiyo breakaway ama ni the main one?
Can you stop annoying the father? Why are you annoying the father? He's a very serious man. He said.
Nani amekwambia kwa annoyed? Julia, hata do you know there was there's a story.
Remember, Julia said that means she's right.
There's a story. If you have read The Prince and Niccolo Machiavelli, one of the princes of Italy, the father was a pope, was one of the pope. So kuwa father si kumaanisha they cannot get kids out there. Dominic Liza.
He has said he's a Roman Catholic. Now you have even said bad things that get kids.
Anaweza pata watoto bora asijulikane. Yeye na mama mtoto ndio ajue.
Father Darius, I'm trying to defend you here. Please tell them to stop.
Nimenyamaza.
Demba, you are misleading. Demba, wewe unataka kuharibu kanisa yangu. Na sitakubali mambo kama haya.
Sijasema kanisa, nimesema mafadha. Sijasema kanisa. Kanisa ni nzuri, wale wenye wako hapo ndio wako na issues. Kanisa haina ubaya, iko ni nzuri tu, lakini wenyewe wako hapo ndani. Wandera James, Nicky Nash, nani mwingine pale? Leo niliona I'm blessed. Salimia your niece.
Hawa watu wote wamerudi na wewe Ndemba, walikuwa wamepotea hiyo wiki mzima.
Nimeona Evelyn Nyaboni anakusifu sana Makiadi. Evelyn ni kama
Roberto anamjua vizuri. Unaona Roberto akismile karibu na kioo, unaweza jijazia
ni yeye ndiye amefanya dia akakasirika.
Unaona Roberto, angalia Roberto anacheka mpaka anaanguka nyuma ya kiti huko. Wanajuana. Alitokea hapa studio siku moja akaahidi atarudi. Unaona Roberto
yeye ndio nasikia amefanya dia akakasirika, so mfanye maneno.
So Julia unaona kwenye Roberto alikuwa anaegemea.
Yes, that is why I said stacky watermelons around me.
Hawa wote ni watermelon. Roberto na Mise, ni fake kabisa. Kevin Okango, Themba therapist. Yeah. Winora Pema, asante. Now, thank you so much, everyone. Thank you for coming on. It is so nice meeting you guys again. And we are here. Nasikia pale unaambiwa Makiadi Tablero Shero Muzina ditata, Edi Papa, Edi Pepe Chanto. Muzina ditata sambe ya Muzina. Unaambiwa uimbe hiyo leo.
Hiyo Awino Rapemo hiyo tulicheza, ilikuwa last week kama ilikuwa lini?
Ya tulicheza last week.
Kabla uondoke. Hiyo tulichapa.
Mbona mnataka kurudia nyimbo? Nyimbo ni nyingi. Welcome Uncle Temba. Yeah. Wale watu wanasema nivae suti, sivai suti. Nimekataa. Hiyo ni ya mlienda kesha. Mchungaji Bernard leo alikuwa na kesha.
Hata Msindi alikuwa kesha, si unaona sasa hata ameanza mapema.
Haya, wacha tutapata dakika moja kutoka kwa kila mmoja, at least mtupatie nini yenu ya kufunga, na tunapoendelea kufunga tafadhali subscribe to Motembei TV, alafu pia msubscribe kwa channel yangu ya Themba and Lulu Show. Tafadhali kama moja subscribe, enda pale, unangojea nini? Imagine mmekataa kutufikisha 600. Yaani simuwe tuna huruma, mwende pale msubscribe kidogo tufikisha at least 600, tuanze safari ya kwenda 1000. Themba and Lulu Show, kindly go there. It is my daughter and I, we are having a journey. Tuna conversations tu za kawaida, so enda pale kama uja subscribe. Kama umesubscribe, enda piga like, watch movie, the latest video tumepost pale, angalia. We are giving you some ideas about summer. Sisi tulienda our vacation, so tunakupatia ideas ya summer vacation. Enda pale angalia. Kama unapenda, share na mtu, subscribe. Pole tu. Lakini tena zaidi, subscribe kwa Motembei TV if you haven't subscribed. Now, can we have at least from tomorrow, we'll be going through the Azimio agenda, the document. Tutaanza kwenda through your document so that even as you talk, you understand what is it that Azimio is talking about. Ndio ukienda kuongea unasema ni nini. It's nice to read documents. The way tunasoma constitution, tunasoma pia hiyo document, unajua what is it inasema. So kuanzia kesho, we'll be taking you through the Azimio agenda. And we'll have several other things that, there are many things we'll be doing so that tufahamishe, you know, an educated voter, an informed voter is a better voter. When you know better, you do better. When you don't know better, you don't do better. You only do according to how much you know. Your time and location, your exposure determines your interaction and your action. So we are hoping that your exposure with this information, with all these great minds, we are able to give you the information you need to make an informed choice and a better choice when you get that time of voting. So from tomorrow, for the next 10 days, we'll be taking you through kila kipengee cha hiyo manifesto ya Azimio. We'll be reading it for you. will be explaining so that you are not given misinformation when you get down there. So thank you. We want to bring at least anza na Makiadi dakika moja. Tutakuwa na dakika moja alafu Makiadi tusomee constitution. Then we do our prayers kama kawa. Then of course kuna wimbo najua Makiadi amejiandaa, alafu tutafunga. Makiadi dakika moja.
Yangu ni rahisi sana. Naona kuna jamaa anaitwa Kindiki James anasema tunapenda kupinga kila kitu, hata uchaguzi tunapinga, ndio maana we don't have more views. Na shangaa amejipata hapa namna gani. Yangu ni rahisi sana Ndemba. Nimesoma gazeti la leo la Star linasema kwamba fresh tough wars jolts Ruto's Kenya Kwanza, yani sibling wars. Mudavadi's ANC and Wetangula's Ford Kenya have ganged up to lock UDA out of Western Kenya. Hiyo ni habari njema kwangu, naomba waendelee kupigana namna hiyo. Haya, the second one ni Nation inasema Ruto squeezes Mudavadi. Yeah, Ruto squeezes ANC leader Mudavadi analia, cries foul after UDA fails candidates to battle with his aspirants in Western, including his home area. Hiyo ni habari njema kwangu pia. Alafu mwishoe Grandmaster, hiyo sasa ni Uhuru Kenyatta, anasema watu wamekuwa wakimuita lame duck president, lakini zile moves anacheza zinaonekana zinafanya kazi, na mimi nafurahia, na ndio nilikuwa naomba Uhuru Kenyatta aendelee kucheza hizo moves. Game inaonekana imeanza na inaendelea vizuri. Asanteni.
Roberto,
langu la mwisho ni nitaendelea kuhimiza UDA waendelee kumpatia bwana Gachagua Mike, kwa sababu ako na uwezo wa kututafutia kura zaidi ya wengine wetu. Maono yake ya kutuambia kwamba bodaboda wanaweza miliki sekta ya energy sector, yani petrol stations, ni kutuambia ya kwamba anataka kufukuza wawekezaji wa nchi za kigeni kama Shell, Total, na hivyo tunaona ya kwamba anaweza kutuangushia uchumi. Kwa leo sitaongea mengi, lakini niwatakie kila laheri siku ya leo, na tunaomba ya kwamba sote tuanze kutafuta kuhimiza wenzetu wasome manifesto ya Azimio ili waweze kuelewa baba na mama wako na mpango gani kwa nchi yetu ya Kenya. Asanteni.
Julia. Julia, unmute.
Sorry, I would like to say that I really believe that Kenya Kwanza ama UDA is a scam. That is why our mama walikuwa nasema what they were saying. I mean, Kenya Kwanza people, even Ruto and Gachagua, don't even believe what they say. So even their supporters don't even believe what they say. And out of the abundance of your heart, the mouth speaketh. So that lady really believes that Kenya Kwanza and Kenya Kwisha. So she just found herself saying that in the wrong forum because that is what she believes. So me, Kenyans, I urge you, stop wasting your time. Let's do the right thing. Let's usher in a government that will help this nation. Now, talking about Mutumba's criticizing, nobody is going to close the Mutumba industry or any Mutumba business, but we're just trying to promote our economy by moving from subsistence production to manufacturing. I mean, we don't have to do that for the rest of our life. Na hii maneno ya mtu kuvaa shati ya mtumba kutuambia ati alivaa shati ya mtumba is like laughing at someone who slept hungry and telling them that you slept hungry too in solidarity. That is not fair. Kwa hivyo nawaomba mvuke sakafu kama vile Misa ameshavuka sakafu, mje pande hii tupigie baba kura. Asante.
Adams.
Thank you. Langu la mwisho ni kwamba we just need to try to do our best and woo the undecided voters to lean towards our side. There's a huge number of people who are undecided. If there is something that can be done so that they may lean towards the right side of history, then history shall be made. Talking of history shall be made, and it will be made with the government of Raila and Martha. That's it for today. May God bless all of you.
Lucy.
Okay, for me, all I can say for today is very simple. There is nothing like undecided voters. Mount Kenya is locked, and if people think that Ruto has Mount Kenya, then they're deceiving themselves. Mount Kenya has a better share that will go maybe 65-35, according to me. These are my sources. So nobody is supposed to, because Meru is locked, because Meru is in Ukamabani, Embu, every other person. So number two, of course, Mise, a good friend of mine, of course. Mise, of course, you always miss the point, but I appreciate you, I acknowledge you, but you're a good friend of mine. But let me not go to Mise because it's not a submission, but it's a IBC need to do something about. I don't know what IBC need to do, because IBC need to register, because what we're having right now is not legit, right? So I believe that they can do something better. So beginning today, because today is the 10th, when they start hearing all this, I believe the voter register has to be ready. I believe IBC, we need to have faith in IBC. That's all I'm saying. Because dead voters, issues to do with dead voters, people who died, yet they're in the register. I mean, it doesn't even make sense. Yeah. So that's all I can say. The issue about Mtumba is a very sensitive issue. I believe if people can just be woke and see the future, then that's what Baba is trying to put people to see. People just getting, and that's all I can say. Thank you.
Thank you, Lucy. Mise.
Nathan.
No, just give your closing remark. Kochana Nathan, just give your closing remark.
I just want to say, Nathan, that you're misrepresenting me. Maybe you probably don't know what missing the point means. That means misprehend, misconstrue, mistake, misjudge, miscalculate. I don't think I am a subscription of those. Misnow, get the wrong side of the stick. So I want you to reconsider so that you don't misrepresent yourself in trying to describe who I am. But that being said, it's good to see you. When you come here, it is an act of bravery and not an act of cowardice. So it's good to see your face here. For me, I want to say that we are headed to tough times. People are panicking. But we will bounce back. All these things that are giving you bonga points, the polls, we will bounce back, and I want to say that we cannot rely on the polls. The polls doesn't say anything. They can be manipulated to misdirect people, to guide people to a narrative that is advanced towards a certain individual. So let us not be very excited about the polls. I think as much as I criticized Baba, William Ruto, Julia, you know, I crossed the Sakavu on the basis that you had promised me heaven. But if this is what it means to cross the Sakavu and then you are thrown in the middle of the Nile, I will reconsider my position. But let us also hold our leaders accountable to be having politics of substance. Otherwise, our leaders kama William Ruto nafikiri ameanza kutapatapa hapa na pale, which is not a very good sign. I don't know why he's panicking. He's a very smart guy, very strong. Like Black said, he's still the UDA is still money resource-wise. I think management and re-strategizing is key, and that's what is missing. So I believe that do not underestimate, you know, the power of UDA. And after all, Uhuru told us, after all said and done, with all the being dumped, with everyone, even including Julia, border wide, and you will see them bouncing back. That's my closing remarks tonight. Thank you.
Makiadi.
So tunasoma kuhusu mambo ya leadership and integrity. Today we read Article 74 that talks about oath of office of state officers. Before assuming a state office, acting in a state office, or performing any functions of a state office, a person shall take and subscribe the oath or affirmation of office in the manner and form prescribed by the third schedule or under an act of parliament.
Thank you so much. And now we are going to go to our prayer before we have Mr. Oga urudi soko bwana. Oga urudi soko. Wacha hasira. Oga urudi soko. Kuna watu huko anakungoja. Rudi sokoni, wacha mambo mingi.
Okay, Lynette, former Makiedi's girlfriend, asked me. She was willing. She said, I can begin by donating Mise to her, and I can add her Roberto.
Who am I? If I'm donated, who am I to say no? I am available.
You see, that is why I told Mr. Maji ya moto haichomi nyumba ama moto ya makaratasi. Yeah, ni moto ya makaratasi. You see, now he's even ready to take anybody, anywhere. You know, you can't just be done. You must have pride.
Robert, be careful.
Okay, calm down. Now, before we close, I want to give you a quote. Thomas Jefferson says, "God grant that men of principle shall be our principal men." God grant that men of principle shall be our principal men. In this coming election, it's a choice between two extremities. We are choosing between day and night. One side that is extremely corrupt and the other side that is not. One side that is always lying and another side that is not. And we have one horse, and that horse is Azimio horse. You are faced with a serious decision to make as a Kenyan. and we get the leaders we elect. And the leaders we elect are a representation of who we are. We don't want to be defined as a population that is defined by thievery, deceit. I can see Mise has paid people to throw me out, but I will not budge. We want our society to be defined by the kind of leaders that we are going to have. And we believe that the side that has the best definition of the kind of the society that we have is Azimio. Look at Kenya Kwisha. Even the ticket itself does not represent the 50% that they talk about, 50-50 they talk about. That ticket by itself, like one Sifuna has said, it looks like a charge sheet. They have accusation from here to Timbuktu. If you take them anywhere, you will see that these people are not the kind of people that represent the society that we are. Kindly Kenyan, it has come a time. It is only 55 days to that decision to be made. We want you to stand out and be counted. How can you be counted? It is your vote. Kindly get out and vote. Get out the vote. That is what we look forward to. Thank you so much for staying with us up to this time and every other day that you stay with us. I want to ask Roberto to give us the first answer, Julia the second, and then Mise the third. And then we are going to go into the muziki wa leo ambao nani amesema Makiadi. Roberto.
Okay, let's begin. Mungu nguvu yetu, ilete baraka kwetu, haki iwe ngao na mlinzi, na tukae na undugu, amani na uhuru, raha tupate na ustawi.
Amkeni ndugu zetu, tufanye zote bidii, nasi tujitoe kwa nguvu. Nchi yetu ya Kenya tunayoipenda, tuwe tayari kuilinda. Na tujenge taifa letu, ndio wajibu wetu. Kenya istahili heshima, tuungane mikono pamoja kazini, kila siku tuwe na shukrani. I had to say for me, say he disappeared.
Yeah, he could not stand the heat from Roberto. I know that. And Lynette Wabomba has come back. Lynette, you are donated to Roberto here, but it's okay. Hapa nasikia watu walidonetiana left, right and center. But
hapa kiliumana, lakini tumetoboa tu. Uzuri umerudi sasa.
Thank God you are back.
Everybody was donated to everyone.
Oh, it was.
The latest donation was Makiadi today.
It was total chaos.
Yes,
but,
sorry, guys. Sorry.
We were fearing that you might have run away because of the heat from Roberto.
No.
Actually, you can see Mise cannot even trust himself. He has come back. What does he come back to do?
Of course, he cannot afford to leave the two of you here. I mean, Makiadi, what's the song today?
Aya, sawa. Wacha ni
mtu ashasoma ile nini ya tatu ama
hiyo tulimaliza sasa. Tuko
nilianguka.
Tunaenda tukiendaga. Sasa wimbo wa leo, this is one of Franco's classic songs and most renowned from the golden era of TPOK jazz. It features exhilarating guitar riffs by Franco, as well as superb vocals from Franco and a man known as Joski Kiambukuta. Na wimbo wenyewe unaenda namna hii: okulonda ngai mpona nini okanisi ngai nakozongisa yo libala ngai nakangi yo na mobali bafamili na yo babandeko te ngai na beli libaku mabe boye o mama o. Sasa wimbo wenyewe unasema namna hii, okulanda ngai mpona nini, yani why are you following me, okanisingai nakozongisa yo libala, you think I will remarry you, ngai nankangaki yo na mobali, I caught you with another man, ba family na yo bandeko te, ba family na yo ba bondelaka te, yani your family did not ask, ngai na beti libaku mabeboye, I had a difficult obstacle, ngai na bandi la vile mabeboye, yani my life started to become bad. So wimbo wenyewe unajulikana kama Tokoma Bakomerede Pamba, na kwa vile napenda kucheza tu kianzilishi pale uweze kusikia wimbo wenyewe.
Mr. Get ready. You were dancing last night. Would you like to dance?
I'm not shy. Robert thinks I'm shy. I can dance.
Aya, Ndemba, sasa kitu cha maana kwa huu wimbo, kitu ambacho kinanifurahisha sana ni tunapofika pale kwenye chorus sasa. Wimbo wenyewe unasema Tokoma Bakomerede Pamba, yani wacha nikusomee vile wimbo wenyewe unasema pale. Ukienda kidogo pale ufike penye pale kwa chorus pale sasa. Inasema Tokoma Bakomerede Pamba kimwasi na mobali sila kala Tokoma Bakomerede Pamba kimwasi, yani we have become only friends, yani tumekuwa marafiki peke yake sasa. We are no longer a couple. Sisi si bibi na bwana tena. We have become friends. We are no longer a couple. Aya, sikiza hapo sasa, mahali naingia kwa chorus sasa. Alafu sasa Franco anaingia naanza kuimba so kimoningana yo, alafu unasikia ile gitaa yake. Kama ulikuwa unajua Franco alikuwa anajiweza kupiga gitaa, kwa ile anakuwekea pale gitaa, alafu pale chini inaendelea namna hiyo. Joski Kiambukuta naye anakamata vocals, inaenda namna hiyo. Roberto, weekend yako imeanza mapema sasa. Asante.
Sasa hiyo wimbo nani? Hiyo wimbo Makiadi umededikatia DA. Yani sasa kwa sababu
I wanted to tell you that. Now you know why Makiadi is losing his friends. Those are the songs he has been playing here, telling them tumewachana. Alafu
hiyo wimbo imededicatiwa kila mtu. Misi amededicatia Julia amededicatia Roberto, Ndemba amededicatia Yufin.
Naomba Makiadi.
You know, Makiadi
Muzi, unajua Muzi?
Umesema mimi nimedediketia Julia amedediketia nini, so kwa hivyo mimi sijaumia sana. Roba hapo ndio imekuangukia sana.
Makiadi, mimi sasa nataka I am now going to give you a song called Muzi. Nataka hiyo ni dedication yangu kwa Evelyn. Kesho, siku ya kesho ama siku nyingine hapa. Asiogopi kusema.
Roberto has a new catch.
Kuna mtu anaitwa Linet wa Bomba ananiuliza, Makiadi, are you a Kenyan by birth or by the river road? Mimi you understand, you know every language. Mimi naelewa nimekaa na Wakenya yaonekana Wakenya kutoka kila sehemu. Nikienda kwa kina Ndemba nitamsalimia mwanao wazi, hata we Museo, nikienda kwa kina Julia Kohana hata ya Julia, nikienda kwa kina Roberto kule Mbuyande, so tumekaa. Kwa hivyo jifunze, tembea ujifunze. Hizi lugha ni
Nimeambiwa na
bure.
DA Makiadi, nimeambiwa na DA nimtoe kabisa katika hiyo dedication, ataki kabisa. Nimesema sawa, ataji tena.
Makiadi, there is something happening. The more you sing the songs, the more you are spoiling your...
Makiadi, are you Kenyan by birth or something? Okay. Sasa mimi unajua, pamoja na nini na hizo zingine, mimi pia napenda zile za East Africa. East Africa, unajua nani ameenda Kongole huko? Mimi napenda bongo. Kuna moja imetolewa mpya kabisa, video imetoka safi ya Diamond Platnumz na Mbosso. Sikia tu nikuonyeshe kidogo.
Hebu play kidogo.
Ananipa mambo ya pwani akinapandisha dozi kitandani akinasimika anitichibuanakanisha kanda pwani anapokatika Mama Dangote umenifanya nini
Demba umeharibika kabisa.
Leo ni weekend kweli.
Signs of getting spoiled.
I'm just wondering where this man will sleep tonight.
Iko jamaa anaitwa Nikinesh pale, anasema ni msevie hiyo wimbo. Hii channel itahitaji a lot of consolation baada ya tarehe 9 Agosti. Tunamwambia tutakuwa hapa tu.
We'll be celebrating with popcorns.
Huyo jamaa yuko na mafeeling sana.
Yaonekana yuna
wanasema amecatch my feelings. Sasa huwa anashangaa amecatch my feelings gani hiyo?
Sasa
hiyo ndio mimi niliambia Misi awachanga kukachi. Hii maneno ukachi. Unasonga teke na uko mbele huko bwana unapata ingine.
Mimi siwezi kachi.
Mtu ameamka asubuhi Kenya. Watu wako na raha. Yeye ameingia kwa show. Anakuja na hasira. Huyo ni mtu anataka dawa. Wewe nani unahitaji kwenda hospitali?
Anataka dawa, unaanza kushangaa ni dawa gani Themba maanisha.
How can you be so bitter with life?
Yeah. and
how can you be so bitter with life?
The tragic thing is that nobody knows. Ruto doesn't know him. So
yes, that's right. Ruto doesn't know him.
Yeah.
Father Dairas anasema nini? Father Dairas
imebarikiwa imetoka kwa father mwenyewe. You know they say only a fool doesn't change their mind.
Themba umeharibu father.
A wise person can always change their mind. Julia, welcome back.
Themba, umeharibu father. What is the father thinking?
Amesema hiyo dance ya Mise ni nzuri. Well, you guys, thank you so much. See you tomorrow. Na wale mkoko chini, wacheni kuwa na hasira. Nikki Nash, usiwe na hasira bana. Wacha ma feelings. Hapa ni don't be so bitter in life. Usiwe bitter in life.
Life is good.
Bile.
Usiwe na bile mingi. Kuwa mpole na hii life, man. See you guys. We are just here. Siasa. We want a better Kenya for everyone.
Tamalizwa na ulcers bana. Ambia jamaa aache kuweka bile kwa tumbo. Tamalizwa na ulcers.
Tamalizwa na ulcers mapema.
Temba unaweza nisuspendia roba wiki mbili hivi tu sort hii maneno na Julia ndio.
Wewe. See you.
Sawa sawa.
Good night everyone.
Good night.
Okay.